3, 2, 1, and welcome everybody. This is No Mutants Allowed, Round 2. More Fallout 4 and whatever else is on all of our minds today.
Mostly Fallout 4.
Don't say Fallout.
Right?
Yeah.
So, since I was already doing this before the cast just got started recording, let's start it with what games we've been playing for since the last podcast.
I've been playing a lot of NetHack.
NetHack?
Yeah, I've been really getting into NetHack. I found a pretty good strategy for it, and I'm kind of sticking to that, and it seems to be working well.
I know I've heard that once or twice, but I've never actually seen the game in action. Is it an old roguelike, right? Right?
Yeah, but I'm playing with the graphical version, not the ASCII version. I can't stand ASCII. I'm usually not a big thing with graphical fidelity, but I just can't play ASCII games. It just doesn't work.
It does look kind of goofy when you have nothing but a bunch of letters and symbols dictating walls and monsters, but it's old school gaming. It's hard for that to lose its charm.
Well, I mean, NetHack first came out in '87. That's when we had things like Zelda and Mario, and games that had good graphics. I mean, not NetHack.
And the early Ultima games, let's not forget.
Yeah, Ultima. I mean, they couldn't at least had crude symbols, but no, they had letters and crap. Bleh.
Ultima 4 still hasn't been surpassed.
I'm still waiting to see if Shroud of the Avatar even does anything good with what it's got on the table.
Yeah, that's kind of been forgotten. It had a big Kickstarter and then.
Shame, really, because I liked the initial idea of being able to go back to the old style of the Ultima days, but it doesn't seem to be going anywhere.
It just seems misguided to me to go full MMO and single player at the same time.
Well, Elite Dangerous did it pretty well. Elite did it pretty well.
Exactly. But then again, I'm probably gonna get burned at the stake for this. But Richard Garriott, I imagine he's been out of the loop for a long time. So that probably doesn't help when it comes to the project design and direction.
So anyway, I've been playing Fallout 2 lately. I haven't finished.
Nice.
Yeah, I can say I've been playing Fallout 1 and 2 myself.
I don't have the anime cred yet. I haven't finished.
Yeah.
Yeah, me, I've been sticking with, like I was saying before this cast got started, I'm sticking with Doom 2. With the Russian Overkill mod. I love all the weapons you can get in this, especially I finally got my hands on the tactical nuke launcher from Unreal Tournament. And the minute you pull it up, you hear Arnold Schwarzenegger go, "I could aim, but with this thing, I don't have to."
Russian Overkill, huh? Okay.
Actually, if you're gonna play that one, I highly recommend adding the catch-up mod to it. At least play it with that, and also play it on the Hellbound Megawad. It was a near winner of the 2013 CACO Awards, and it's got to be my favorite map pack of all time. That one.
At least it doesn't have pipe weapons.
No, it doesn't. It has. It actually has different guns or different pistols for the 3 characters that you start with. But
seeing a 44 Magnum, seeing a pump-action shotgun.
So
there's the auto shotty, the 10 shotty, which the 10 shotty actually has something really cool with it. If
hey,
you shoot,
I lost internet. What are we guys talking about?
More Doom.
Which games?
Donald Trump.
Games we were doing? Yeah, which games we've been playing for a while.
I read a codex thread on Fallout 2 character building, and I've totally power gamed it. I'm like at level 3. I already had Sulik and Vic, and I had already killed a Deathclaw, and I'd already freed Ranger or whatever the fuck in the Toxic Caves.
I find that Deathclaws in Fallout 2 seem to be easier than the ones in Fallout 1 for some reason. I don't know why, which is odd considering Fallout 2 is generally harder.
That depends on how you play the game. Because unlike modern RPGs, the reason why Fallout 2 is looked at as harder is because it doesn't tell you a lot of things that you can do right out of the gate. You have to take notice of where things are different and act on those. such as the starting temple. I've always been able to get out just by picking the key out of the guy's pocket. And this time, starting with high speech, I noticed a different dialogue option, so I picked that. And 3 dialogues later, it's like, yeah, you make a good point. I'll let you out.
I think everyone remembers their first attempt at the Temple of Trials.
Mm-hmm.
No one knew how to lockpick.
My first thing was I did it first time was speech, because my character was not good for combat with melee weapons. I was trying to play a small guns character like I did in Fallout 1, and that just doesn't work in Fallout 2 as easily, because you don't get a good gun until you get to the den, really.
Hmm.
Like, you get
Yeah,
a
if you
pipe
know where
gun.
to look, you can take away.
You can just randomly walk off into the desert, wait for somebody to kill somebody else.
Yeah, there is always that.
If we're talking about games we played, I recently was playing Metro 2033.
Nice.
Mm.
I played Metro Last Light. I couldn't get into Metro 2033 for some reason, but Metro Last Light is a great.
Metro 2033 wasn't, beyond the fact Metro 23 wasn't really optimized for Windows 10. Even on normal Victory, it was a pain. It was a pain in the ass to play because, it felt like the AI had aimbot or like whatever. It felt like you honestly were like kind of really fucked. Not by the monsters though, as most of the problem arose from like some bad level designs, especially when you're fighting those brains that just explode everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Did you about that? Were you talking about like optimization, as in like frame rates and shit? Like
literally, you will walk outside and your frames will drop from like 110 to like 20.
Did you have PhysX on?
Yeah, but I've turned it on and off. I've
Yeah,
turned on the DirectX 9 as well.
I had that problem myself with the frames. Some spots they just drop.
I don't understand about this. Is pretty much what I've been debating recently on whether or not I should even get back into gaming, because why should I pay premium price when games are gonna lag like a piece of shit?
Yeah, and that makes no sense to me, especially. But then again, this is 2015, the gaming industry. There's going to be a lot of instances of this where they'll release a game completely unfinished and then patch it later. The worst case scenario, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 5. If you guys have seen what happened with that one.
Or if it's just games that simply can't get updated to the new operating system, everyone's gonna have to eventually go on Windows 10. Like, it's inevitable.
I don't think so. I'm doing my best to keep away from it.
I still have Windows 7.
I've still got hard copies of my Windows 7.
12,
Well, I mean, once they switch over to DirectX 12, you're not gonna have much of a choice.
Really,
I guess.
the benefits from it are so good.
Well, I'm not gonna need it as long as I keep playing Fallout 2 and Blade Tournament and all those kinds of games.
Well, Fallout 2 can run on a potato.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
I think I just uncucked my screen, got the HDMI to be a little bit decent. I want to see if that affects anything at all with frame rate. Probably doesn't.
No.
What's the difference between VGA, DVI, and HDMI, really?
HDMI it's just better. It can transmit
HDMI has I think HDMI is just supposed to be like higher quality or something. It's supposed to be like a good HD.
In a sense, essentially it just removes the need for an extra plug, the audio plug. That's as far as I understand it.
It's a high quality too, from what I've noticed. Yeah, from switching from DVI, but maybe it's just.
Why can it go 4K? What's the limit?
Let's see. A limit for what?
For HDMI, 4K or 1080p or?
I'm pretty sure
I think-
4K is the limit, depending on the type of cable that you get.
HDMI 1 goes up to 1080, and HDMI I think 2 is what they call it. Goes up to 4K. I think that's what they're called.
Did you guys know that the what's the Xbox thing called? The camera, the
Kinect?
Yeah, the Kinect. It actually had hardware that could perform better than it did, but it still used USB 1.0 or something, so it was limited.
Yeah, that was a dumb decision.
Dear God, USB 1.0. I thought that came out around the time USB 3 was coming out.
Yeah, well,
consoles
it's because
are planned obsolescence units anyway.
Xbox 360 is from what year? 2006?
2005, actually.
The
Because they
Kinect
just
version came
celebrated
out in
10 years.
2010.
Mm-hmm.
So that was that's just. Bleh.
And hopefully I'm not going to stain my gamer cred by saying this, but I liked the Kinect when I had Dance Central.
Dun dun dun.
Blasphemy.
Yeah,
There's
I can't
one
take you
good
seriously
game on the
anymore.
Kinect. There's one good game on the Kinect. That's the Gunstringer.
Oh yes, absolutely.
And that's because it's made by Twisted Pixel.
Mm-hmm.
They can't do wrong.
It's hard for them to, although still me, I'm a bit of a harmonics nut. So when they put out Dance Central, I was behind that as soon as I could get the Kinect for $25.
Weren't they the people who made Hip Hop Fantasia?
I don't think so. They were the guys behind Amplitude and the early Guitar Hero, but I don't remember that one.
Let's see here if I can find it. Fantasia.
You guys start talking about consoles, and my eyes just glaze over.
You might be talking about Konami.
Nope. Yep. Fantasia Music Evolved by Harmonix.
Did you guys
okay.
see the Konami business strategy? Fuck Silent Hill, fuck Kojima, fuck everything, fuck you.
The last good console was PlayStation 2. Sorry.
No, the last great console for me was the Dreamcast. It always will be.
You know,
Consoles are for console and intervention.
I used to have a Dreamcast and I just didn't like it at all. I think the PS2 is a much better console.
The PS2 did so much more with so much less hardware. It is a testament of engineering.
The
It is
PS2 also
awesome.
has the highest units sold, right? Of all consoles.
Well, they're still selling it.
Yeah. It's
I'm
still
still
being
seeing
made.
new PS2s. I'm still seeing new PS2s and new PS2 games at
They
Walmart.
were still making games for it at the end of the PS3 lifespan, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think they still are. I think I've seen new ones sometimes. Like,
Yeah.
'cause it's just the most widely supported console ever.
Yeah, probably
it's a
just
bit-
like I tried playing Counter-Strike 1.6 like some time ago, and there's a ton of like Brazilians and shit playing it. So I bet that in some other markets the PS2
Ooh la la.
Yeah, the Brazilians love PS2 for some reason.
Well,
Oh yeah, because if their consoles over there are like priced to infinity or something, right? Like taxes.
that's-
to Mizzou.
Yeah, well, American consoles are taxed.
I
Japanese
imagine Brazil is also one of those countries that has some pretty nasty tax laws when it comes to imports and electronics. So that would explain it if that's the case.
I hear it has a pretty bad problem with piracy over in Brazil.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And it's not just the piracy thing. As much as I hate to give these guys credit, I have to call attention to extra credits because the guy James, one of the guys who was part of the team, he did mention that when he was down there, that there were essentially open piracy stands where you could just go up and buy a pirated game for $5 and bring it back for a refund if you didn't like it. That's pretty
like
telling
the guy
and pretty embarrassing of our industry.
Yeah, it's like in China where you can walk into a store and buy a Game Station X and such.
Yeah, exactly.
My friend had a Brazilian Xbox. Now that I think about it, the 360. It didn't even have hard drive support. It was, and it didn't have wireless controller support either. You have to. It's like an amalgamation between an Xbox and an Xbox 360.
It's like a weird Frankenstein of those consoles.
I call it his Mexican Xbox.
Anyway, the games I've been playing, mostly, it's either been The Sims or Medieval 2 Total War.
Oh fuck
You
yeah!
playing an EA game? Blasphemer!
Medieval 2 redeemed her though.
EA used to make good games until they
Oh
until
yeah.
whatever happened.
Oh my god, EA is like the single most disappointing company on the face of the planet. I saw a screenshot or a scan of a magazine interview with them when they just started their company, and they were like, "We are going to change the world. Can a computer make you cry?" And it's like, oh my god, how far they have fallen.
Well, yeah, they did do that.
EA used to
I actually
specialize in
remember that old
DOS flight
advertisement.
simulators, and now they're completely far removed from that.
I would rather see a million Fallout 4s than ever see the franchise ever fall into the hands of EA. Because it would be microtransaction to hell and
let's talk
back.
about Battlefront. How much of a piece of shit that is.
Oh my god.
I welcome that one. Go ahead, man.
Oh, well, I
I
didn't
heard it
buy
was pretty good. I just think that the season pass, I think it's a pretty big commitment for a game that's you don't know if the multiplayer is going to take off or not for a mostly multiplayer game.
Oh, you want to buy a $60 demo and then pay twice as much for the game to be unlocked? That's
Yeah, I
on
think
you,
what they should.
bro.
I think
Pay
what they
extra so
should.
you can get the Han Solo blaster earlier.
Yeah.
That's just dumb.
The Han Solo blaster is the most powerful weapon in the game.
No surprise, because he's considered one of the icons of the film franchise. How could it not be?
Yeah, we have
Coolest
Space Mech
character.
G42s versus the Han Solo blaster.
And then
Oh,
of course
if-
we have the hero power-ups, which the minute you get that, it's pretty much open season on everybody else.
I mean, that's,
Imagine if Battlefront didn't have the Star Wars license. Imagine the hatred.
I mean,
But-
that game's
Yeah,
perfect
Star Wars on
for
it, so everyone
being
each.
really drunk and playing against people who don't play video games. That's the only time I can see myself playing that. Hey,
Yeah.
Mike, you want to play Star Wars? Yay! Woo! Power up! Woo! 15 minutes later, bored.
Yeah, I
And then
think
of course, what we heard, what Total Biscuit was saying about the game, that it feels like a regression from Battlefield 4, and
I
that's
don't
pretty
get how Tom
telling.
is still doing anything with video games when he's got fucking cancer.
And Terminal, no less.
That would,
But that's well, it's the same thing with Satoru Iwata, if you remember, because he had I believe it was a terminal. Wasn't it terminal brain cancer that he had? I'm pretty sure it was, but he was on the stage at Nintendo Direct, and he didn't look any worse for wear. And then all of a sudden, a few months later, he's dead, and that's dedication right there. I'll always admire the guy for that.
yeah, the Japanese have different work ethic.
Mm-hmm. Pretty much unshakable.
Yeah.
Although
If you-
it's hard not to feel sorry. It's hard not to feel sorry for the guy,
Yeah.
because especially considering the Wii U and several of the decisions that he made throughout his career at Nintendo, he'll be sorely missed. Very much
Well,
so.
Yeah, but it wasn't such a big. The Wii U wasn't a big blow to Nintendo because they had stocked up so much fucking dough from the Wii. It's like they still have a bunch of money.
The Wii.
Here's what I see in the industry. I mean, you have the Nintendo dominating the casual market, and then you have every other company who is not a part of Nintendo trying to get a part of Nintendo's pie and failing completely.
Well, the casual market has kind of switched to mobile phones now, I think.
Well,
People
remember
either-
back in the day, everyone, when people made products because they actually enjoyed what they were making and not trying to fucking make money off of shit that they don't give a fuck about.
Well, that was a very long time ago.
Yeah, it was during, I think, the days when Fallout 1 or 2 came out where people actually made video games they cared about. Now we have shitty-ass Minecraft, Borderlands 2.0.
Yeah,
It's because there's so much money. It's because there's so much money being poured into all these projects that if these things slip up, if they fail to make money, it's going to not only going to reflect badly on the company, but that means layoffs for everybody possibly involved. If
Well,
not,
I remember games that were made by 5 people, 2 people rather,
Yeah.
programmer and an artist.
or stuff that's made by one guy, like Dust.
Or now, if you want to go for a retro example, I think Ultima
Hang on, you're getting cut out, man.
used to be like one guy.
You got cut out for a second, man. What'd you say?
I said if you want to go for a retro example of that one-person development team, the very first Ultima games.
Oh yes,
Oh
absolutely.
yeah, the Richard Garriott, yeah. But Bethesda almost went bankrupt, and then they were like, "Oh well, if we've only got this one project left. Let's go all in." And they made Morrowind. Then they got a bunch of money from that, and they made Oblivion. So
Yeah,
it's clear.
Shitters, fucking.
Yeah, it's all about who can make more
Shit.
sales and how high of a selective, how much
Yeah.
that you make.
It's more about the first year following sales than the 2, 5, 10 years that follow the actual launch of the product. And we're seeing that with Doom. It's 22 years old, and there's still mods being made for it, and the Kako Awards are still going really strong.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Although, actually, I think I'm pretty sure there was an announcement of same with the CACO Awards nomination thread. I believe there was a death of one of the more prominent members. I can't remember who his name was. Hang on, let me look him up.
Really,
He
the
wasn't
most
that
fun.
prominent if you can't remember his name.
Well, I remember him. That's because I'm not a Doom World person. I mostly just pick around at mods. I don't spend time on the Doom World forums. Let's see. Hey Ray, hey Dopamine, did you answer the question about what kind of games you've been playing, or did I miss you? Did I skip you?
Oh, I'm playing Age of Decadence right now.
Awesome.
Fuck yeah.
I really need to get my hands on that. Still haven't, and the GOG sale's about to end, so I got no excuse if this day
buy it
ends
right
without
now.
it in my library.
Buy it right
Well,
now.
I could run a lot of games that are really good right now and exceed them via their minimum and recommended settings, but it's actually very deceiving because I can only get like 40 to 50 frames on them.
Hmm.
Age of
Actually-
Decadence goes back to that 90s mentality of just a few dedicated people, you know. They've been working on it
Yeah.
for like a decade.
Has anyone played
It'll make you
Unreal?
smile. It'll make you smile once you install it because the full game, that's 1 gig. Reminds me of
Just 1 gigabyte in size. That's pretty impressive.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna go switch back to DVI because HDMI sucks dick. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if anyone's an HDMI fan, but I just can't.
No problem.
Like it.
We'll
Age
still
of
be here.
Decadence is made on the Tribes 2 engine.
See, Benjamin, you were about to say something. What was that?
Yeah, has anyone played Underrail yet?
Ooh, yeah. I haven't played it, but the codex has been fawning over.
I had the Tesora version up until May of this year, but they stopped getting the updates. When it comes out on Good Old Games, I'll get it.
People should buy it before it
I don't
comes
know.
out the 18th this month because the price will go up.
I'm gonna get it on Steam whenever, like, if it goes on sale or something, because it's still an early access game. I don't really feel comfortable spending $10 on a game that's not finished yet.
Well, it's going to come out next week, and then the price will go up. So if you buy it now for it's 80 euros here.
Yeah, consider it an early investment.
Oh,
You'll get it for cheaper in the full game when it's out.
okay. Well, hopefully the ending's not crap.
No, I'm pretty sure they learned their lesson from watching Fallout 3, 4, and New Vegas.
Got Mass Effect 3.
Yeah,
I know
Fallout.
what they're doing.
I don't know what it is, but Fallout games I don't think have ever had a good ending. Fallout 3 had, well, the whole biblical Jesus sacrifice thing. Fallout 4 has, well, Fallout 4. Fallout New Vegas, I think, had a pretty unsatisfying actual last quest. Like, I think the Battle of Hoover Dam was kind of lame, to be perfectly honest. Fallout 1 just sort of ended, and Fallout 2 was kind of sort of there.
No, you're wrong. No. Well, 1 and 2 were just amazing, and New Vegas, I thought it was satisfying.
Well,
I
Fallout.
thought New Vegas was satisfying too. I mean, it had multiple endings.
And they were all based around certain decisions and locations in the game.
Yeah,
That's what made it so
yeah.
good.
Yeah, and of course they're going to be unsatisfied with how certain things turn out because not everyone's going to get a happy ending with
No,
what you're
I'm
happy
fine
with.
with the multiple endings. I'm fine with the actual
Well, they
ending.
can't.
I just don't think the Battle of Hoover Dam in New Vegas was actually all that fun, considering that it seemed like unless you were playing the Legion version, it was just kind of all samey. I've played all 4 endings, and they all seem NCR, Wildcard, and Mr. House. They all seem very same. And then the Legion is just the same thing, but backwards.
Mhm.
Well, they didn't have a lot of development time. I think it's still amazing for the time they had.
Yeah, only 18
Well, I mean, they're not
months.
going to be able to they're not going to be able to please everybody, you know.
Yeah.
And the final mission is still amazing compared to like Oblivion.
I'm just glad that the game actually ends, unlike Fallout 3 and 4, because it's good to have a punctuating mission and then have the story end, just like in Dragon Age Origins. Once you finish off the Archdemon, there's a few final decisions to make, and then the game ends, and then you'll get all the endings.
I have no idea how Bethesda fans can be satisfied with a Fallout 4 ending, where it's just literally just 2 different voiceovers, and then war never changes, and then you go back to and nothing's changed.
A lot of people have
remember over 300 endings in Fallout 3.
Yeah.
No, you see,
It just works, you guys.
hey, with Fallout 4, it's ridiculous. It's like I close my eyes and I've lost Sean again. It's the same thing. Regardless, you can't help Sean. You can't do anything. It's the same outcome every single time. How can people be satisfied with something?
I have an
Fallout
existential
has
nightmare
lived like
every time I
100
play
years.
Fallout 4 because my name is Sean.
I mean, it's
Playing myself.
and let's not forget to mention that throughout. See, you're not just talking about the ending. You're also talking about the whole so-called journey all the way up to the ending. How can they be satisfied with that? I mean, hell, even the beginning was just forced.
They killed all role-playing. You have to be a concerned father and a good guy, and there's just no role-playing whatsoever.
Yeah, you can't play an evil or neutral character. It always has to be good guy, American war hero, concerned daddy.
Or lawyer.
Yeah, fucking lawyer housewife turned fucking brutal mass murderer.
Yeah. Oh, we all know the male character is the one you're supposed to be playing. I mean, he narrates the fucking beginning, for God's sake.
You know,
Yeah, but I mean, unless they had the narration happen by Ron Perlman, which I think that would be a better idea. Or the gender before the game started and before the narration, then yeah, I guess they only had the idea to have one voiceover.
You know what? Or better yet, just no beginning narration, period, because Bethesda just can't do it right.
As long as I get my high-resolution panties mod.
The sad thing is,
really
You need
shitty
the high-quality panties mod when they already got high-quality nude mods hanging around there.
I
You know,
yes.
I want to play a
why
Fallout
that
game
was
from
a good
the
idea.
perspective of the communists. That would be interesting.
You know, the thing I don't understand...
It would
Okay,
be interesting if Bethesda does it.
I think what they should have done.
so wait a second. You know those so-called nude mods, that are up?
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh no, I've never heard of that.
if it makes every woman, nude, then what if somebody accidentally steals the clothes from, say, Mama Murphy? Like,
Oh.
Oh God!
like, did they really go all out and detail that as
Hey,
well?
why are you hating on old Mama Murphy? Man, it's kind of rusty, but it's got
Dude,
Eric,
don't scar me by putting that thought in my head.
Oh.
I don't need her gumming all over me. That's just weird.
you know how strong those pelvis muscles are after all these years?
She
No,
rubs
actually, looking back at that character model, something just occurred to me. Does Mama Murphy look like someone who's beginning to turn into a ghoul? The way her flesh looks.
I know, it looks all kind of like, speaking of ghouls, don't they kind of look like, to me, like the ones, not the feral ones, but the ones that you can meet in settlements or like the slog or whatever it's called, they look like shriveled raisins, like...
Yeah, they do.
They look like shriveled raisins, they don't look like ghouls, and however...
Look at the eyes. Look at the eyes. Like
they're beady and just tiny, and they look weird. They kind of look like they're gonna go feral at any second.
All the characters look like melted plastic.
It looks like they took the zombie soldiers from Doom 3 and just gave them a high-res makeover. That's kind of what the skin looks like.
Okay, you know what? You're gonna have to take that with a grain of salt when you say high res.
Yeah. High-res is very subjective when it comes to Fallout 4. 2K textures or not, they don't look it.
I mean, not even the ghouls, like the feral ghouls. They don't look like ghouls. I'm used to what they look like. In 1, 2, and then you have New Vegas. Now, while New Vegas had the potato face kind of thing going, unless you get like the beauty mods and stuff.
I thought New Vegas shared its ghoul models with 3. I thought they had the same ghouls.
Yeah, they do.
Yep.
It seems like everyone is saying New Vegas and 3 have different, like on the forums, it seems like they're trying to imply that they have different ghoul models.
I don't like to mention 3.
Yeah, I was just about to say, is everyone like allergic to mentioning 3?
No, you see when I
But
mention...
New Vegas is 3.
No. You see when I say 1 and 2 in New Vegas, I mean 1, 2 in New Vegas. I don't want anything to do with 3. Because, let's be honest here, they've even took over things like Children of the Atom. Like, okay, I go all the way down to that glowing sea, which shouldn't exist, by the way, and right there's these Children of the Atom people standing out there in radiation while I'm sitting there cooking in a full set of power armor, and they're just standing there. They don't have any ghoul-looking faces.
Like how? Like how?
Because
It makes no sense in the context of the game.
Oh my!
And-
Somebody should ask that one person off of that. You know who I'm talking about. See what they say. The one that keeps arguing and say, okay, so how do you explain how these Children of the Atom are standing here, not cooking, and then the radiation that's making me take 5 radiation per second, even in power armor.
Oh, some guy 37 will come up with an explanation that they're on their way to become ghouls or whatever, or they don't understand their own physiology.
But then, I guess it's pointless in trying to argue when you have things like the kid in a fridge.
Oh God, that.
It's the
you
rule
have
of cool.
Habit House.
Cool, man. That's okay.
Well,
Yeah,
obviously the ghouls in Fallout 4 are obviously, they take the energy from the radiation. I'm just trying to parrot some guy 37, but I think he would do a better job of making himself look like more of a ghoul.
Am I the only one that encountered? Okay, now I can't remember what place it is, but it's whenever you're doing that, when you get the beacon for Brotherhood, I'm guessing. You go find the beacon. You go inside of this police station or whatever. I can't remember. They all look the same to me. And you happen upon this glowing one, and he shot a sea of radiation at me, like a green goo sea of radiation, and filled the whole room. He just simply moved his hands around, and it puked. Like this dude.
Glowing one cast rad ball.
I didn't record it because I didn't think it was important.
Magic
But,
missile.
we all should know that they're this incompetent and think that ghouls have magical powers now. But this was beyond ridiculous.
Oh, you
He
mean
shot
like
it right
the
across the
cabin house? You mean like the cabin house?
Oh my God! This glowing one he came out of nowhere, shot this big sea of goo, and burped it at me, and he killed me instantly, one shot. But of course, this is before I happened to get that survival mod, which you kill me as fast as I can kill you.
Yeah, I never really understood that about Fallout, like Bethesda games. It doesn't make any sense. Whenever when specifically Bethesda games, whenever I increase the difficulty, it just makes them harder to kill, and they instantly kill me. How is that really a challenge?
I can't find that. And then you got people that are like, I'm gonna do a dead is dead character, so as soon as I die, I'm dead. Well, have fun after the first minute of the game. You just
Yeah.
do
The game was never balanced with any sort of enemy scaling in mind besides health buffs, and you can see that.
And you could see from the one person on the I don't like throwing out names for forums and stuff, but the Bethesda forum, somebody was trying to let people know how big of a mess the ESPs were, and they were trying to explain to them that the weapons were unbalanced, that even the raiders had perks that would make them do less damage, completely gimp them. And then you have them finding out, okay, you see how the minigun does 10 damage. No, it actually does too when you find something that isn't raider scum. And people are like, well, if they completely balance that, then it would be overpowered. But then, if they didn't blow their load in the first minute of the game and just give you everything in the beginning of it, there wouldn't be a problem with that.
Fallout was never about balance. Sorry.
Yeah, true.
That's the wrong definition of it.
No, but I mean, it's just the game is so broken, if you want any sense.
It is
Well
broken.
I guess
If I play the game and I play on a higher difficulty, I don't want to get one-shotted like some fucking AI on aimbotting on crack, Like when I actually have a decent chance.
No, you
3
see,
words: turbo plasma rifle.
No, I was totally not all about balance in the first 2 games, but I mean, with Bethesda, they didn't work on dialogues, they didn't work on story, they didn't work on any consequences, they didn't even work on endings.
So about that, when they were making the ending of Fallout 4, what were they thinking? Like, okay, we saw New Vegas, okay, so they can't make any excuse of Fallout 1 or 2. We saw how New Vegas had 25 different slides with variations in
They
each
have
slide.
11 different slides for Arcade Gannon alone.
So why do they think, oh, well, let's just make a random monologue scene where our character tries to talk about how their life is somehow meaningful.
Do you really think they care?
At the very least, give
Do you think they
unique
care?
endings for each of the faction endings, and then like some sort of karma ending.
They didn't look at They didn't look at New Vegas. They only looked at the mods for New Vegas.
Well, you know, I think they
do you
might
think they care at all about any of this?
No,
they,
not
they,
really.
they made more money than they've ever made in like 1 month. Off of
Yeah, that's
console
because of
sales.
all the fake Twitch streamers who never played a Fallout game in their life, loading it up, pretending like they played it before. Like, get that shit out of here.
I'll
Fucking
give-
Twitch
I'll
I
give
can
the
kill
early-
people using teddy bears. 10 out of 10 game of the year.
Yeah, I'll give the early Twitch streamers this though. I'm glad that so many of them got their hands on the game early. I'm glad that so many of them leaked them because that told us before the game was out that it was not going to be worth our time. It was going to be worth our time to rip it to shreds to find everything that was wrong with it, but it wasn't going to be worth our time to own because it wasn't going to be worth the money. So I'm thankful to them for that. Very thankful.
And you know, I gotta apologize. You know, if I was throwing people off when I said balance. I mean, you know, it's not that I was expecting it to be just like 1 and 2. You know, because I know 1 and 2 wasn't exactly about balance. There's still really good games. You know, but it seems as if they didn't work on anything else. You know, if you didn't work on anything else, at least work on your combat and balance that out because you even got a couple people in there in order to work with you on that. So I would have at least expected a little bit of competence in that regard.
You mean like the broken, shitty companions that get stuck everywhere and don't help?
Oh, like the ones when you go inside of the elevator into any elevator.
Yeah.
They're inside of the wall and their heads are slightly sticking out with their hands sticking out and you can still talk to them. Yeah, yeah, I know what you mean.
The pathfinding
Or if you've got,
games have been
or if you've got
broken in
Paladin,
every single one they've
you've
made.
got Paladin dance with you inside of an elevator. His hitbox is so big you can't even push the buttons. You
Me,
have
Paladin
to.
Buzz Lightyear.
Yeah,
I would stand in
I
the
saw
elevator
that.
and turn around and he'd appear, and then I'd turn around again and he'd be gone.
But actually, I think that Bethesda trying to balance the game is what ruined it. Because when I started playing it, it was like, well, you know, this is a crappy RPG, but it's a pretty good first-person shooter. But of course, they like the level scale of the game. So more and more levels you go up, you're sitting there with a double-barrel shotgun and loading 20 fucking shells into somebody's face.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's an RPG because
So
it's level
you're-
scaled.
So
I don't have that problem because I have a power fist that does 250 damage.
I think they ruined like fucking energy weapons or whatever. Even if you get early on, it just does no damage. Like literally, the guns almost do no damage. It feels like there's no like the minigun was horribly ruined. I don't know what the fuck they were thinking with the minigun.
the minigun, I couldn't. Okay, before I had that balance installed, I was playing on survival, and I grabbed the minigun. I was like, okay, you know, this is supposed to be that all-powerful weapon. Let's test it out because you know I had fun with it in the first game, in the second game, you know. So I wanted to try it out. I start shooting it. Okay, you know, kills raiders, great. And then this Deathclaw comes out, and I unloaded over. I can't remember. Isn't there like around 1,000 rounds that you end up getting? I spent at least like 700. And this Deathclaw's health only went down a little bit. A little bit.
Oh my god.
Dear God.
And that's what stealth.
And
Tommy
minigun-
gun is weird.
And miniguns actually fire some pretty big rounds. I mean, even a Deathclaw with the resilient skin that the lore says it has,
Yeah.
they're not going to be able to stand up to that many bullets going through its chest. Not a bit. That would tear it to mincemeat. You would think, anyway.
You would
The rate
think.
of fire of it, the amount of rounds coming out.
Mm-hmm. You're talking about a gun that can spit out anywhere from 10 to 25 rounds a minute, possibly per second if you increase the motor speed. So something like that, it would turn a normal human into red paste within seconds. But somehow a Deathclaw on the highest difficulty, they bounce off of them like rubber darts.
Is anyone else confused by the sounds that the laser weapons make?
Oh, like the pup pup pup.
It doesn't sound like a laser at all.
There's a mod to make them go pew pew.
Of course.
Yeah, I've seen that one. It's actually more fitting. But I guess the pup pup sound is probably something that id Software came up with, because you're essentially talking about a sharp increase in temperature, kind of like, and a snap of sound, kind of like a thunderclap. That might have been what their idea was.
My
But
question is
Any concerns
Bethesda
are
gonna-
in this game?
Yeah, my question is, are the same designers going to help design Doom 4? I hope not.
Actually, I'm pretty sure it's the same guys because if you compare footage from Fallout 4 to Doom 4, it's almost note for note. The gun reloading is almost exactly the same, including the shotgun.
Doom 4 is going to be shit regardless.
Well, Doom 4's screwed.
I think it was going to be shit the moment I seen it. I didn't even. What the fuck were they? Who were we fighting demons again? Because they didn't even look like any of the iconic demons that I know of, except for a few.
Well, when you take things out of sprites and move them into 3D models, it's going to be difficult to make them look like the old style. But the problem
just need
with
to have
Doom
good
4,
artists, but the AAA industry is just full of fucking retards.
Yeah, the problem with Doom 4 also is because its software no longer has the two Romeros working for them. There's no John, and there's no John Romero, and there's no John Carmack anymore. And with those two guys gone, it's going to be most of the core of the game is already gone to begin with.
Well, that's not
why
like
did
they were.
Yeah,
They're gonna try.
Why did they
they're
leave?
going to try, but darned it if they're going to fail.
Daikatana.
It won't be Daikatana levels of bad. It's going to be.
Yeah, but I mean, Romero made Daikatana. He was responsible.
Well, just before
Well, at the very least,
before
John
you
Romero's
knock
not gonna try to
out
make
John
this
Romero,
image.
remember that his hand is also in Deus Ex, so there's that.
Yeah.
Well,
Why
Yeah,
did they
I'll give
leave?
him a lot
Though?
of I'll give him some credit for that, for coming up with the studio that gave us Deus Ex. But at the same time, him being a really big ideas guy for Doom, if he's not there, this whole thing is going to feel like sludge, and it's going to be a chore to play through.
and they just
it's
need
worse.
smart people to work on it, but they can because of the AAA gaming industry.
Well, also that you remember the when they hid the footage about a year ago, and then they finally dropped it this year, and it's pretty much ripped right from Brutal Doom. It makes me wonder, what exactly were they hiding all that time? Was it just that footage? And if so, that's pretty telling about how much faith they have in this product.
It was so weird to me. The guy at the beginning of the video, he puts on a helmet, and I'm like, "Ooh, that's immersive," and such, and then it just goes away now, man. I'm like, why even show that then?
Well, it's the same thing in Titanfall. When you get inside the Titan, it has those little screens that show.
Well, that looks cool, but
you can still see the lines, which is kind of neat. But yeah,
but
with
in
the
Doom 4
helmet,
you can't.
yeah, but with the helmet HUD in this game, it just pretty much vanishes. Like it auto adjusts your field of vision.
Yeah, it seems.
Oh yeah, the FOV is like 60.
Say that again.
The FOV is like 60 or something, right? It's so
Oh
fucking.
boy.
I thought it was around 55 or something because I remember I went into the files and I had to change it myself manually. Even despite changing it to a 90 field of view, it still looks like I'm face fucking the gun. Like
Why
the gun.
would you even play it?
Because I was trying to, get my own opinion of it, so that way, whenever we do something like this, I'd be able to have some ammunition. Doesn't hurt.
It's
No,
just
I-
indicative of the gaming industry. They'd much rather, instead of paying a decent programmer or an artist $60,000 a year, they'd rather get an intern lesbian space dragon $30,000 a year. And that's what you get him for.
Actually, that sums up. Oh God, what was the studio that did Gone Home? That sums them up pretty well. That sums them up very, very well.
Some San Francisco clique.
A lot of game dev studios are based in California, especially around San Francisco. Sad, really, because that used to be a beautiful city.
I went to San Francisco, and I just went to San Francisco, and I can confirm that it's kind of a dump there.
Yeah, especially the paint they've been putting on the walls of some of the anti-urinal paint. It's like it's gotten so bad they're using that.
Oh God, the homeless people. My mother's boyfriend got his bike stolen. They hawk bikes there like crazy. Hell, I was on the train. Hell, I was on the train and I saw a bum chop shop underneath the train tracks.
What?
The police just let them do whatever they want down there.
Yeah. If you want to go to a city full of homosexual drug addicts, go to Seattle. It's much better.
Hey, I live near Seattle. It's not.
I love Seattle. I'm not knocking down homosexual drug addicts. I'm just knocking San Francisco.
I haven't been to Austin in a long time, so I can't confirm if my state capital is that way. But I wouldn't put it past him.
No, Austin's weird enough still. Austin's still
Yeah.
Texas.
Yeah.
Okay, to get back on topic, why would anyone give a shit about fucking Doritos and Dew awards?
That's a thing.
Hear about those?
That's how I get my
Video
diabetes.
game awards.
I honestly didn't care about him for the longest time, and I
I
still
have no
don't care about him.
credibility.
It's the only reason why I watch him anymore is just to get a giggle.
Yeah,
out of
that's.
some of the stuff.
Oh my
that
god,
comes
the
out.
VGX awards! It's so. I wish they fucked up that badly again. It was amazing.
Oh man.
The
Just,
Fulbright Company. That's the
So,
company that.
why do people listen to Tumblr? That's the real question on my mind. Does Tumblr make up the vast majority of games nowadays, or what gamers are nowadays? I don't know.
And it's just they're struggling to find relevance.
Well, the thing is,
Too
the
big
way
for the britches, so they're going all like, "Oh, we need to be adult, and we have to move the medium forward." When they didn't realize that already happened in the '90s, and they bombed it back to oblivion.
Could you imagine if that was what happened to The Witcher? Like, imagine just random transgender black people, like, fucking just running around everywhere, right? And then there was, like, a matriarchy. Like, that's pretty much what The Witcher would become.
The next Witcher game needs this fat protagonist swinging swords around.
maybe
Yeah,
yeah.
every time
Maybe
you
like,
No more body shaming.
Yeah,
Maybe
and
gonna
if you
take,
walk into a city, you see a character over sitting on a bench mansplaining, and they get a ticket or something.
oh jeez. You know that
Actually, I like the fact in Fallout 4 that you can be an obese man. It makes it so much a better game because I don't have to take life seriously anymore or anything.
although it makes you wonder.
My lady.
It makes you wonder how exactly a guy who looks like he weighs 250 plus pounds, he can sprint for the same amount of time that somebody who's skinny as a beanpole.
Hey, look, this is a power fantasy, alright?
No, I'm sorry. I roleplayed. I tried to roleplay. I might if they release some mods, but as a 300-pound Canadian dude named Rousdower,
Yeah, you didn't call him fortune.
and he doesn't care about the wasteland. He doesn't care about the Brotherhood of Steel. All he cares about is make sure he has electricity so he can refrigerate his beer. All of his quests are to refrigerate his beer.
I wonder if there's beer on the moon.
Oh man.
That's gonna become a DLC. Mark my words.
The Rouse Hour DLC, I'd buy it.
No, what's what's probably going to become a DLC? The restored role-playing options DLC.
The Enclave, the Enclave aliens.
I
Yeah.
don't think
more
it's-
building shit.
You're,
The
I
Minecraft
hope
building. Yeah, more building stuff.
The
Just
Sims,
like
the Sims 4, I mean, Fallout 4 DLC.
Yeah, but there's probably going to be a DLC involving the Enclave. Then there's going to be another DLC involving like the aliens.
Try not to give them any more ideas.
DLC
Or
where
like,
you go to an island and you meet the first Vault Dweller.
or you
And he
find
absorbs vertebrate souls.
or you go underground to the Mojave. Underground to the Mojave.
Yeah,
no,
the ancient alien city.
Bethesda would never acknowledge New Vegas.
Man, I can't believe that they went that far as to do that.
With Cabot House, that was fucking retarded. Let's talk about Cabot House.
Oh, yes, please do.
Please.
All
I
right,
guess they
so
looked at Fallout 2 and were like, we can go away crazy.
yeah, so apparently they like took something from Fallout 1 with the Master and then made it incredibly retarded.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh, they looked at Mothership Zeta 2 and knew how everybody hated that and how everyone loved New Vegas, and I think at the same time, I wonder how we can make a DLC, how we can make an idea that's worse and at the same time piss off fans of New Vegas.
Wow.
I don't know. I think they just thought they were being clever.
yeah, you too. Remember back in when Mr. Matty made that one video where he talked about aliens and space battles in a future DLC?
Yeah.
Are they trying to
Yeah,
make
I've seen that.
I remember when I commented and said that would be the most fucking retarded thing I could imagine being a Fallout game. So we're going outer space. So we're going into space now. So we're not even on Earth anymore. So is this really even a Fallout game at this juncture? If that would happen?
I mean, it's fair though. I'm playing Fallout 2 now, and there's ghosts and aliens and gangsters and all that kind of stuff. I mean,
Yeah,
it's
but those
better.
are all
Gotta give
cultural
them
references
some
or Easter eggs.
But they're not essential part of the plot, like, you know.
Fucking aliens.
Yeah.
They're not part of the lore.
I started
Yeah. They've always been jokes and Easter eggs for the longest time. Making it something that's actually part of the game Yeah, that's when you
Canon.
start. That's when you start realizing that Bethesda really were not sincere about what they said about not stepping on Black Isle's lore.
Did they actually say that?
Yep, they actually
Oh my
did.
God,
In the
I
the
tried
making of-
watching the Fallout 3 making of, and it just.
I mean,
made
we are talking about a guy who's the head of PR who doesn't want to talk about how realistic the wasteland is. So I mean,
Yeah, that's true.
Oh yeah,
Fucking-
our favorite pastime on the order now is trolling Pete Hines on Twitter.
Really.
Yeah.
I need to keep an eye open for you because the last argument that I got into with him when I asked him, I'm curious to know how streamlining fits in with a role-playing game like The Elder Scrolls or Fallout, and he just answered back to me, "Well, you don't understand how games are made." Well, buddy, why don't you tell us? You're so skilled in this, you know so much. Why don't you say something?
Argument of authority
it's
fallacy.
like the Daisy fucking fanboys. Oh, you know nothing about game development. It doesn't matter. 3 years of alpha, 3 years of fucking kill yourself. Like,
Well,
seriously.
he's not a game developer. His
But it's just a beta. But it's just an alpha. But it just came
Yeah,
out.
who cares
But
about
it's not
everyone
patched yet.
No,
you're
you're
not DLC.
You're forgetting the best argument of all. If you think you do better, why don't you make a better game?
Yeah, the problem is that the people who work at Bethesda, they're not there because they're so good at their job. It's because they happen to be at a company that made a certain game and it made a ton of money, and now they've kind of failed upward.
They kind
They
of
don't know
give a
what they're
fuck
talking
about.
about.
They don't care about the quality among like. Let's make a huge world and make random dungeons everywhere because everyone wants to do that on repetition. That's fun.
To us, post-apocalypse is a guy on a Brahmin in power armor shooting people with plasma rockets.
It's what ruined pen and paper role playing shit. It's what ruined RPGs because everyone thinks that that's a good idea to look up to. Who gives a shit about a story if you can go down a dungeon 3 times in a row and kill a bunch of Draugrs or whatever the fuck it is?
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you guys notice that open world games where they could be very successful like GTA, but they were still
like
big
The
original
Witcher?
no one did them, and then Skyrim came out, and then everything was open world.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but The Witcher did it right? The Witcher did it right. Yeah, it had the contracts or whatever, but you also had a bunch of side quests and then you had the main story. It wasn't a shitty ass. Let's run around and do fuck all. Asshole.
You know, I think
Controller.
The Witcher 3 is responsible for a lot of negative criticisms for Fallout 4 because it really raised the bar.
Mhm.
The
Well,
CD
that's
Projekt
what
Red
it-
usurped.
Fucking
Bethesda.
soft magic, man.
Well, a good company should elevate what they do. A terrible
Yeah.
company regresses and takes away from what they've done before.
Yeah, the only progression Fallout 4 made is more useless features.
Yeah, like building
Or
a
gimmicks.
base, or like I don't know, like having
Stuff
shitty
that's
romances
all the
that are
stuff that's
incompatible and
disconnected from each
meaningless.
I mean,
You know how in our previous games you could do a lot of stuff? Now we've got more stuff for you to do. Buy it now, $60.
So you see, they want that endless questing. So they say, here you go. We
Fucking
have
Radiant
endless quests.
Quest, oh my God.
Okay.
Oh god.
What's the catch to these endless quests? Okay, the catch to these endless quests are the Radiant. So if you would like to kill ghouls down in this settlement, go right ahead. Or we can slightly switch it up because it's different and allow you to kill gunners, which are basically just reskinned.
You have to
Radiant.
save. You should have to save our helpless little village from these ghouls, and then you look on your map, and it's like all the way across the fucking
All
lake.
the way,
It's
like,
wait,
okay,
what?
are you talking about?
It makes you wonder. It makes you wonder if the ghouls are coming from there. One, how do they know that? And two, why are they trekking all the way across the wasteland for that one settlement when there's at least 10 on the way that can do just as well?
They have really, really specific grudges.
You know, the
Yeah.
one thing I want to know is the
Because-
ghouls. Okay, there's the ghouls down there. This one particular house. Okay, I don't know if anyone knows what I'm talking about. You have to talk to these people in the middle of the ocean in like an island, and you have to go over to this creaky house that's would be abandoned if there wasn't these ghouls. And the thing is, there is no food. These ghouls have been inside of the basement for God knows how long. Must have been since before the war, because I even looked up some messages and shit. You know, stuff they wrote. They were talking about, you know, the war's happening and stuff. Some of the people of our family have become feral, so I'm just gonna lock them in the basement. And these people are still alive in here. There's no food. There are no crops, and if there is, there's like 1 or 2 crops there. That's not gonna feed a whole family, and there's no livestock.
Hey, if little
Because
Billy
ghouls are
can
magic.
survive,
Science is
yeah,
magic now.
yeah, if little Billy can survive 200 years in a refrigerator, I think the other ghouls can survive without food as well.
being locked inside of a basement without any food, or they're feral and they don't really know anything. But no, it's okay, because apparently this guy who was turning into a ghoul was a ghoul whisperer. He could talk to the ghoul. They didn't attack him, and he was trying to teach them things. Okay, so but when we go, they automatically attack us. Right, their brains are rotted out and everything, so they can somehow still determine that's a ghoul. He's okay. Do
you guys remember the ghoul mask from Fallout 3?
Oh yeah.
Freddy Krueger mask.
No, it's just absolutely ridiculous. I mean, granted, there were death claws and talking death claws in the second game instead of Vault 13, but it wasn't like it was aliens that came from outer space to help instigate a war between China and Americans. It's
Yeah, never mind. They look like the most stereotypical bland, shitty aliens.
I think that is so forced. Something like that is so forced to.
Yeah, contrived. Yeah, it makes no fucking sense, and it should have no place. Like, I mean, it's retarded.
But it's 50s sci-fi wacky.
I mean, if they were to put something on the moon, try to pull a Wolfenstein New Order and put it on the moon, it wouldn't be the wasteland anymore, and the DLC would be pointless. Maybe that's just me, and I'm cynical, all the other shit. But I think that's utterly pointless to do a DLC if they do something like that. Have anything to do with aliens. References are perfectly fine, but if you're going to sit there and say they're canon...
It's telling of what Bethesda thinks their audience wants when Fallout 3 is already almost not even an RPG, and then they think, oh, this is what people want. They want a silly RPG, a silly DLC that doesn't respect the lore, and it's just a corridor shooter kind of deal.
Well, this is what happens when people who never cared about an intellectual property to begin with get their hands on it, because it goes down the drain simply because the people who are making it, they never had the passion of the original creators.
Yeah, because Skyrim was very respectful of the Elder Scrolls lore.
Well, look, the way that Bethesda sees it, they see it as a cash cow. They throw all the money they can because they have the funds, and they end up getting a hold of it because the people who love this franchise, we can try to make them familiar with things that don't make any sense and a setting that looks so trashed compared to, say, Fallout 2, that actually had places going for, Vault City or NCR Town. They had guards and everything. The stuff in Fallout 3, you don't have that kind of stuff. You have people running around drinking irradiated water somehow.
Well, Fallout 3 read like a bad Fallout fanfiction.
Yeah, very bad.
Say that again.
And then they all walked across the country.
And this being 200 years after the war, again, some of us mentioned this during the last podcast, it makes you wonder exactly how these pockets of radiation still left, and how have these people not picked better places to live after many, many, many decades of living out in this wasteland and understanding what kind of dangers are out there.
Well, Scrap is waiting around 200 years for you to scrap it.
Yeah.
And
You're the Messiah.
Forget about those ancient locks too. Those safes that are right behind those dumb super mutants in Fallout 4.
Chosen one.
It's right there. No worries. They're too stupid in order to open them. Remember that? They have to flanderize one simple little, feature about them and turn them into complete dumb brutes.
The other thing about locks, though, this always baffles me when you're going inside the historical building to save the Minutemen early on. Why don't they just take a sledgehammer to that gate and break the gate down? Yeah. It's not that thick. You can possibly get a set of wire cutters or something that's warm and cut through that chain link. It's not that difficult. And
there's absolutely no suspension of disbelief in Fallout 4.
Then
worse than in Fallout 3. It's amazing how terrible it is.
It reminds me of something else that Bethesda used to do. Do you guys remember Daggerfall? When you had a big enough weapon, you could actually bash doors down and break rocks.
Oh, Daggerfall had some awesome features. I haven't really played it. But.
I don't know why they got rid of that in Morrowind, because that's a pretty easy way to break down a wood door. It'll cause noise. It'll make the guards come running, but it's nice to break down a door if you don't have the keys to get in.
You see, it's a different choice. They give you multiple ways to get inside of there, depending on what the stats are at. Like, with Fallout 4, what they could have done is if you have high enough strength, because I know in Fallout 2, if you go inside of Vault 8, they have those areas that you can't get inside of unless you have like a crowbar and you have a high enough strength. And they don't do anything of the sort like that at all. All the locks.
Bethesda's very afraid of locking things off for players. They don't want people to go like, nah, I couldn't access this in my playthrough.
Yeah, that's what a lot of people were pissed off about. A lot of the Bethesda fans were pissed off about with New Vegas.
That's why they allowed polygamy into their fucking shit.
Oh, that was just lazy programming. That was just laziness, pure laziness.
That's the downside of a company that says we want to say yes to the player as much as we can, because that means no instance like in Vampire the Masquerade, where if you do something completely stupid, like give the amulet to Jeanette before you talk to her sister, you fail the quest that's associated with it.
I thought what happened was if you didn't give, if you give it to her, okay, I'm not gonna spoil anything, but like something else happens. But it's still like it still results in kind of the same thing, but it's kind of different. Like it's different, like depending on who's technically your enemy or whatever. Because you didn't know who she was. Like you didn't know the real fact or whatever, what was going on. You know, the big ass plot twist that was gonna come.
Oh yeah.
I think I heard at some point that Bethesda doesn't use design documents. They don't really plot everything out beforehand.
They just go along.
Yeah.
That would kind of explain their design mentality, that all their games are redesigned instead of designed from the ground up or with a background.
Yeah, did you guys also see the one where they walk around in the building and show them around, and then there's the design room they have no tables, they don't sit down, you just have a whiteboard, and they're like, yeah, we want to stay on our feet and keep it quick and snappy, so they don't like to sit down and think.
Yeah, that seems weird. Unless they have like a secret room where they go to sleep when they don't feel like working.
Yeah, it makes sense for a developer that's trying to appeal to frat boys and such.
Oh yeah, well, that's what Bethesda was trying to appeal to with Fallout 4.
Wasn't there an article somewhere where it's kind of unrelated, but BioWare said we want the Call of Duty audience?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I heard
they did say that.
Yeah.
Wait, when was that?
How are you even going to do that?
3. And look what a clusterfuck Mass Effect 3 turned out to be.
Yeah, 3 turned into a game where gunplay and role playing cannot happen in the same room.
Yeah.
It's not segmented.
It doesn't even make sense from a business perspective. Like, we're going to make our RPG product and make it appeal to dude bro shooter fans? I mean, how would you even do that without losing both audiences?
That makes no sense. I've never understood that philosophy or appeal towards, like, okay, you're an RPG developer. You should be, first and foremost, making a game with a good story and appealing to the RPG audience. Why the fuck would you try to change the formula to make it to some retarded, like, quasi, like, shooter-esque shit? Like, it doesn't make any fucking sense.
It's because the people who run a lot of these companies, they don't have good business sense to begin with.
Well, maybe they have good business sense, but they don't know games. They're just like, we have to make a franchise, and we have to kill God of War, and we have to kill Call of Duty. Kill it, kill it.
It's possible, but when it comes to
business,
when it comes to business decisions like that, the consolidation of genres into stuff that's been established as another genre, it's the kind of thing that's not only a design decision, it's also a managerial and a business decision. So even if these guys are just programmers and not really businessmen, you'd think they'd catch on pretty quick that that's not a good idea. And you'd think also they'd pay attention to industry trends and how their fans would react to something like this.
They've been working on this stuff. They've been programming for over a decade, and you'd expect a lot more from people like this. You'd expect them to be able to do a hell of a lot better of a job than somebody who just started in the market. Better than even indie developers. But then indie developers end up making these games that are so much better than what these AAA developers can make, because they want to start at where the root of all these great games.
But if you look at purely the numbers, then it starts to make a lot more sense.
But
if you're looking purely at the numbers, that's where some of the justification starts to come from. Because these companies are still thinking big, and they spend so much money in these games that they have to do things that guarantee a return of profit.
That's why I love it when big games fail, like Rise.
Or Assassin's Creed Unity.
They couldn't even keep Greek and Roman myths apart. It's amazing.
Yeah,
They care to make
Rise was a disappointment. Although, for me, the disappointing thing being an Xbox One owner, and this I will forever hate about modern gaming, is I'm trying to play Sniper Elite 3 on my console right now. It still has to download 25 gigabytes of information from the internet.
Wow.
Everything that was good about consoles is just been hammered out because piracy and this and that.
Yeah.
You can't even do split screen anymore.
And the worst thing about Sniper Elite 3 right now, it's got the campaign up and running, but I can't get past when I get to the second mission, right as soon as I get started, it's like, nope, not everything's loaded. You gotta wait. I can't even go to the shooting range. I can't go to the extras menu. Nothing until.
But otherwise, we have to make that sacrifice to get all those nice particle effects.
Yeah, those particle effects are going to tank your system no matter how you want to scrape it. And actually, fun little factoid that the ketchup mod and Russian overkill combo that I told you guys about earlier. Here's a fun little thing you can try. If you get your hands on the multi-grenade lobber, you'll know it when you see it because it looks like the missile launcher from what is it? From Shadow Warrior. It looks like the missile launcher from Shadow Warrior. If you shoot the little electric stun bolt and lock somebody in place with the ketchup mod, try looking at all those little blood particles out on the ground and watch your frame rate. It hit 2 when I did it with mine. That's how much those particle effects will eat away at your frame rate. And I can run it at a very steady 180 frames a second with that mod running. So, yeah, particle effects may look nice, but like many other things, they were going to chew up your RAM, and they're going to chew up your VRAM.
Mm.
Yeah. It ain't worth it. It ain't worth it sometimes.
It's graphics whoring it really annoys me because Fallout 4, I think it looks decent enough, and then everyone really hates on the graphics, and I'm like, come on, do you want Bethesda to put more strain on this fucking engine, get even worse performance?
Well, it's because the PlayStation 4 and the Xbox One, if you look at how they were made not to be extremely powerful or to handle things that were coming within the next 3-4 years. They were made to turn a profit not only on the console but also on the game sales. And that wasn't the case with the 360 and the PS3. They were all very expensive systems that cost money for each one that was made.
Yeah, the price on release day is a big deal, and they have to balance like cost and manufacturing cost and performance, and you just end up with a crappy PC.
Mm-hmm. Well, I would have taken the system that I currently have right now. It's about 850. Runs everything butter smooth that I could really want. If I had if there was an Xbox One decked out with what I have right now for about $500, just that, I would have paid for that no problem, because then I would have known that I had quality on my side. But with this, I'm still playing stuff like Warriors Orochi 3 and Killer Instinct. Gorgeous games though they may be, they are not system pushers, not by a long shot.
No, I wouldn't.
Yeah, it's also these new consoles. They don't even have the like PS4 has Bloodborne, which sells.
Oh, Bloodborne is ridiculously long loading times.
They don't have the killer apps anymore. Like Xbox One, what exclusive does it have? Like, for what would you buy an Xbox One?
I mean, especially if
there's a couple of exclusives that I got the Xbox One specifically for. Killer Instinct was one, the Rare Replay was another, and Forza 6 was the third. I love the Forza series, but I was not a big fan of 5.
The Rare Pack thing, that was a good idea.
Mm-hmm. Although, a bit of a heads up for everybody who's going to be buying this thing, at least 24 of the games are contained on a launcher. The other 6, like Nuts and Bolts and the original Banjo-Kazooie and Banjo-Tooie, they're all arcade unlocks. So if it exists on the Xbox 360 already, that's how you're going to get it. If it's on the original Xbox, it's likely going to load from the launcher. But it still runs really nice, and playing Banjo-Kazooie on my Xbox One, so much nostalgia. I miss that old game so much.
No, I never had a console, so it doesn't. I don't have that. I get what you mean. I used to play floppy games
recommend
and
holding off. I made this mistake getting the one. Although the games I have currently, like Warriors Orochi 3, they're tiding me over and they're doing pretty well. So, recommendation here: only get a next-gen system when there are 5 games that you want, and I mean really want, that you can get for the console before you get it.
By the way, it's called the X-Bone.
Yeah. Whichever one. I mean, if you're finding more exclusives on the PlayStation 4 that you like, get that instead. The only reason I'd get the PlayStation 4 now is to play Samurai Warriors 4, because I can't play it on the PC without using Steam.
The name Xbox One, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, no, it doesn't. You'd think they'd call it the Xbox 720, and I was hoping it would be.
I read some 4chan post or something like some insider thing. It probably was just fake. Like some executive was like, "Please don't call it the Xbox One. They're going to call it the Xbox. It's going to be marked for it." But they did it anyway. And I lost my job.
Actually, speaking of weird names, the Xbox 720. Here's something I've always wondered about this console. There's something I've always wondered about this console. Why do they keep? Hey, Benjamin, welcome back.
Hi-yo.
Hello.
He lost connection for a second. His internet kicked him out.
That's shameful.
What I was about to say was, speaking of the Xbox 720, I really wish that some of these games would get a downgrade back to 720p instead of trying to stick 900p. It makes no stinking sense to me.
I think they could do 1080p if they had, for one, good programmers, and for two, they didn't try to shove a bunch of bloom and shit in there to make it look nice.
Well, the 1080p is very much achievable with what the Xbox One has. It's just slightly underpowered versus what I have on my computer right now.
Yeah, it's like you can have either 1080p or with shit FPS, or you can have 60 FPS and shit resolution.
Well, you can't.
I'd rather have the low resolution and good frame rate than a ridiculously high resolution. Because even with the monitor I have right now, I can only tell it's 720 or 1080p if I set the resolution myself. Otherwise, it's just, if the game runs like garbage, I'm going to be asking what's going on here, not worrying about the frame rate.
Yeah, I get you. Yeah, with fast-paced games, you really need a high FPS. Dark Souls, for instance, so if that goes down, my skill goes down with it.
Yep. And Just Cause 3 was a really bad case of that. If you guys have heard the stories about the frame rate drops when there's big explosions.
I haven't heard that.
I saw that with the... I actually had to test this out to see how slow the frame rate got. It tanked. It actually went into really slow-mo when I was doing one of the giant explosion side missions. The minute that thing went off, my screen went from about 30 frames to about 15, 14 frames.
Good
and
Lord.
It was running in slow motion to compensate for it. So I guess that was kind of nice. Joys of being an Xbox One owner. Not that I mind. I like this system for what it does. I love the fact that it actually has a built-in DVR feature. But there's a bit of a problem. It maxes out at 5 gigs of RAM usability. The other 7, I don't know what they're useful for.
I only have a Fallout 3 because I got a PlayStation 3. I mean, I'm sorry. And I don't really play games on it. I just use it to play Blu-rays.
Well, it's a good Blu-ray player. No surprise.
Glorified Blu-ray player, huh?
Yeah.
There's a couple of games on the PlayStation 3 that make it well worth getting the system for. But I can't name any off the top of my head.
Demon Souls, Shadow of the Colossus, Red Dead Redemption.
Just don't get the Silent Hill HD collection.
Yeah, I saw the comparisons. It totally neutered it.
Well, it's not that it was neutered. They actually improved the graphical fidelity that caused the need for the fog. So now you can see the level loading in beyond the fog.
Yeah,
it's really weird.
Yeah. Yeah, but for what it's worth, I thought the particle effect in Fallout 4 pretty nice.
Yeah, they're kind of okay. Although I'm still every once in a while watching A+ Starts Fallout 4 glitch video just to see some of the stuff that he's found.
The donkey video was amazing.
Yeah, did you see the Barrel Man one, or did you manage to get that to work?
I didn't see that.
Essentially, you just take a body and as well as you can stick it into a barrel head first. The physics engine starts freaking out.
You can also put garbage cans on people, and then you can repeat the bucket trick from Skyrim, right? You can just steal everything.
Is anyone else having massive problems with connecting to Google today?
I don't know.
No, I think it's just you, man.
I think my internet is like hell bent on me not being here.
Google hates you specifically.
Hey, middle-aged werewolf guy, what's your name again?
Oh, are you talking about me?
Yeah, you.
It's actually Agent BJ09 from the forums, but because I had to start this thing up from my Google account, it goes to Chibi 1986.
Which is a very weird name.
Well,
the reason why I
picked Age of Decadence right now. That's really what I wanted to say. This is a true CRPG in all the sense. It's got none of the fluff of normal fantasy RPGs. It's all hardcore numbers. All of the exposition is done, not for lore's sake, but to basically continue the plot forward and make choices during dialogue interactions.
Nice.
The Dopamine Cleric has a massive boner right now.
Yes.
Only making me more interested in getting that game.
Lots of numbers, eh? If I wanted lots of numbers, I'd be playing NetHack, which I usually do.
I'm going to link the trailer, which is the best trailer ever made.
All right.
Go ahead and do it. I love how they did the weapons in this game. Every single class of weapons is done accurately. It's almost kind of realistic.
There you go.
For example, spears have an attack in two tiles instead of one, etc., etc. So you can make a spear character and basically get one-hit kills on people if you level it right, but you'll be completely useless outside of combat. And the game actually scorns you for going into combat because it's so violent and over so quickly, and your wounds don't instantly heal. You can get permanently scarred.
I love this trailer. It's the best trailer ever.
I remember seeing something like that in Hard West as well. Some of the injuries that you get, it's a detriment at first, but it'll eventually give you a buff after a couple of missions pass. Kind of like that.
No, I haven't seen a bonus yet.
Wow, that's a lot of numbers there. I like that.
Did you guys also? Did you see that in the new Torment game that's coming up? You can die in the first dialogue window.
Really?
Yeah. It's amazing.
That sounds kind of neat.
Yeah. They're really sticking to the spirit of Torment.
Yeah, the character I made in Age of Decadence is basically a Fremen in a medieval.
Alright, I know this is a bit off topic, but has anyone in here been called a closeted racist?
No.
I've been
I'm an open racist.
Yeah.
I've just been called a racist one time, and I've been like, no, I'm not a racist. I hate everybody equally. And I think we should all own one.
I was watching this video where these kids put either put a pillowcase over the top of their head and they somehow look like the KKK or something. I don't know. The blacks are getting all rustled, and even though they don't even have robes, it looks fucking retarded, and there's no context to it. So I asked, okay, so before we start vilifying people, can we get some context on what the fuck they were doing? And it's the usual shit, you're a closeted racist and so on and so forth.
Did you guys see the videos of
funny?
What was the Ubisoft game, the modern day Assassin's Creed, Watch Dogs? People just go around like atheist, boom, Muslim, boom. I love it.
Oh yeah,
I haven't seen that.
Oh shit! You remember that dilemma happened where there was this randomly generated NPC and it looked like Trayvon Martin, and then fucking retards on TYT went off their shit. Oh, that was so fucking hilarious.
Actually, the top player on what was it? The Wings of Glory game, the free-to-play one, Combat Flight Simulator, was Zimmerman, whatever his name was.
George Zimmerman.
Oh, like how they did that. And that reminds me of another instance. Remember when Mountain Dew was having that campaign and people voted for Hitler did nothing wrong?
Yeah.
Oh man.
Oh,
I vaguely remember that, but I gotta hear this. Continue.
Yeah, like they were holding some contest about Mountain Dew, like renaming it like a specific type of Mountain Dew, and like Hitler did nothing wrong was like the most top voted one, and they decided not to go with it.
Yeah, it all goes well enough until 4chan gets me into it.
Yeah. Does anyone remember when people were accusing GTA 5 of racial profiling? And I was just like, what? That's the point.
What aren't they accusing GTA of?
Racial profiling.
That's
That certain
pretty much.
No, but I mean, what aren't they?
The game theorists actually
GTA.
tackled that.
The social justice warriors hate GTA. The moral Christians hate GTA. The media makes juicy stories out of it, and it sells like fucking hotcakes.
Yeah,
Jack
since
Thompson
they-
hates
because of
GTA.
that.
Yeah, Anita Sarkeesian hates GTA. What else?
GTA hates Nina Sarkeesian.
Nina Sarkeesian hates Fallout New Vegas. She hates everything. Everything is sexist.
Did you guys see the tweets about if you play Fallout 4 you're gonna get some gendered remarks from these raiders? Watch out, you guys.
She doesn't like.
This bloody post-apocalyptic hellscape is totally sexist, you guys.
Oh no, because she has to keep bringing attention to a shitty game. Yeah, right.
Like, yeah, the
Denise
game's
Sarkeesian-
already shit.
Did Anita Sarkeesian just not play Fallout New Vegas Lonesome Road? You can nuke misogynists.
She
Hell,
hasn't
Fallout
played
New
any
Vegas-
games. For
Hell, Fallout New Vegas, the main villains are misogynists.
There still isn't any proof of Sarkeesian ever having played a video game.
No.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
she
just,
has-
She did a live stream where it was someone else playing and she was commenting.
I've
She's
played
commenting
many
on the walking animation is sexist because the hips swing too wide.
Also, has she ever played any? Also, has she ever like done any video games in which she had to play a character that wasn't a female? I've played many games which none of which the characters were male, and I love those games. Hell,
You've got video games where you play as a blue fucking alien robot cyborg, whatever the fuck. It's like you can still, if it's well written, you can still, place yourself in that character.
Well, just whatever you do, never go on college campuses because you're gonna get prosted by the Black Lives Matter movement and how they hate white people and they don't want them to go to college.
I've never understood the whole Black Lives Matter thing. I think it should just be like all lives matter. That should be what it is.
Black Dog
Liberals.
Lives
Or
Matter.
are you trying to tell us that black
Liberals!
people and white people are the same? What? White people aren't the same. They're the
There's a
fucking
guy who's
devil.
already
They're
taken
white
over
devil.
the All Lives Matter movement. What was his name again? $1 Million Extreme. What's his name? Akratus?
Sam Hyde.
Hang on, I had lost connection for a minute. Did the call get cut off?
Nope.
Nope.
No.
We're still here.
He did on a little bit of lag,
Loot.
though.
All right.
Okay. I missed a couple of minutes.
Missed a couple of.
Yeah.
Sounds like Longbow pushing Castle there.
True or false? True or false? You're full of excuses. A little in joke there. The only dopamine and me get.
Are you there?
I'll have to
middle-aged
watch.
guy?
Yeah, if you're a white male and you have a penis and you
You
look
need
at
to
your
stop
penis, I'm
talking
not embarrassed. Yeah.
cisgender white supremacists.
Yeah, white supremacy.
Can I just buy some soft panties without anybody giving me shit over it?
The
Closeted racist.
Closeted racist is racist. Does that mean like you're a gay racist?
still on that topic.
Yeah.
No, I retarded too. I don't understand. Like, how can you be like subconsciously racist? That makes no sense. Either you believe that your race is superior or you're not. Like, it's pretty fucking clear.
It takes a lot
Uh,
of fucking nerve to say to someone, I know what you think in your subconscious.
Yeah, I know. It's very pretentious. Like, fucking kill yourself. Literally, fucking kill yourself.
Yeah, that's just.
Fucking
Yeah.
take the 9mm from your fucking cabinet and fucking pull the trigger.
I mean, you can have emotional racism. Like if you grew up with racist people, but you're not like logically racist. Like a black guy walks into a convenience store with the hoodie versus a white guy walks into a convenience store with the hoodie. You might for a second go, "That's fine,"
I'm perfectly
Nothing would
okay
happen.
with that.
Of course not. Why would I even think that?
But then you suddenly get like, oh no, that's not gonna be good. Oh, this is gonna be bad.
And that's not necessarily your fault. That's just the society that you grew up in. But you're working on it. You know, that's the difference. But closeted racist? Is there people who like actually like work at a place full of other people are like, I'm not racist. I secretly hate all of you.
Yeah, it's like, oh guys, I'm not racist. Proceed to like put on Tumblr anonymously and post about anti-racist shit. I don't know. It's like really retarded. I don't fucking get it.
I'm just over here in Europe going like, hey, look, America's burning.
I'm over here in Europe with only white people.
One of my colleagues is making it.
This is why I find Moon Man incredibly hilarious. I'm sorry.
You know, I'm playing Fallout 1 right now, and I'm at the... Sorry.
Chibi, you're getting really bad lag.
Yeah, I think
Yeah, we can't hear you.
Yeah,
he sounds like a poorly tuned, like, what do you call it? A poorly tuned organ.
that must be the Black Lives Matter movement trying to chime in.
Anyway, back to Fallout. I'm playing Fallout 1 right now, and God, the intro is just so much better.
I love it. I think it's
The lip sync is better. The lip sync is so much better.
We were doing lip sync better in '98.
Decapitate all people who criticize Fallout 1.
Hang on a second.
Yeah.
God, that's just I'm immediately. I hate using that word immersion, but I'm so immersed right now. The intro. After seeing Fallout 4's.
I think all Bethesda fanboys were dipped in the vats when they were young.
And it didn't even get the enhanced strength or the green skin or anything. They just got dumb.
Well, you have to have above average intelligence to even have a chance of coming out intelligent. So.
Actually, I think what's something the master said would really be good. Not even the forced evolutionary virus can help you.
Yeah. Not if you have low intelligence.
Yeah. You know, just the way he says it, like how disappointed he is.
I think there was a line of dialogue in Fallout 1 where you could, when you had low intelligence, and one of the actions it says, "Punch the tiny man in the face and steal his lunch money."
The fact that they even made it an option to write an entire game around a character that's mentally retarded is just amazing to me, and it's been matched.
Yeah.
Was anyone else surprised that Angry Joe showed Fallout 2 dialogue in his Fallout 4 review? It's like, whoa!
That actually did catch me by surprise.
Say what you want about Angry Joe. Yeah, say what you want about Angry Joe, as he's kind of spurgy, I guess you could say. Kind of dumb sometimes, like especially on his live streams. He makes really high-quality reviews for his games. He does lots of research.
The core gamer well.
Yeah.
He still gave Fallout 4 a really high rating, despite the fact that he lists a bunch of flaws. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
One thing I don't like is the fact that he'll go on about Battlefront 3. You know, about, oh, look at this. They have a prepared DLC and shit that you can buy before by pre-ordering it. But yet, when it comes to Fallout 4, they have the same thing, and you don't even know what the hell's going to be in there.
Well, I think because I was saying this before we even went live, that the thing I love about Bethesda is that they don't really do microtransactions. Their DLC is meaty, and you know that's the one. That's if you can say anything about Bethesda, it's that their DLC.
Horse memes.
Yeah, they tried to pull the horse armor thing once, and then they decided no, that's probably.
But then they did the whole paid mod thing. I don't know if that's gonna come back, but it might.
But Todd Howard and Pete Hines have said that there's not going to be any paid mods. If they did paid mods, again, people would be in a uproar. It went so badly the first time. I highly doubt they're ever going to try to do that again.
I'm waiting for the day EA starts charging for patches.
Oh,
Actually,
50 cents.
Actually, here's an interesting thing.
Dialogue or whatever.
Now I happen to wait for the moment that they release the GEC, and the moment they do that, they start pulling the paid mods thing on everything. They're like, oh, here's the GEC, but there's strings attached. Anybody who makes mods, we must sell them. Especially on consoles, we must pay.
The consoles.
Consoles will have to pay twice the amount.
Go ahead, Chibi.
Oh, I started lagging again, didn't I?
Yeah.
You sound like an
boy.
untuned organ.
I really need to watch. I can't figure out how to mute myself in here just so I can listen to the stream and see what's going on.
Top of the screen, there's two. If you mouse over, something appears. You can.
Let's see. And
But
there's another problem. Since I'm the host of the call, if I end up jumping out, this whole thing gets cut out. So I have no idea what to do. Jeez.
What you could do is just link the call to everybody in the chat, and we'll just redo everything, maybe.
If I cut the chat off, I'm actually going to have to start another one. Let's see. I might have... Yeah, I think that's... If I'm going to recover this whole thing and not sound like a busted organ, I may just have to restart this thing.
Sound okay
well,
to me.
well, I think you're coming in pretty fine right now, so...
Yeah, wait.
Well, me having the flu doesn't help if that's a factor.
No, it's not. But you sound better now.
You sound better. Yeah, you sound fine.
You gotta
Sound
be
better
more
than Fallout 4 voice acting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
I could probably put myself in Fallout 4 as a voice actor because I've got the way and range to do others.
Did you guys see the Oblivion voice acting where like a flub or whatever the term is for like a line that they did wrong that was still in the game? Like one of those ladies was like, "Oh, they broke into these buildings," and then she's like, "Oh no, that was bad. I gotta do it again." And she does it again.
They actually did that in Skyrim too. If you pick an Argonian when you're starting a new character, listen to Hadbar's dialogue, and here's the way he says it. Are you a relative of one of the Rift and Dock workers, Argonian? He doesn't pause between workers and Argonian, and he doesn't. It just keeps. It's like a run-on sentence. He forgets there's a comma there.
You know,
voice workers Argonian?
You know, speaking of voice acting like that, you know the first. If any of you played the first Mass Effect, if you, I'm trying to think of his name, Chelek or something like that. And you talk to him after giving him the reward, he'll sound normal at first, and then all of a sudden his voice completely changes. Now I need to get going. And it's like, that doesn't sound anything like he did just now. Like,
Same with this.
If he's
in Oblivion, that's
he's like here.
That happens all the time.
He's like, yo, you got the mods and everything like that. And he's like, good. Now I need to get out of here or something like that. And it's like what? Like you don't sound anything like that.
That happened also in Skyrim and the College of Winterhold, where one of the characters talked, and then when she talked again, when you asked her a question, she had a different voice actress.
Yeah, there's a lot of instances where there's no equalization between lines, where one person says something, and then all of a sudden it's a different pitch, a different range, or sometimes even a different volume. Really speaks to the level of quality in games these days, doesn't it?
Because who cares about quality assurance when you're already selling like 20 million units?
Yeah, point taken. Actually,
The unfortunate reality.
Before I got cut off before, there was something that crossed my mind during the last live stream, and I think I covered this before. The idea of paying for fixes, we came dangerously close to that with Fallout 4's paid mods, especially with the unofficial patches. If those things go behind a paywall, or Sky UI especially, that was behind a paywall for a little while, those are paid for fixes.
But it's up to the author, right? The author of the mod.
In a sense, yeah, and I think it's sometimes up to the user if they want to pay as well. But considering Sky UI is essential for so many mods, if that went behind a paywall for 5.0, then it would have been paying for fixes.
Yeah, the community would break down.
It would break everything that was attached to that. Like, you know, because there's mods that depend on it. If that's behind a paywall, you know, you can't.
And then of course, you're talking about sharing assets and scripting between different mods, like the FNIS mod. There was a problem with that one using assets from a different mod that the author said they didn't want to give to anybody who was going to use it for paid work. The whole thing with Chesco. I can't remember how the whole thing went, but they talked it out. Behind doors and squared things away. But that's another thing with paid mods is you got to confirm with everybody who made a mod that you're using, whose assets or resources you're using, if they're okay with you monetizing their work, and most times they won't be.
I think Bethesda should just put a donate button. That'd fix everything. If you wanted to pay, you could. If you didn't want to, you didn't have to.
Yeah, they have that on.
A donate button for most of the mods that I've found for Doom, like say Hellbound, Russian Overkill, Wrath of Kronos. I would gladly drop $5 to $10 to the guys who made those mods because they're so good. But for some reason, we can't do it, even though it's a Bethesda-owned property now.
What do you guys think of Sony announcing a Kickstarter at E3?
For Shenmue?
Yeah.
I hate them for that. I will forever hate them for that.
They already had the money, but they were like...
They already had the money. They already had a bit of funds to do it with, but the Kickstarter, it was pretty much there just to get the money back for the marketing campaign.
Yeah, this shows the amount of interest and it's like a gimmick. An extra free money.
As an old Shenmue fan, I was tearing my hair out when I saw that. I hated to see that. But I've still got Shenmue 1 and 2, so if 3 turns out to be a flop, I'll hate it for ruining Ryu's story, but not for tainting what came before.
I thought Shenmue was Sega.
Yeah, it was a Sega property. It bumped over to Microsoft for the second one to put it on the Xbox. It actually landed with Sony as of late, Sega AM2.
Yeah, it's just, you kind of got to be able to separate the good from the bad in your head. I mean, for me, Fallout 3 and Fallout 4 are just adventures in Radiation Land 1 and 2.
Mm-hmm. And Shenmue 1 and 2 are classic adventures to me. I've loved them for years, ever since I first owned my Dreamcast back in 2000.
Did you love operating the forklift for 2 hours?
That was kind of annoying, but I could see how it was part of the game. The really annoying bit was the final fight with that one guy who's always crouching really low like Golem, trying to hit him. He's an annoying little guy. But at least when you take care of him and the story gets close to finishing, that's when it feels more satisfying. But he's kind of like the short version of Shao Kahn, extremely annoying to hit. And even if you do nail him pretty well, it's not going to stagger him for long.
Anyway, should we go to the questions that we had for the podcast?
Yeah. Hang on a second. Let me go back to the opening post, and I'll read off the first one. I actually, Ranger, I didn't get any other questions to bring to this besides the ones that you had. So these are all going to be coming from you.
Oh, goody. I'm pretty sure I can think of some more.
All right. In that case, let me just throw a dart here. And since we got close to talking about this before, let's start with the critical contempt against dissenting voices. Our voices and the folks on Metacritic who are giving this low scores, that sort of thing. Let's start there.
You mean the reviews getting deleted by the fanboys, or like?
Bethesda?
Oh, not just that. We're talking about Ranger actually mentioned this to me as well. Critical contempt from people like Jim Sterling.
Oh yeah.
And Rooster Teeth.
Scores were being...
Or the people, I know, like, or the person who said like you're shitting on veterans or like equivalent by getting rid of the voice acting or whatever.
Uh-huh.
Oh no!
Like
it went along with the lines of if you're disrespecting the
voice acting.
The voice acting in the game by muting it, you're basically shitting on a veteran's grave in Veterans Day.
Like, can everyone still hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, we can still hear you.
Okay, good, because I kind of went off for a little bit.
Let's see. I know Rangers definitely got the Jim Sterling example in her head.
Wait, what did Jim Sterling say? That everyone who doesn't like it's a piece of shit or something?
Pretty much, yeah.
And
he went on a rant against people who rant about stuff. It was very...
Essentially, even though he tries to portray himself as somebody who's for individual opinion, he's very obviously not. You can see it in the way he behaves, and especially with the video that he made concerning the low scores, user scores of Fallout 4. It's pretty telling. But then again, I had suspicions about him for years, going all the way back to his Destructoid days.
So, did the video get downvoted or whatever, or is it like upvoted?
It's I'm pretty sure it got downvoted by a pretty considerable chunk who didn't take kindly to his opinions. I'm pretty sure it's up on YouTube though. Although, watch at a risk of your own sanity. I warn you all right now.
Yeah, I don't really follow Jim Sterling. I follow his Twitter, and that's it.
I've never even heard of him until this Fallout 4 debacle.
I know that Rooster Teeth also made a big video
Oh
about...
yeah, those fuckboys.
Yeah.
Oh,
They made a video pretty much saying that people who are giving low scores to
Or
Fallout
edgy.
4 just doing it to be edgy. It's like,
Yeah.
where did they
Well,
get
we're-
that?
Yeah, well, we're in their Pit Boys.
Oh, it's pretty obvious where their loyalties lie.
They're being
Yeah,
edgy
in the
themselves.
pocketbooks of the advertisers and the shareholders or whoever.
Yeah, they're being good. They're being good Bethesda sales boys and girls. That's what they're being.
Yeah, so pretty much on that cache, you had like a trendy hipster woman from Tumblr, probably, and then some two cuckold beta males who were just agreed with her after nothing to the discussion.
Wow.
That sounds like Tumblr. One person says something and everybody agrees with it, and if you don't, you're an asshole.
And
Sometimes
especially if it's a
God,
woman,
I
they'll
fucking
definitely
hate
agree
it.
with her because she's a woman. You know, it's like throwing hot dogs down. You know.
Yeah, it becomes an echo chamber or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah. Don't you guys ever agree with me? Please don't.
I disagree
Well-
with you.
Question me.
I'm not sure if I.
I disagree with you.
Well, you've got good opinions and views on things. I gladly agree with you.
Yeah, people should be treated as people. I noticed that I played EVE Online with my brother and in a big group, and then one girl came in, and then there's also another side to it where people are just like, oh my god, I love your voice. Oh, you should come by more often.
Yeah, I've had that happen too.
I was playing World of Warcraft and there was a guild and there was like everyone was like circle jerking over this girl and gave her like a lot of the gold or whatever. It was
Well, if you get a lot of
fucking
stuff out of it, then.
Yeah, if you have a vagina, you can make pretty good money just making a Twitch stream.
Oh no, you don't even need to. You just need to set up a Patreon account and claim that you were harassed.
Oh yes, the typical make yourself a victim.
Yeah,
Tumblr,
money.
yeah, Tumblr is all about victimization and gender superiority.
Gender confusion, actually.
And gender confusion. My brother's gay, and he and his boyfriend, rest his soul, he ended up getting killed in a car accident. They
Yikes.
used to, yeah. He was a nice kid, but they would make fun of Tumblr and social justice warriors all the time.
Yeah, you see that often where the people they're trying to protect are like, yeah, no thanks.
Yeah. Oh God, they would make fun of us all the time. It was
Well, the
hilarious.
people they're trying to protect, they usually see right through their garbage, and for good reason.
Yep.
It's like Tumblr's a concoction of autism and retardation.
Anyway, we're getting off topic.
Yeah, all about the
Let's
autism
see.
there.
Any other instances that you guys know of, say, somebody in a critical position, somebody in a reviewer position, talking down to those of us who have a dissenting opinion? Any of those come to mind?
Yeah.
It's so backwards because they're journalists. They're supposed to have the critical eye, and it's like the Mass Effect 3 situation was the epitome of that.
Oh, I remember that. Were they like saying like everyone who disliked it was like I don't know, like misogynist or something too? I can't, like, it was really retarded. Like,
No, I think it was also if you disagree, if you don't like Mass Effect 3, then you're
Entitled.
You're entitled.
Colin Moriarty said.
entitlement. Oh shit, those memes.
And you're compromising their artistic integrity.
It's so
Oh,
backwards
Oh,
because
that's so terrible.
these people have never heard of what a journalist is supposed to do. It's like journalists are supposed to uncover, the truth. They're supposed to be objective. In any other field, there's respectable journalists. Not all of them, but.
They're sticking up for them.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes you can be a journalist and be very subjective and have high personal opinions, but the problem is you have to first be objective before you can get to that
Then
level.
bring the subjective into it once you've listed the facts.
Yeah, I mean, you have to have a high quality of skill with writing to be able to do that. And everybody thinks they're Hunter S. Thompson, and they just, they're really bad at it.
Yeah, your first priority is still to inform people.
Mm-hmm. Hence, always bring the truth first. Never bring your opinions before the truth. And it's even written in the SPJ's guidelines, and these people violate them on a daily basis.
Well,
Yeah,
that
It surprised me though.
Yeah, that's
you
because
have like some
they-
concerned person on the sidelines going, "Please don't do that."
They also sleep with the devs and like do a bunch of other shit. So pretty much it's just like a jerk off session between protecting each other.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
that and protecting their advertisers. They need to protect their paycheck.
Well, let's hope for the day that we don't have to worry about these people anymore. But
I don't know.
there's-
Metacritic. Every time I go into Metacritic, it's kind of hilarious looking at the official game scores versus user-related scores.
Yeah, someone put that on RPG Codex. Hashtag everything wrong with gaming journalism.
Nice.
Some of
Actually-
these Fallout 4 reviews are so blatant, where they list a ton of faults with the game, and then at the end they go, perfect game, 100 out of 100.
Oh god, those.
I cannot understand any of that, considering that.
Well, you could lose your job if you give it too low a score.
Yeah,
Like
that's
Jeff
what happened.
Kurtzman.
Yeah.
You know, I find it ridiculous, like, you know, the things that they have in the game, like the so-called skills. You know, it's funny because you have stuff like sneak, and you have other stuff like science, but the only problem with that is that you can only get it at certain levels. It's basically blocked off, so normally in the other games, you would be allowed to raise it as much as you want, as many skill points as you have. No, in this game, you can't do that. No. You gotta wait until level 15 or level 20 or level 30 before you can finally continue getting all the
That is the
That
worst
is-
attempt at balancing ever. I can't even begin.
So you want to become a master of sneak? Too bad. You might just have to wait until you're 50.
Yeah, the
That's
problem is
that's
Bethesda
that's one of the things I hated most after looking at the level locks for these things.
Oh
It
my
ma-
god.
It makes some sense for stuff like Intimidate, the level 10 charisma perk that you have to get to level 50 to max that out. But for stuff like science, lockpicking, hacking, things you could max out within 7 levels in the past games if you really wanted to, it makes no sense with those. So why even have them like that?
Makes none at all. If you're trying to play as a sneak character, you're gimped. You're fucked. You can't play as a sneak character because you have to wait until you get it to at least a decent level before you can go running around. I mean, when you finally do get into it,
And then when you actually hit the level, you got to worry about enemies being too strong for you to one-shot.
that's
You
if it
hit them
isn't.
in the back.
That's if it isn't too boring. And even then, I mean, once you get your sneak decent, I will admit that the AI is completely stupid. I mean, I was running around a couple of the places. Okay, let's just take this mutant place I was in. I'm sitting there, I run around for a second, then I go into sneak mode, and the super mutant's like, I'm gonna find you, human! And he's looking around everywhere. Couldn't find me. Went to the other side of the room. Nope. Looking through the door. Nothing. So I get up, run around like a horse, stomping all over, and then I go back to sneak. Oh, I'm gonna find you, stupid human. And he goes right back to it again. Like, seriously, have you not learned anything? This is the whole Skyrim issue that we're having again, where you shoot somebody in the eyes. Nope, must have been my imagination.
Oh, yes.
So
That video is going to
I
forever
kill-
be a source of
I kill-
laughs.
I kill his buddy. He looks over for a second. I'm gonna find who did this. And then a few seconds later, must have been my imagination. And he stands.
Yeah,
Like
there's budget
seriously, that is
created
just
right in the
bad. That is bad AI. I can't even describe how bad that is.
I must
So I'm fine with giving every game a Metal Gear Solid 2 and 3 level finding and just make everybody cry.
I remember playing the Honest Hearts DLC, which New Vegas, I guess, runs off the same AI as Fallout 3, and I was playing as a sniper, and I was on some big rock, and I was looking down at some tribal walking, and I was like, I remembered that, that's right, in Stalker, this was actually a thing. You could actually like watch NPCs do things and fight and behave dynamically.
Yeah, and Stalker. Yeah, that was some crazy shit.
You know, speaking of sniping in Fallout 4, one thing that I have realized, and you could see it if you watch that Marler Queen video I uploaded, if you get to a certain distance, I don't know what the distance is, and you try shooting at that. Now, I shot on right on target, did no damage because there was absolutely no hit marker. But maybe I could be wrong, and maybe the hit markers just stopped working at a certain point. But it seems
I think
it was a console limitation.
I think the problem is like after a while it just ignores damage because you're just too far away for it to render properly. It has to render stuff around you first.
I mean,
It just goes to show that the creation engine was not built with Fallout in mind. It was built more in mind with the Elder Scrolls, where you're always going to be
creation
up close and
engine,
hitting
yeah.
people.
Creation.
Just
Yeah.
Game Brio 1.5.
Creating
Pretty
a
much,
mess
yeah.
more like.
And they didn't their game brio was always based off the Morrowind version, so there was actually a more advanced game brio that was being used for pretty okay games technically, but.
And to think that they couldn't possibly use a new engine for this stuff, like if you look at the Open Morrowind project, they took Morrowind, that engine, and they moved it all the way to a whole different engine. It takes work, but at least that they'll be able to work with something somewhat more modern rather than trying to stick with something you've been working with for around 13 plus years, and it runs like shit. Even
well, I think that's the point. They've been working on it for 14 plus years.
If the fans can do it, then what's stopping a AAA studio, especially Bethesda, which is breaking in millions right now?
Morrowind with turn-based combat, please.
No, I do admit if they cut down, if that person, makes the textures a proper size, I think that could, relieve the game of some of its stress, of some of the frame rate drops. But
I'm sorry, did someone just say they wanted more Morrowind combat?
Wait, who said that?
I wouldn't mind.
Morrowind combat was like, wasn't it like?
No. Morrowind with turn-based combat.
Yes.
Oh. Because I was worried you were going to say Morrowind combat. You wanted more of that. I'm like, no.
Well,
no. That I'm happy Bethesda got rid of that.
I prefer Morrowind combat over Oblivion.
I really didn't like the combat style.
Speaking about engine, is anyone familiar with the Arma engine, the Take-On helicopter engine that they're using?
The say that again?
The Take-On helicopter engine?
I know about Arma, but I don't know about that specific.
That's their engine they've been using for Arma 2/Arma 3 and DayZ.
That's a weird name for an engine.
Yeah, it's really weird. It's called Take-On helicopter, and pretty much it's very buggy. It's the same problem that DayZ suffers from. It's like a shitty, laggy game. You have desync everywhere. Players just sliding across the screen. It's just fucking crazy. And it's the same thing. Like, why don't you just invest the money into a real new engine?
That's not the worst part about Arma. That's not the worst part about Arma, people. The fact is the military uses it. It's used by the military.
They do. I've heard that it kind of is.
They sell a version of it to the military.
Yeah.
The Arma devs were arrested because they were making pictures of a military base in Greece.
Oh yeah.
It wasn't just that. I think they were just arrested just because. I couldn't find any substantial reason for
the reason I hate Arma 3 more than anything is that it doesn't have very good client-side server support, and it doesn't have very many networks. So every time I go into Arma 3, there's always these custom servers, DayZ, and let's roleplay on the island of Stratus. I'm a Vietnamese air conditioner repairman, and it's just like, I don't want to do this. I want to be in a frickin' platoon and be assigned a specific designation per fire team and all that stuff.
Well, the problem with DayZ was his devs have made a lot of promises and were never able to fucking fulfill a lot of them, or at least it took really long to fulfill some of them. It's laggy, buggy mess, and that's what pretty much shares in common with Creation Engine. Just make a new engine, or switch over it, and you'll be a lot thankful down the road.
It's the reason why I love IdTech 1. Because even at 22 years of age, you still get people making all sorts of wonderful gameplay mods and maps and megawatts and things like that. And for an engine this old, with the source ports that you can use to run the game, makes me wonder, why don't devs just use IdTech 1 more often? It's more well documented.
The fact that mods are still being made for that does not translate into profit. That's a problem.
The military still uses Doom as a simulator for officer training.
I don't understand that. How can they use Doom?
Because it's for communication and multiplayer.
Because they're memers.
Yeah, it was designed around communication for the multiplayer, since even in the old days you still had both text and voice chat. And this was in days when you were running off of an old dial-up modem, and they had this ability. That was pretty slick.
Remember the good old days of dial-up?
I do. Not very fondly, but I do.
I don't know if you don't mind if I did have some of these recorded videos, bugs and stuff from Fallout 4. I don't know if it was okay for me to kind of show them off while we're conversing.
That's fine. You can link me.
Let's see. I think Actually, you can show your desktop directly with the screen share option if you want to do that.
Can I?
Do you
Yeah.
like the thing?
All right. Let me see here.
Should be on the left. Should be on the left-hand side.
All right.
Oh.
Let me see here.
Where's Kentucky on the left-hand side?
Let's see. While he's setting that up,
Because
if you guys want to jump to the next question.
Yeah.
Sure. Why not?
I had the good fortune.
you had a good fortune.
You have a good 4chan.
You got
Who
cut
is
off.
this
Man. It sounds like
4chan?
Speaking about 4chan, what's your guys' favorite board?
I actually
I do
don't
not
have
go
one.
there anymore.
Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, bud.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Did
I went
you-
off as I was saying. I had the good fortune to be born after the age of dial-up.
Ah,
You got
Anyway.
you never got to experience what us old guard had.
you were
to.
born just in
Very
time to
thankful.
explore dank memes.
Well, a meme. Well, a meme.
Anyway, should I
Nice
pick the
meme.
next topic?
Born just in time to get all the dank memes and not know what they mean.
Yeah. Don't worry. Give it time. He will. Let's see. Go ahead, Ranger.
All right. Lore retcons. I have a list of
Okay.
retcons.
Oh, let's
Oh,
not
God, this
let's
is
not
gonna be
talk
a good
about
one.
lore.
This
Yeah.
is
It's
gonna
not
be
even a
kinda
thing
difficult,
anymore. It's been murdered.
Can I start? Can I start?
really. Go ahead, man.
Go ahead.
Okay, I noticed two really big lore retcons. One I like, and the other I really don't like. The one I like is Power Armor. I understand why they retcon the fusion cores in. I
Okay.
understand that. That makes sense to me from a gameplay standpoint. Sometimes you have to sacrifice gameplay. Story for gameplay. The one I don't like is the ghouls. I don't like the ghouls now because, like, Kid in the Fridge is the most egregious retcon ever. It doesn't make sense from a gameplay standpoint. It doesn't make sense from a story standpoint. It doesn't make sense from any standpoint.
Do you care if I mean, wait, is my screen share working or no?
Yeah, as
Yeah,
long as you
I found what the
allowed.
problem was. Essentially, to get an individual screen to show and stick, all I have to do is just click on your picture.
Yeah, I can click
So
on.
yeah, it was
Okay.
flickering in and out for a while, but yeah, go ahead and show us, man.
All right, so
Okay, yeah.
What you
Okay,
were saying, Ben?
this is the wonderful.
Did you guys hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah,
here's-
I heard you.
We can.
Yeah.
What the heck is going on there?
I don't know.
This
What the heck? That looks. Ew.
Yeah, that's they have that bug since Oblivion, right? Where the dead body is.
Their second like a slideshow.
You guys need to see that again, or
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Yeah, that. Yeah.
That is really, really freaking
What
disgusting.
is that? It looks like some weird eldritch abomination.
I want to play Silent Hill now.
A bug,
Yeah,
Looks like
that's
something
what-
you see out of Call of
Play the
Cthulhu.
forest.
bug enemy is a more
I'm-
interesting enemy than they designed for the X.
I'm getting Resident Evil vibes there.
what here?
Yeah, for some reason I get Resident Evil vibes. I don't know why.
Baby.
I thought it looked a lot like the. I thought it looked like a lot like the forest because in the forest you could like take human bodies and use them as effigies, like set them up and like build shit out of them.
Wow.
That's weird.
It's actually kind of cool. Like it's a really weird mechanic, but it's kind of cool.
Anyway, for me, I got a list of them. The Vault 87 super mutants having leadership, according to Elder
wait.
Macklemore. He took out like
Elder
a super,
Macklemore.
yeah, that's what Walt calls him. He took out a super mutant leader named Shepard. Again, original name.
Commander
Yeah.
Shepard.
Oh,
Yeah.
jeez.
Yeah, and I'm thinking to myself, okay, but there's never been any sort of leadership established with the Vault 87 super mutants.
None of them are smart enough.
No, and also.
The only two I can really think of that would be smart enough are Fox and Leo, and neither of them seem to be, in the position to be leading an army of mutants.
No.
Are the super
Yeah.
mutants the most wrong thing in lore in the Bethesda Fallouts?
Yeah.
I-
I also have super mutants and FAV
no, not
on
really.
there too.
The
No, the-
Voltec shouldn't have had the FEV. The super mutants don't look right. They talk about the master and such, even though they don't come from the West. There's what else?
I like the way the
Something's
mutants
wrong
look
about
nowadays.
The institution somehow able to have like a strand of the FEV and then it's somehow cured.
Yeah.
Like
yeah,
God
that was a
modding
bad
it.
idea. I have no idea what Bethesda was thinking with that because the FEV for the longest time, it's always been shown as something that the minute you get dipped in it, it pretty much destroys what you are as a human.
God
And-
damn it, Dopamine Cleric!
Let's see, what kind of
Oh.
happy fun are we having here? Oh, the floating glitch. I saw this.
Oh
I've seen
yeah, I've
this
had this
before.
once.
It's like,
Yep, start from the
oh my
beginning.
god,
This is
watch
after
me
this.
slide. Oh, jeez.
I'm flying.
Just,
You know what you should add to make that even funnier? If you had both of his legs kicking forward, you could add Liu Kang's bicycle kick to that. Make it all the funnier.
and the funny thing is the mine under there.
Well, if you know that that only adds to Bethesda's charm, obviously.
Yeah.
Weren't you
Yeah.
saying, Akratus, that the most enjoyable character is so far an unarmed or a melee character?
Oh yeah, I wasn't having any fun with the game, and then I switched to unarmed, and I'm fucking Fist of the North Star.
Oh, speaking of Fist of the North Star, another fun thing for Russian Overkill, I'm just going to interject this here. If you're playing as the third character, Marty, his melee combos include the thing from Fist of the North Star. If you pull the combo off, it destroys everything in front of you for about 2 seconds.
Wow.
And I've taken
Wasn't
out
there
Cyber
a,
Demon with it.
Wasn't
was a
there an
follow-
item in New Vegas? Was Fist of the North Roar?
Yeah.
Something?
It's with if you have the Wild Wasteland perk enabled, and
And who
you
doesn't?
take Roar's Talon. The fist weapon that you get, it's Fist of the North Roar, which is
Yeah.
actually pretty nice. Although you've got to be at least level 35.
Oh,
to get the
texture
Death Walk
glitches
on.
there.
What
That's
the
a weird
fuck
bug.
is that textures right there?
I have no idea. I had to record that because
You know, my textures were working actually kind of perfectly fine when I had it on ultra, but when I set it to high, then suddenly I started seeing all the things people see where it's very blurry, even though it's right in your face.
okay, do you want me to want me to screen share the game and bring up the perk chart so everyone can?
Ooh, yes,
Yes.
Ooh,
Go ahead,
goody.
let's
We
crash
are
the
ready.
fuck out of that.
All right, let me start it up here. Let's see.
Actually, here's a lore retcon that's been on my mind for a while. When the character that you play as comes out of the vault, the first time that he hears about caps being used as currencies, he never says anything about it. And if I remember correctly, aren't caps supposed to be supported by water on the West Coast?
Yeah.
How exactly are they being
Yeah.
used on the East Coast?
Another thing is when you
I think
actually
this is
rob
like-
the. Yeah,
I
when you
think it's-
actually go through the cash registers and stuff, there's caps in it that haven't been
Yeah.
touched. Like
There's fucking
the
pipe
old
rifles
world-
in pre-war.
Yeah.
More money,
You'd think this guy would value pre-war money versus caps before somebody tells him, yeah, that old stuff doesn't work anymore. It's pretty much just firewood.
I found like a fuck ton of pre-war money, and I think it might have been, the area with all the Mr. Handies? I can't remember the name, but the War Gallery or something like that, I can't remember.
Oh, yeah, the Galleria.
With the where you had to...
All of the locations blend together.
Yeah, there's that Mr. Handy at the very top of that little tower area, and then there's the other areas around it, like the diner, where the Mr. Handy just keeps going on and on about what number for somebody to get their food or some crap like that. I don't know. I remembered I went up there and I was trying to talk to the robot, but of course, it's pointless in trying to use a charisma check because in the end, I had to kill him anyways.
The fucking percentage charisma checks are so fucking retarded. It goes against everything that's a role-playing game is
Yeah,
supposed to be.
you can only do like 3 things: like either haggle for more money, or like pursue a romance.
No.
Like
But the
a
fact that it's a
Screwed up.
percentage-based check.
Yeah, and that, but the most screwed up part is you can't even access the settlement options until you're like a higher level in charisma specifically.
Yeah, you can't set up shops until you're level 14, and even then you have to be charisma level 6 to get access to it.
I just
Who
cheated all
thought
my
that would be a
special
good
stats
idea?
at 10. I just used console commands to put all my special stats at 10.
Yeah.
I think the reason
Actually, when it comes to trading, here's the thing I don't understand. Why would they feel the need to put all of this kind of stuff, which is pretty much necessary to survive in a world that's been destroyed? Why would they put that strictly behind charisma and not give you just a little bit of a dialogue system to work through it? Even put your charisma to use just for that. You'd think they'd do that, but then again, Bethesda aren't RPG developers anymore, so...
I think the reason they're hiding everything behind charisma is to make charisma no longer the dump stat. They don't want it to be a dump stat anymore, because every time I play through New Vegas, I always have my charisma at 1.
I had it at 10. I always went for charisma builds, but that's just me.
Well, charisma really doesn't do anything.
Yeah,
It
the
does.
most you can do with it. The most you can do with it these days is pretty much just ask for more money for quests.
More money, please.
Yeah, because you really need money in Bethesda games.
But with the settlement building, you can actually, use charisma for something other than talking with people and doing, with the really bad speech checks, which should have been done under a speech skill.
Yeah, you would think so. You would think
that's the one thing I don't like about the new leveling system. They got rid of the speech skill, because I like the speech skill more than I like charisma being used for all speech checks. I mean, it's not even a special check or even a check against various perks. Like, I can't use terrifying presence to, make everyone go, like, bleh.
Well,
what was that?
What was that's some cool home theater system you got there.
Yeah, my bad.
Anyway, I like to talk about the biggest lore that Bethesda has fucked up, and that would be Jet.
That would be kind of hard to do, because
Jet,
yeah. Plenty of times.
That would be Jet.
Oh, yes.
Jet.
The messages that you can find, I think it's in Vault 89, or one of them, specifically.
I thought
where
it was 90-something.
I imagine
where it says specifically, this is before the war, that Jet is being shipped into the vault, and this stuff was not made until Fallout 2.
I imagine that it's a junior designer who just doesn't know what he's doing, and nobody double checks that shit.
I hope so.
They just
don't know,
care.
because
They just don't care.
Because a couple people actually grilled Pete Hines about that. It's like, who came up with this idea of Jet being pre-war?
Yeah, but do you think he would be honest?
Yeah,
There's no reason.
I've never known him to be honest the few times I've talked to him.
I've never gotten a response from him.
That smile of him is so creepy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like he's pulling his skin back on his skull.
He's like a super mutant. He needs to do the straps.
Okay, so how do I do the screen share with the Fallout 4? Do I just press screen share and pop it up?
Yeah, do screen share to pull it up. Once I see it pop up in your icon, I'll direct the chat to show your screen only.
All right, hold on. Do I just go to full screen on it?
Yeah. There we. I saw it pop up for a sec.
It's black, man. Whose screen are we looking at?
It's MercenarySnakes for the moment.
Is it working? Do you see anything?
Not yet.
Black.
Try shrinking down the chat the Hangouts window if you have it open.
I'm seeing that.
You got one friend request.
Yeah, if you go in a game, it's just black. I guess it's a problem with the software.
Rats.
Go try window in the game.
Wait, what?
Put it in window mode.
What,
oh, yeah, put it in window. Can you put it in full screen window? Nah.
Yeah, so a good chunk of the plot for Fallout 2 was nothing.
Just completely poofed away.
Yep.
Yeah.
Poor little Myron.
Yeah, I feel bad for him.
And that's part of why I question currently if Bethesda, especially Evil himself, was being honest when he said that we don't want to step on the lure that Black Isle had put forward, because that's a very obvious trample on it.
Well, you see, they don't want to step on Black Isle, but at the same time, they don't want to play the original game.
You gotta crash to desktop.
Yeah.
Fallout 4, reliable game of the year.
It's part of the charm,
can't
though.
even run-
It's part of the charm.
Yeah,
You
it's a
saw it.
feature.
You saw it
even
here,
run it
people.
in
Fallout 4 does
properly.
not work.
It's a feature.
Yeah, that.
Oh
Wow.
God.
That
It
was
doesn't-
perfect. Unintended, but perfect.
It's
It's
just
amazing what
works.
AAA games can do nowadays.
Just perfect 10 out of 10 game of the year right there.
All we need now is a
Wait,
picture.
wait, wait. Wait,
It just worked.
so wait, it recorded it?
It just worked.
Yeah, we caught it.
It was not my computer. Not my damn computer. That was that fucking game. I'm telling you, it's a wreck.
Oh, we.
It's a
We
wreck.
caught it on the screen,
I
man.
know.
We're good.
I'm gonna see if I can try to figure
Try
out.
rebooting it in windowed mode. Like, try and... I don't know, just try rebooting it in windowed.
Yeah, open the launcher and click on Windows.
Maybe it won't completely bug out on you like it just did.
I think there's some modder made a configuration tool. I think you can do full screen window with that.
I think it already ships
Oh,
with
I'm
it, if
looking
I'm not
at
mistaken.
You know, I googled. I'm trying to Google the situation, and I found out you have to make sure the game is not running in windowed mode, or else it'll only show a black screen.
No, so
Oh.
it's the opposite.
You see, I have no choice but to run the windowed mode because due to the fact that Bethesda does not know how to make PC games properly, whenever I started trying to play the game, it pulled up in this little tiny window. It says it's full screen, but it's a tiny little window up in the upper corner, and I'm like, well, I'm not sure this is 1920 by 1080, and I'm sure and I'm sure as hell not sure that this is full screen. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I need to check, but that is not full screen. That is more.
It's an amazing, sharp, crisp 240p.
I mean,
It-
not
just
Believe what your eyes show
Not-
you, man.
even
1080p can just as easily work in 240 pixels.
It's more cinematic.
You know, not even Skyrim gave
It
me
makes
that.
you more focused.
I can play Skyrim in window mode just fine.
I
Yeah.
think it's a
No,
part
no,
of
no,
Fallout
no.
4 itself,
No,
not
see,
the
this is
creation
the
engine.
funny. No, you see, this is the funny thing. I wasn't in windowed mode. It said I was in full screen. Okay, full screen. It even had it in the innies, and yet it still showed it up in the upper left-hand corner. I was
800 by
I was
600 Master Race.
absolutely fucked.
And people say PC is the best thing to play video
Did you just
games
call
on.
PC a console?
Because well, my brain defaults to console. I've been a console gamer for most of my life.
You are shameful.
Well, I can't
Jim
afford a
wanted to
PC.
say-
Heresy.
I don't have room for a PC.
What
I
is-
live in an RV.
If you ever need help putting together a good computer, just ask me. I can find some pretty good
Yeah,
parts for you.
I think if my dad ever runs his money, and I can afford to actually get a PC.
You just gotta stick to
Then,
90s
probably-
games.
You can go to me.
Yeah, right now I'm sticking to indie and 90s games, really.
Well, to
I
be
think the most
perfectly honest,
modern-
with all of the prices of consoles nowadays, you'd be better off just buying a PC and building it.
You know,
Well,
if anyone needs any trouble,
Consoles are cheaper than PCs. There's no doubt about that. If you want a decent gaming PC, if you want to build a decent gaming PC,
Yeah,
that
but
is
that's-
well optimized, you're probably going to need a.
but you know,
Yeah.
you get what you get for it, and it's rewarding. You know, you put your own PC. I feel it. I'm like, you know what? I built that beast. You know that? I put that all together.
Not to brag, but I have a 3 gigabyte Radeon in my computer that cost me $300, and I bought the video card used for $75. So
Oh my god, it's
It looks
fucking
like a-
Hassknecht.
I
Yeah,
guess
we
someone
have
else.
a new joiner.
That's the thing. A PS4 costs $300. That video card also costs $300. What gives?
Yeah. When it comes to video cards, though, word of warning, though, make sure get yourself a power supply that's at least 750 watts if you're going to put together a custom build.
I got mine at 1,000, so I'm good.
1000's pretty beefy, but at most I'm going to need 650, so I went for the 750
I got
model.
mine. I got a good one for that was on sale for cheap.
The best decision I ever made with gaming was buying a PC.
Mm-hmm.
I've noticed that the main the most modern game I actually have on my PC is NetHack because it was just released in 2000. The new version came out in 2015, just a few days ago. That's the most modern game I can run. And it's only because it's still running on an engine made in the 80s.
Wow. Although, like we were saying earlier in the podcast, if you're looking for a game to truly test your video card, get Doom 2, GZ Doom, play Hellbound with the Russian Overkill mod, especially with the catch-up add-on. See if your frame rate tanks at any point. If it does, then you might need just a little bit more horsepower. Because as old as that game is, GZ Doom has managed to tank my system down to 2 frames.
Wait, what
at
is your
some points.
what is your specs for your system?
It's an AMD Radeon 6670, 16 gigs G-Skill RAM, 3.8 quad core. What else?
Man, you need to upgrade that, scrub.
I'm just about to. I'm going to be getting a Cooler Master Half X case here soon.
I'm just
Still use a voodoo card.
It may be old. It may be an old video card, but it's a reliable one. It lets me run everything on one of these medium.
I have an Intel integrated graphics card from 2006.
You're running the same specs that I currently have on my laptop.
Good.
It holds all right. Nothing wrong with integrated graphics. I mean, they're there. They work.
Yeah.
I bought an NVIDIA card not too long ago for $50, and I'm like, whoa, Fallout 2 looks so amazing now.
Actually, speaking of integrated graphics,
For some reason on mine, whenever I play Fallout 1, you know, when I play Fallout 1 and Fallout 2 on my current PC, I don't know why, but I get screen tearing.
Hey, Hassknecht, go ahead and test your microphone for us real quick. Say hello.
Hello, everyone. Can
Oh, yeah, we got him in here.
Sorry for joining so late. Just forgot it, so...
It's no problem. Glad to have you here.
It's good to have another person along.
So we've crested 8. We might hit 9 if one of the other guys comes in.
You still haven't Fallout?
Yeah, I was hoping he'd make it, but I still haven't seen him.
What about Walprat?
Nah, no luck with him. No response.
That'd be funny to get him in here. Man,
That would be nice.
He always just shits on the game.
I know, it's wonderful.
I can never get over it. It's just funny.
He has the best retort.
I'm sure that this would be very lively if we could get Sandra in here.
Yeah, if we're gonna be doing a third one of these, probably after the first DLC comes out, let's try and shoot to get those 2 in here.
Yeah.
So
actually, what if we actually cross-merged everything with the codex? Do you think that might be possible?
I've no idea how well Google Hangouts functions with more than 10 people. Right. So we'd be putting this thing under a stress test, but
probably already stressing it as it is.
I could post a link in the Fallout 4 mega thread on Codex, but I don't think that's a good idea.
They'll probably be coming here in swarms, that or they might just delete the thread because they think we're joking.
It's like whenever there's like a cam site that's rated by 4chan, everybody just puts on masks and starts screaming Allah Akbar.
Oh god.
Nice.
Codex is Nazis though, so I guess they'd be going Heil Hitler or whatever.
Oh, if you think the Codex is bad on that front, you should check out some of the people who mod for Doom.
Hey, the Codex is not bad. Codex Uberales. Yeah, I'm a Codex boy.
Who's gotten? Oh, Hassknecht. Is your mic working?
I love hearing people pronounce his nickname.
What's his nickname?
Hassknecht.
Hassknecht.
I just pronounced it Hassknecht.
Yeah, but put it probably wrong.
You're wrong.
No, it's just.
I'm just shaking my heads at the newbies now who don't appreciate the.
Oh god, he's using a webcam mic. Everybody run.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Oh, don't worry.
I could turn on my webcam.
We left my it's also not a very good microphone, but I left it in my office because I needed it at a teleconference.
You needed it for lasers?
You got an awesome accent, though, man.
Yeah, I try to not have a German accent.
No, let us shine through. The master race shine through.
Yeah, I always try to emulate some sort of Scottish accent, or at least go somewhere on the islands, but it's not working.
Dang it, I was going to say some very insensitive things about Germans related to PC mastering, but no, I can't.
Aww.
You can do that. I'm fine with that.
Always awesome to talk to. Always awesome to talk to a German dude. It never will be uncool.
And he's actually a particle physicist too.
Oh,
Particle
interesting.
physicist.
No, condensed metaphysicist, and also I'm
Is he the
more
guy who makes the particle effects of video games?
No. What are you specifically?
Right now, I'm a research associate doing basically laser system technology. So,
lasers.
Cool.
Yeah. Well, I got a master's in physics, condensed matter physics, so experimental stuff like quantum dots, graphene, all that high-tech stuff. But now I'm basically designing everything that's between the laser and the target, more or less.
Okay, now
Wow.
here's a question. Do lasers actually go pew-pew?
Well, it depends. I mean, if it's the right frequency, so basically the repetition frequency, repetition rate of the laser, and the right wavelengths of the laser, then yes, it actually can go pew pew pew. So it mostly sounds like more like a buzzing sound or no sound at all. Depends on the repetition rate mostly.
Oh, interesting. That's pretty cool.
Hey, I don't know what the username is on M&A, but the person named Catherine here, their mic is off.
Yeah, I just noticed that. Hang on a second. It happened a lot. It happened a lot with him in the last podcast as well. That his mic would just come and go. No idea what the deal is.
Weird.
I
But
actually had to find a good teleconference software for more than, I don't know, 5 people or so. There's web, but that is actually quite costly for more than 9 people, I think. So it also has a user limit, and it's always kind of weird to use. So.
Dr. Fallout recommended Skype to us, but I have no idea how that thing works with the recording, or how stable it is.
Skype is actually pretty easy to use, but it's also very bandwidth intensive. So I don't know how good that will work.
Okay.
I doubt you'd be able to be live streaming with it, but you could probably just put like Hypercam over it and you could record that, but you wouldn't be able to stream with it.
Yeah, streaming, that is also an issue. Never tried that.
Yeah, the only other way I know of to record these things is actually something that I was doing with my old colleagues at Gather Your Party, and that one was having everybody run Audacity in the background, record what they were saying, and then put all of those audio files onto a Google Drive, and one of our guys would put all of them together into a seamless recording and then post it.
That sounds very tedious.
That sounds quite...
that was Kyle for you. He was one of our best audio guys. He pretty much was a sound engineer, if I remember correctly.
Couldn't
really
you just
awesome
have
guy.
Audacity record both from the microphone and the speakers of one guy?
I don't think so, no, because I tried doing that with Audacity to see if it would pick up both the speakers and the microphone from my side. It didn't work. So I may just need specific audio software to pick it up. But if I find one, I'll let you guys know so we can get out of Google and something more stable.
All right.
There's also a possibility that we can use Skype, but I don't know about its stability.
Yeah.
I think
I
I would like to get the ability to be able to, if somebody wants to show off a part of the game, to back up their, as evidence or something. I'd like to be able to show some stuff off. That would be nice. People could look at something while we're talking.
Yeah, Google Plus is pretty good about doing that.
Yeah. Anyway,
Very friendly.
Actually, since hey Haas, since you came, hang on, I'm gonna go. Yeah, I was getting echo there. Anyways, you came in. You came in when we were starting on a question of lore retcons for Fallout 4. Did you have anything you wanted to add to that?
Well, I don't know what you were... I think the last thing I noticed that you were talking about was the jet from pre-war. So,
Oh, yes.
That's
a big one.
That's definitely a big And I think you were talking about Pete Hines being extremely awesome about Kid in the Fridge and the realism thereof. Oh, well, not exactly that, but yeah.
Yeah.
This is definitely one of the greatest of the past few generations.
You know, I remember you were explaining some things to some guy. It was about, I think, the water or something like that. You know, about the chemicals and stuff, how he was talking about how it's totally justified that the water's like that, and he was arguing that all of us were wrong, including you, despite you backing up evidence.
Yeah, well, some guy is definitely some guy. I mean,
I think some guy is
what is up with him? I mean, he's just really weird. I think he has just a very strict set of things that he accepts are bad with Fallout 4 or any game, and he will just rapidly defend everything.
Well, actually, speaking of what that guy was saying about radiation in the water, I'm sure you guys all remember something. I'm pretty sure it was from 4chan, where they detailed that water will have all of its radiation removed by filtering it through Earth. So the minute it hits the groundwater and then just goes through a little bit of boiling and maybe 1 or 2 rainstorms, it's clean.
Yeah.
Kind of renders the entirety of Fallout 3 pointless.
I remember.
Say what you will about Fallout 4, but it's not as retarded as Fallout 3.
You know, I would have to say that I did read up something like that. I don't know which one of you guys it might have been, but yeah, it was talking about taking a huge gallon bucket or a couple gallon bucket.
Okay, is it just me, or does everyone sound like an untuned organ again?
I'm not sure. Maybe
Not to me. That's just you.
Everything sounds fine.
Actually, I think I know what's causing it. I think it might be something on Mercenaries and with your speakers. If the mic that you're using is picking up sounds from the speaker, it's going to start to reverberate.
Oh, drat.
Yeah.
But we were talking about some guy, right? I think that guy is Battlecross. I really do.
I don't know. I don't think
Who's
so.
Battlecross?
Wait, I think
He was a troll. He was fun.
Lord
Anyway, I'm not really an expert on radiation, but when it comes to basically water, well, water isn't. There's really much possibility of it becoming radioactive itself because it's just oxygen and hydrogen, and well, it doesn't have many radioactive isotopes that are really stable or well, common. So what is radioactive in the water is basically the actual fallout, so basically radioactive dust particles and all the dirt. So what usually happens in real life is that radioactive rain or something like that will basically get filtered through the Earth itself. That probably doesn't happen in Fallout because of science apostrophe exclamation mark. So it probably
it doesn't make any sense, right? Because the water will eventually return back into its water vapor and then re-participate.
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense.
Exactly. So the rain would only be radioactive for a short while after the bomb. So basically, when the actual fallout is still falling.
The only thing I know
after that the rain shouldn't be all that terrible.
Yeah. But the only thing I think that like affects the rain though, like the weather system, is sulfuric dioxide, which creates acid rain.
Yeah.
So
when you actually look at Fallout, I mean, most of the things that actually are radioactive in Fallout shouldn't be there, especially 300, 200 years after the nuclear war. I mean, that radiation would be gone.
You would think it wouldn't be there.
The radiation, that's, well, that depends on a lot of factors. I mean, the Fallout, the actual radioactive elements in there, I mean, the highly radioactive, the really strong radiators, they will be gone quite quickly, but the radioactive uranium and plutonium isotopes, they can have quite a long half-life, so they will be radioactive for a few thousand years. But there are so few, and they will basically just, well, be distributed all over the place. So that won't be much of a problem, I think. Also, if we talk about a realistic situation, then obviously most of the bombs will be airburst to maximize the area of the damage. So that also will be...
If you're putting in a scientific eye to the Bethesda games, you're just gonna go nuts.
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
look
you
at
don't do that. You will just
Fallout.
go crazy from that. So.
If you look
But
at
even the old games
Fallout,
had science.
Yeah.
Although it raises an
Fallout
interesting
1,
question here.
that just didn't make sense when it came to science. It was, I can't remember what it was. There was something I remember that was just like, no, that's not how that works. And yet, oh God, what was it?
You knew it was wrong, but you couldn't place why.
I know, I knew why it was wrong, but I can't remember what it is now.
Okay, because there is something considering what Haas just said, there's something that strikes me as weird in Fallout 4, the radiation storms.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
really
those
just
were just added
for
for rule of
atmosphere.
cool, I bet.
Yeah, atmospheric purposes.
That makes no sense how lightning strikes.
Because science. They wanted to outdo Stalker.
But anyway, you were about to say, Haas?
I think it was different.
Well, anyway, hey, Haas, you were about to say?
Yeah, I mean, those radiation storms, they're definitely cool looking. Come on.
It does look pretty awesome, I'll give it that, but I'm
Blowout
more,
soon,
I think they
I
should
like
have
the
just
Blowout
storms.
explained it away some other way. Maybe like an Institute weather machine. That would have made sense.
Oh, you mean
How
like
much
the giant? You mean like the giant weather machine from Elder Scrolls 3 Tribunal? That thing?
I don't remember. I
yeah,
never
that's
played
fine.
Tribunal.
If you-
I had it installed when I played Morrowind a few years back, but I never actually got around to going into Tribunal.
Okay, so in that case, I accidentally gave you a spoiler. Sorry about that.
I don't care about spoilers.
I have
I
a
haven't
theory
even
that
played-
pretty
I
much
care
all
about
the
spoilers.
development team basically just watched Mad Max Fury Road and went, "Oh, we got to put that in the game. We got to
Yep.
get it
Yeah,
there."
definitely.
I'm sure that's what happened.
I think, yeah, they might have added that later, but I think Fallout 4 was designed quite a while ago. I'm not even sure how much they took
Was
from
it?
Vegas because they've been working on it for so long.
And it seems like super mutants were centralized as enemies majority of the time. At least I fought more super mutants tripping over them than fighting anything else.
Well, they're the new
Because-
orcs now.
Yeah, Bethesda
No,
doesn't have
that's-
orcs to go crazy.
Well, I mean, did you see their original concept art for Fallout 1? They even put orc. I find
Yeah.
that funny. Like, it's kind of hilarious in hindsight, but it's also kind of harsher in hindsight, considering how,
Well,
The
Simple
way it was
Origins-
ultimately
Simple
handled in
Origins.
these classes was much classier than what they've done now.
Well, Simple Origins can change over time, and
Yeah.
that's what leads to really good monsters and character moments. Even if the super mutants were orcs, we had plenty of instances to talk to and raise the middle finger to a bunch of them in Fallout 1 and 2.
meanwhile, the only time I can think of it we actually get to talk to a mutant in Fallout 4 is with Virgil. And he kind
That
of...
was a very good concept, I thought. One of the only times I actually was interested in the dialogue.
It's Virgil and Strong that you can talk to.
Oh yeah, Strong. I forgot about Strong. I like Strong.
The milk of human kindness.
I didn't
Oh,
really
God.
care much for
The
him.
milk of human kindness.
Well,
So many dirty ways to interpret that.
How much of a lore problem is it that Virgil can turn back into a human?
Oh, just a little space magic, and you could just turn right back. I mean,
well, you know
Turning back
what?
is just the reverse of turning into a super mutant. I don't think it's that much of a problem. But it's kind of stupid because it undermines everything the super mutants were about. But well,
I mean,
I think
it's funny that West Tech was able to do something in 1 year that took over 200 years for the Institute to try.
well, you know,
Like, you're so incompetent that somebody did it, pre-war, and you couldn't even fucking do it afterwards? You have all this tech, and you can't even... You have over 200 years. You can't even figure that out.
Yeah, the Institute is partially genius and partially dumb as rocks. So
I
they
just feel
dropped
like
their immortality program to focus on synths. It's like, what? And that was just used as a hand wave for Kellogg's long lifespan.
Or
It's
a couple of-
Bethesda's
Or a couple of
writing.
the guys had beakers dropped on their heads after the bombs went off.
this. It's weird how the synths are. I took a look at a video off the Codex somebody posted of the synth making process, and it seems more like they're just humans. They're just humans.
but not.
the third generation. Yes.
I mean, they pretty much put everything on them, and They even use bone. You know, like if I was thinking of synths, you know, at least using
Metal bones.
yeah, like you know,
Robo
on the
bones.
inside they have you know metal bones and everything, and then on the
Maybe
outside.
if you like artificial organs.
Well,
Like, I don't think they'll need an
I think those
artificial
are
liver
the
between like an
second,
artificial heart,
first and
artificial
second
lungs.
generation synths.
I mean, I don't know how they're really called synths. I mean, called it
Well,
may
they're synthetic. Like saying that if you grow a liver, that's a synthetic liver.
But I mean, like in the end, though, they're pretty much just humans, except they weren't born. You know.
Yeah, they're synthetic. That's the point. They're called synths because they're synthetic.
I mean, but I like to think that synths are more along the lines of kind of like cyborg, or you know, like they have like metal bones and stuff.
I think Bethesda kept it intentionally vague
like test
so as to make it more.
Yeah, I
more
think they were just going the Blade Runner way of having replicants that are completely undefined.
You stole the words right out of my mouth.
Well, in Blade Runner, I think the replicants are made of flesh and blood.
Yes, but they're definitely designed, and they have all those replicated animals. They also have serial numbers on their cells and stuff.
Yeah.
So and basically in Blade Runner they show the different parts, which are actually organic, biological, but they show them being produced in basically separate locations, or at least designed on separate locations. So I think it's just it's just the Blade Runner way of just not doing.
I think it's a disservice to Blade Runner to compare it to Fallout 4. It's on so many different levels.
That actually is a real shame, though, because if they were borrowing anything from Blade Runner, that just makes it worse. Because if that was the influence there, they did not do it justice at all.
Come on, they did the
wasted potential question.
Hold on. I got a list of the lore retcons that Bethesda screwed up. Do you mind if I say them out loud?
Sure.
How'd
you get a hold
of them? Okay, this is the ones I just came up with the top of my head. Jet, Super Mutant, FEV, Vault 87, Super Mutant Leadership, the fucking aliens, the Assaultrons, the pre-war synths.
Yep, with metal boobies.
Yep. Yeah, the 50s divergence that Bethesda went ape shit with, the Moon War, Birds.
Moon War?
Yeah, there was a war on the moon.
Just like in Wolfenstein New Order, but stupider. Much stupider.
Yeah. Also, Birds, we see them before the war, even though they're supposed to come out after. The Enclave, the Brotherhood of Steel, the Power Armor, the Ghouls, Liberty Prime being apparently deployed in Anchorage when Fallout 3 it said that he wasn't. The Power Fist redesign. The bombings happening during the morning instead of the afternoon, despite everything else in the other games, especially Fallout 3 supporting an afternoon bombing.
I thought it happened early in the morning, in the middle of the night.
Don't mention the whole decline and the way everything was before the war. It was all happy.
Yeah, that's what I put. Yeah, and also cats too, which I don't. That's a record I don't mind.
Come on.
Yeah.
The caps thing.
You're forgetting
cats.
But
Cats with a T.
You forgot the two. Wait, did you forget Cabot House and the kid in the fridge?
No, you mentioned Alien.
Well, those are not exactly lore retcons. They're just stupid.
Yeah. Those are just dumb scenarios.
But I think personally that Cabot House just has the worst implication ever because Cabot at the end says that he will travel to the southwest because he heard that there's a giant alien city under the Mojave.
Oh, God.
I wonder if he's actually he's thinking of Big Mountain. That would be actually a pretty cool idea. That he's actually thinking of Big Mountain. That he's heard rumors about it and thinks, oh, Big Mountain must be aliens.
Wasn't Big Mountain implied to be Area 51 at one point?
No, it's not.
Okay, then that's probably what he's talking about as well, was Area 51. If Bethesda actually went that far and made Area 51 into an actual alien research post, which I hope that's not the case.
What is with the idea that they had with the Mojave having the aliens under there? What's all with
Because
that?
is so pissed off that insulting that Obsidian made a better Fallout game that they want to piss on the ashes. They just want to piss on it.
I guess I could say that about a kid in a fridge, or
Yep.
they just lost creativity and said, "Hey,
Reddits are allowed to have fun.
let's put a kid inside of a fridge, because that wouldn't scare some people in real life, claustrophobia or anything like that. Getting stuck inside of a fridge."
I wouldn't say it's Bethesda being mad at Obsidian for New Vegas or anything. I think it's the fact that Bethesda is moving far enough away from an RPG developer that the seams and the rips in their design is starting to show through.
I think they've been showing for a while now.
Yeah, they're probably following a very light Telltale RPG direction. That's what I think's going on. But
I also have
actually
experiments as also on the Flora concept Bethesda fucked up.
Let's see. Actually, on that front, do you guys want to stick with this for a little while longer, or do you want to toss another dart and go to the next?
Sure. I also came up with a new topic too.
All right.
On top of my
Let's
head.
hear it.
The blaring stupidity of the four main factions in Fallout 4.
No.
I disagree with that one for the simple reason that I actually kind of like the Brotherhood. I like the Brotherhood in Fallout 4 for the simple because they kind of remind me of the ones in Fallout New Vegas. They kind of have that same thing. They're not so.
Yeah, but the Brotherhood of Steel in Fallout 4 want to destroy the most technologically advanced place in the wasteland.
Because it's a threat to them.
No. In the original Fallouts and in New Vegas, what they would have done is that they would have wanted to control it instead of destroying it.
They would have took.
Brotherhood's all about controlling.
They would have took the plans if they could get a hold of some. They'd have somebody go down there, kind of sneak on through there, and attempt to get some advanced technology, so that way they could have an advantage and an edge against other people.
Hello, Mecha is just cool.
I think the problem is here with that is that I kind of like the Jedi of Steel. For some reason, I don't know. I just kind of felt more connected with them than I did with the Brotherhood in New Vegas. For simple reason, I think the Brotherhood in New Vegas are a bunch of mind-numbing idiots.
In a sense, they are, because remember why they're under the bunker in the first place. They lost their position to the NCR at the Helios power plant.
Yeah.
But instead of actually going out and trying to reestablish what they were doing before, Elder McNamara just keeps them underground.
Not only that, but they're surrounded by their enemies on all fronts. I mean, they have the NCR, they have the Legion. They're completely surrounded and outnumbered.
Mm-hmm. So if they try and venture out, it's going to be a death sentence for most of them, and we see that with the quest where you go out to try and find the Brotherhood scouts.
Yeah, they're pretty much screwed.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what makes the decision between Paladin Hardin and Elder McNamara such a hard choice.
Well, the thing is, you can only get the good ending for the Brotherhood of Steel, in my opinion, the best ending for the Brotherhood of Steel, if you side with McNamara, because the best ending, in my opinion, is the one where they ally themselves with NCR.
Mm-hmm. Essentially sign a truce with them so they don't keep firing their guns at each other.
And that just makes electing Hardin even more of a just general bad idea.
Well, Hardin's more of the not thinking of the long-term solution.
He's the hard type.
He wants to force it out. Is what it seems like.
Yeah.
And the thing is, I actually didn't know that at my first playthrough. I thought Hardin was good and McNamara was bad for the simple reason that I kind of fell into that sort of like, oh, this guy says he's bad, ergo he must be bad. So,
I thought it was along the lines of because he wants to get out there, while it seems McNamara wanted to stay in there.
Yeah, and then when I finally did that, and I wanted to do an NCR ending, I couldn't because Hardin wouldn't accept the NCR. And I was just like, dang, I don't want that.
That reminds me of
the only two ways that you can keep the Brotherhood of Steel around when it comes to New Vegas, there's the truce ending with the NCR, or go independent and ignore them. If it's Caesar's Legion or Mr. House, you're going to have to nuke that bunker. You got no choice.
Exactly.
Yeah, that just kind of bums me. That just bums me out. Like, why would Mr. House want to get rid of them? I know he's playing it away by...
because they're a threat to because Mr. House has a ton of technology that the Brotherhood would find valuable and dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that the exact same argument I'm using against the Institute?
In a sense, yeah, but also remember this: Mr. House has been able to keep himself alive for over 204 years. Something like that in the Brotherhood's hands, there was no way they would pass that up.
Oh no, the followers wanted that tech too.
Yeah, the followers want it. You know it's pretty valuable.
Mm-hmm.
All right, are we on a group of questions? Yes.
The blaring stupidity of the Fallout 4 factions.
Oh.
Yep.
You know
the Minutemen are pretty dumb.
You know
the Railroad's the dumbest. They want to start a race war between the synths and the scientists in the Institute, because that'll work out well for humanity in the long run. Can anyone say Skynet?
Oh, yes.
Wait, no. Skynet was already a thing.
Well, I think that for years, time is going to push away all the crap. And years from now, people will still remember Fallout 1 and 2, but Fallout 4 will probably be forgotten, long forgotten.
It's already pretty much forgotten by me. There's plenty of other games I can play besides that.
What about Fallout 3?
Fallout 3, I only keep it in the back of my mind when I want to play Wanderer's Edition.
Why did you remind me of Fallout 3?
Oh, man.
That's a good question.
Wandering Simulator.
Wanderer's Edition is the only thing that makes Fallout 3 good to me anymore. Anything else, I'm just going to go to New Vegas and play a very lightly modded game.
Get your fix on it.
May as well. That or I can just play Doom. I mean, there's never going to be a shortage of good stuff there.
I never understood, not understood, but I'm just kind of glad that even the Pete Hines and Todd Howard were there, because I saw them at I was watching the entire thing while it was live, and I saw them that they were there, and they saw them not getting the award. So just knowing that they were there, watching them get cucked by CD Projekt Red made me fucking chuckle.
You're not the only one, man.
Yeah, that was pretty good. I mean, maybe they wake up one, and I think it appears that many of their fans are also getting fed up with basically getting shipped intensely broken games.
Mm-hmm.
So,
at this point, we're approaching the second of a string of years where buggy releases have pretty much made the news, and Fallout 4 being made an exception, but being made an exception in the media, that strikes a lot of people as a double standard, and for good reason.
Yeah.
So
I think it's because a lot of people really liked Fallout 4. I know the Metacritic scores really don't reflect that, but I kind of think a lot of people, especially critics, really liked Fallout 4.
No, they like
whatever
Bethesda
reasons.
and their money.
Actually, no. I think it's well.
I mean, you see, if it was along the lines of Bethesda saying, "We're never going to pay you again," or let you get the game copy for free, the review, they would probably take a dump all over them with a review score with in-depth reasons why they do not like it. That's probably what would happen.
Also, can we talk about? Sorry, go ahead.
We saw that also with Fallout New Vegas when it came out. And granted, the game was when I first got it, when I first played it, it was a mess. My character would be sliding all over the place, crashes all the time, and characters getting stuck in terrain. It was worse than Fallout 3 stability-wise, but at the same time, it was a far better RPG than Fallout 3, and it didn't take long to realize it. And yet it got a lower ranking, and got picked apart more for bugs than anybody else.
Personally, I had a lot less problems with New Vegas than with Fallout 3. I recently reinstalled Fallout 3, so I tried my second character. And I mean, when you just install the game and you still have to do a config file trick because it won't work on the 64-bit systems properly, so it will crash the desktop about every 2 minutes.
Oh, that would explain it. Because
Fallout 3 is a massive mess. But New Vegas actually worked quite good for me. Fallout 4, on the other hand, I had to get a new graphics card to play it properly. Apparently, they really mean it when they say you need 2 gigabytes of video RAM for it. because the game is just hilariously badly optimized, apparently.
Wait, what kind of video card did you
weird,
get a hold of?
the weird thing about Fallout 3 in New Vegas, here's the funny thing. On the desktop that I currently have right now, Fallout 3 runs like garbage. I had to pick this thing apart to get it to work. Fallout New Vegas works just fine. On my laptop, on the other hand, it's the reverse. New Vegas runs like a mess. Fallout 3 runs fine.
I think it's all very, very individual. I mean, on my old graphics card, it was a Radeon 7875 or something like that, 1 gigabyte of graphics RAM. And apparently, you'd think when you have too little video RAM, then the game will just run slowly and, be very slow at loading textures. Fallout 4 actually ran pretty much fine, but it just simply refused to load textures. So I basically had the lowest level of detailed textures half of the time, which made it look like art.
Go ahead.
Yeah, now I have a GTX 970, and the game actually runs perfectly fine. I mean, it's been like 2 weeks now, and I had only one crash to desktop and basically no issues at all anymore.
Well, you noticed me. I got a crash desktop. So.
The worst I had with Fallout 4, and this I mentioned it on the I mentioned it in my Metacritic review, that when I tried my first female character, the minute she gets out of the vault, stuck. No movement. The sticks won't respond. The buttons won't respond. I hit the menu key to return back to the main menu. Try it again with a different character. Stuck. A third character. Stuck. It wasn't until the fourth one when it finally got unstuck. That's about the worst bug I've had with Fallout 4.
Wait, where were you when you got stuck?
Getting out of the cryo chamber, it just stuck me in place. I couldn't even move my head.
I had that problem with the USS Constitution inside of the boat, like where I think it was a turret, and I just happened to get myself stuck in the geometry and I couldn't get out. And it took me using a console command to no-clip to get back into
PCM's the best friend.
Yeah, I could say that saved me on quite a few occasions.
Speaking of optimization errors in the horror of Fallout 4, one thing I've noticed is with the current state of gaming engines and gaming technology, of course that might change when 8.6 comes out, but from all the games that have been released by AAA studios, there is no reason that you need anything more than 2 gigabytes of video RAM to at least play on high-medium settings. And most of what I've seen has been mostly just blatant product pushing for sponsorship of NVIDIA and AMD so far to buy their products. Because I'm running a 7850 on 2 gigabytes of RAM, and I can still max out most of my AAA games, especially Fallout 4, which I've had no graphical problems with, even though that's all individual, of course, with the compiling and coding. Every time you have, from what I see with all of the new games, every time there's a performance issue, it's more to do with the actual game itself and how it's written, rather than the necessary requirements for hardware. So I'm very cautious whenever you upgrade, especially the next couple of years.
Yeah. For now, I'm just going to stick with the. I've already got a new desktop build on the way. It's just $500 for an upgrade on a couple of parts, but it should last me for at least a year, at least 2 or 3 maybe.
Yeah, I need to get an upgrade. I was thinking of probably getting a 980 myself.
I'd push for a 950, 960, at least.
Why's that?
Are you running AMD though, right?
Oh no, I'm running NVIDIA GTX 780, 3 gigabyte.
Okay, I tend to stick with Radeon cards.
Why is that?
I don't know. AMD's never let me down.
Yeah, from my experience, Radeon
really like the AMD.
Yeah, Radeon has.
Anyway,
from what I remember, Radeon had a problem with Just Cause 3, how the recent driver updates would cause Just Cause 3 to just sort of crap out. Like, everything would just stretch and be bad and untextured and bleh.
Mm-hmm. That's a problem. That's a problem when you're working on the PC and you got to account for multiple drivers through multiple cards. It gets to be a mess really quickly.
Basically, what
I
I see
think it's
between.
AMD
Go ahead.
has. Yeah, sorry. AMD also has a problem. I think the equivalent card to the GTX 970 is basically slower, costs the same thing, but also needs more power. So I don't know. AMD.
Although, quick question of curiosity: have any of you guys ever seen a Titan up close, a GTX Titan?
No.
No.
I'm rather curious about how exactly that thing runs. I keep hearing a lot of mythical stories about it, but no performance proof.
Well, you
Maybe
can
that's
always
just me.
You can look at Total Biscuit. He has 2 of them.
Total Biscuit.
Yeah, he runs 2 Titans, or 4, I don't know. But most of the time on PC, SLI doesn't work anyway, so he just has too much money to burn.
Well, he got where he is through a lot of hard work and determination. So, overpowered PC or not, he kind of deserves it.
Yeah, well, obviously, I mean, he's a professional. That's what he does. So
Has he made a video to tear that Fallout 4 apart yet? Because I know he was pissed off about the optimization and.
No, not yet.
Not yet. He hasn't had one, and Razor Fist hasn't had his either.
Yahtzee had his though.
Yeah.
Yahtzee's was pretty good.
I love that.
I liked it.
But that's what went out of the way for gimmicky ideas for what the kids are into these days, i.e. Minecraft.
I like to want to see how much stuff you can hoard inside of your pockets, Junk Simulator or something like that.
Yeah.
How much
Yahtzee
gravity
and
is in your
fucking
underpants?
cold jizz. You don't have to do all this. You can do anything you want. You can jump up and jump up and down the end of a ribbon with the tuba down your trousers. It's up to you. That's kind of the point, though.
If you guys are interested in upgrading for under $150, I would suggest getting that video card right there. That's the one I'm currently using, and it's still getting high ratings because it's basically the older version, but it's got a new CPU inside of it, so it can actually process texels faster.
I had the 1 GB version of that, and well, it works fine for absolutely everything. I mean, I could play Metro 2033 perfectly fine on it. The CryEngine 3 tech demo works perfectly fine. I had no issues with it. But Fallout 4 on the 1 GB version just doesn't work. So I thought, well, I got a job. I can just burn some money on a graphics card, even though I don't do any gaming anymore.
Nice.
Anyway, back to the glaring stupidity of the factions. The Institute is... My god, did the Institute constantly contradict their own logic and reasoning.
Yeah, I don't really care for these. I didn't like him back in Fallout 3. I don't like them now. They're kind of dumb. Just dumb.
Yeah, I mean, it's like what I wrote on my more honest trailer post. I mean, here they are claiming to want to help humanity, but at the same time, they created the super mutants that you see that plague the Commonwealth. They kidnap innocent people to experiment on it and replace them with android replicas. They invest in useless experiments like synthetic gorillas. And at the end of the game, they want to bomb a large area with innocent people. I mean, they should give the think tank a run for their money and insanity.
Yeah, they're pretty dumb. But they're not even funny like the think tank. It's not like Dr. Mobius or anything like that.
Yeah.
They're just dumb.
Yeah, they play it straight.
They played it, and that's the worst part. They're playing it straight. If this was like a DLC, it would be perfectly fine. But it's not. It's the main frickin' quest.
And even worse, I don't think I'm spoiling anything here by saying this, but your missing son, he's probably the cause of all this stupidity.
Yeah, the major cause of all the stupidity.
Well, considering the stupidity of the main character.
Oh, yes.
Situations, it's definitely a narrative.
America.
Yeah.
Just Sean is kind of a...
Yeah, he's kind of an idiot.
Hey, Dr. Fallout's on. Try to see if you can get him in.
All right, 1 second. Let me. Did you just send you a message?
No, he liked my thingy when I was defending New Vegas and shit up against some guy because he's trying to say that Fallout 4 has better writing and less cliches or okay cliches. I guess opposed to New Vegas.
He's joining the call.
Well, again, the whole mad scientist thing, they're playing it straight, and that's a bad cliche to play straight. It worked back in the 50s, it doesn't exactly work nowadays.
Well, the mad scientist thing, I guess it would kind of work with the lightning generating rod and things like that, but for modern day, You'd really have to switch up what exactly the mad scientist is trying to achieve to make it mad science. You can't work with the old stuff because it's already surpassed.
You could always just do the maybe if they had like if the synths didn't start the third generation synths hadn't already invaded by the time the game had come around, you could see like the very first third generation synth being created, or even a fourth generation synth, and this scientist going, "It's alive! It's alive!"
Yeah, put a Dr. Frankenstein moment in there. That would be awesome.
I know Sean is voiced by Tony Amendola. I freaking love Tony Amendola. He was Braytech on Stargate. That.
Hang on, man. You got cut off. Are you still there?
Why does Google fucking hang on to do this shit? I don't know.
I don't know. I'd have to ask him what kind of hardware he's using because it sounds like a hardware bug. That or his net.
I would just.
That could be weird.
Hello, I'm back.
Okay, there you are. What were you saying?
I would have loved to heard Tony Amendola have a Dr. Frankenstein moment.
That would be so much fun, but Bethesda probably wouldn't be able to pull off or direct the actors properly to do that sort of moment because the original Dr. Frankenstein, how he's whirling around the table as this creature comes to life, that was a classic. It's hard to top that one.
Well, you'd have to create
has read the book.
Yeah, I have. Had to read it. Actually, had to read it in 11th grade for a final project in English.
Oh, really?
I love it. Yep. It was. This was back in 2003, before when they actually picked good books for high schoolers to read for projects. And I still regret this to this day. I had to read The Giver in grade 10.
I had to read that too.
I didn't get any of the symbolism, any of the underlying themes of it until 2 years ago. And I feel so bad about it because looking back, it's such a good story that I can't believe so much for that.
I thought it was pretty engaging.
Let's see.
Anyway, should we go to the next topic?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Anyway,
yes, we should.
Anyway, I'll pick it. I'll pick this one again since this is the one I think Ben wanted. Wasted potential.
Yes.
Oh yeah, that's so much.
Wasted potential, and oh how Fallout 4 is full of it.
I think it's just really the most recurring theme in Fallout 4, just the wasted potential. Every single good idea in Fallout 4 is just completely half-arsed.
Just like Skyrim. Just like with Skyrim.
Yeah, and the sad thing is, the Elder Scrolls is Bethesda's flagship RPG. You'd think if there's one IP they wouldn't touch or twist the screws too much with, it would be that one. But yet they did.
Okay, I'm back, guys.
Yeah.
And cut out just as I was getting into a big discussion.
Okay. As for me, one of the wasted potentials for Fallout 3 and 4, I mentioned this in the retcons as well, was there's no explanation given to the protagonist at any point with the characters you encounter as to what exactly is going on with the world they've woken up into. Why are caps used as currency? Baseball's kind of explained. What happened to the area around Boston? Some of the areas you run into, like the
I'm talking with people.
The Museum of Witchcraft, that sort of thing.
No.
You'd think Bethesda would put a little bit more storytelling effort, a little bit more storytelling chops.
But we don't really understand why there were caps used as currency in Fallout 1 either. So nothing that they could get away with that.
Well, it was kind of backed by water merchants because that was how they had to store and transport the water that they sold.
The thing is, the way I always thought was that one cap equaled one bottle of water, and yet if you look in Fallout New Vegas, price
that's not the case.
Yeah, that's like one bottle of water, dirty water equals 7 bottle caps, and if you want a bottle of clean water, that's 21.
Well, then again, remember that currency is just something that's been that has a value that people have agreed to. So, dirty water versus purified water, 5 caps versus 20. You're paying the extra for the cleanliness. If you don't mind dirty water, you can pay less.
Well, yeah, but I was thinking that one bottle of dirty water should equal 1 cap.
You would think, but then again, in a place like Vegas where water is rare, it's still going to be expensive.
How is water rare in Vegas? They're literally right next to one of the biggest sources of clean water.
Yeah. Hoover Dam, though, considering
There's a great big lake.
Yeah, that's
full
true.
of unirradiated water. How are they short on water?
Because the NCR controls it, and the NCR has taxed the water.
Mm-hmm. And also keep in mind this: if you look at remember when you walk past Nipton to the canyons, if you walk past there, turn around and look at the sign. It says that you just left California and you're walking into Nevada. If you blow up the size of that world by about 100 times, that would probably explain the high price of water, because it has to be transported at a distance that you can't see, and that Fallout New Vegas can render.
And you have to think of all the dangerous raider gangs like the Fiends, the Vipers, and everything that will probably attack the caravans.
Or the people who have access to their own water main or a water pump, what exactly their reliability is for getting water out of the ground. There's all sorts of factors that could play in.
Well, I think Goodspring.
Anyway, you were saying? Go ahead. And I think it got cut off.
He's saying how Good Springs, has
Good Springs is right next to a big source of water. That too, it has the Good Springs source.
Mm-hmm.
And as far as I'm aware, that thing is, I mean, you can even get free water from it if you go up there yourself. There's no really big raider problem there. The only thing I can think of would be geckos, but geckos are so piss easy. It's not even funny.
Yeah, but there's also the powder gangers now too.
Yeah. Well, Good Springs is also a small area, so that's probably what draws a lot of their trade. Is the fact that they actually have a source to draw water from.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's the wasted potential for me when it comes to a game like that. When it comes to an intellectual property like this that deals with currencies, is nobody explaining exactly how it works this way. I would love to see that, DLC or otherwise.
It just works.
Indeed, it just works.
Writers are allowed to have fun.
Say it again?
Writers are allowed to have fun with their quests and stuff.
Yeah, that's true.
Who cares about consequences or any particular good writing? Let's just have fun with it.
What are consequences?
Consequences? What's that?
It's like
my life.
I don't know. It sounds like in Fallout 4, most of the time when they're supposed to write a main quest, they're not having fun with it. They're just going by the books of things that sound like they're good writing, and it comes out
the
as
only people in Fallout 4 writing that have fun were the guys posing the mannequins and skeletons.
I happen to have a feeling that what they do is, since obviously they don't sit down like normal people and think, they stand up and they stand around. They pass a piece of paper around and they write down 3 sentences each, or like a sentence, and the other one it's kind of like Mad Libs in a way. And whenever they're finally done, whatever they have for the end result, they end up putting in there. It's like, yep, there we go. Don't check it. We're just gonna throw it out there, see what happens. So somebody must have been thinking, like the kid in the fridge. Somebody must have wanted a quest that involved a kid kind of companion for a minute there. Somebody else was probably hungry, so they stuck refrigerator in there. And
kids in Bethesda games. Oh God.
And another person.
You just know some kid's gonna try that at some point from seeing that in this game. You just know it.
That reminds me.
The good thing is nowadays for refrigerators.
The refrigerators don't have these latches anymore, so.
I can kind of see a situation where Bethesda has to put a warning on their games, kind of like White Wolf and the Mythbusters have to do. But don't try this at home.
Yeah.
That would be so stinking funny. Maybe somebody could mod that in. Just put a "don't try this at home" thing at the start. Anyway,
for me, the 2 biggest wastes of potential was the Vault 114 and the Triggermen. They could have done something really cool with the Triggermen.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, Boston gangsters, Boston mobsters. I mean, they could have done some Whitey Bulgars type stuff with them, but no, they're just another bunch of mooks to
and fodder that you just kill.
Yeah.
That they did seem like they had potential going for them, but it just fell flat. There was nothing. There was no substance there. It was like, oh, we're going to lower loom. Nothing.
If they tried to do something on the level of The Godfather with them, that would have been kind of neat.
Yeah, like them trying to like gain control of like Diamond City and whatnot.
Kind of like the Powder Gangers. Is that what you're thinking of?
No, like kind of like maybe I'm thinking to myself. Hold on, sorry. Like the mayor, like retcon the whole thing as a mayor and everything. Like make the Triggermen try and like gain control of the city. Like they control like the criminal element in the drug trade in Diamond City, and the mayor is a good guy, but it turns out he's a synth, and the people are paranoid about synthetics, and the Triggermen want to get him out of there and be in control of the city. And you could have had a choice either to help them or the mayor, something like that.
That sounds 100 times better than anything they were trying to write up.
Yeah.
I'm sure if no
There's a lot.
mutants,
I imagine every single one of us in this chat right now could come up with something that's better than what Bethesda puts on paper.
And you could have had a choice. You could have been like either help the mayor, like a good guy route, or be an evil character and help the Triggermen and be made into a made man or a made woman.
Being an evil character in Fallout 4, surely you jest.
Yeah.
You cannot be evil in this game. How dare you?
No, I mean, how could you when they clearly name enemies Raider scum? You're the hero. You must take out all the scum of the earth because you're the legendary hero. You're the legendary Dragonborn. I mean,
You are the lone survivor of Vault 111. You are the person who's going to
legendary lawyer of.
And everybody's going to fall on your rim.
You shall finally lead Boston to victory against the evil darkness. And the aliens in the next DLC.
The people who are actually going to lead Boston to victory, if any of you guys have played Mage the Awakening, those folks would lead Boston to victory over anything Bethesda wrote.
You know what? I think the biggest problem with Fallout 3 story, and Fallout 4 story, is the beginning. I think they could have kept the whole married couple premise, but have like a choice of options for their backstory, their history, the child even, like maybe they're communist spies or something, or he's the lawyer, she's the veteran, or something better. They're scientists. They work at Vault Tech or something.
That's all role playing though, and Bethesda's not a role playing studio anymore. What I put forward for that. Here's one thing I would love to have seen, aside from the smarts, the setups for your particular family. What if they let you do 2 of 4 different scenarios before the bombs drop?
Into something like that.
I would love to see that. Like, say you get the chance to go to a grocery store, a police station, a mall area, something like that with your family, and see exactly what's going on before the bombs drop.
And have that be like the basis for your character, like your character's roleplay decisions. Like, if there's an anti-government protester in the Super Duper Mart, what do you do?
Do you just walk right past them? Do you try and break it up? Do you join them? All sorts of different things that Bethesda could have done, and they did nothing with it.
And that saddens me, really.
And Akratus, I've got you to thank as well for bringing this up last podcast, that the thrust of the entire character was they're from before the war, and yet they do nothing with it. And we just keep seeing it over and over again.
Hey, has anyone noticed that Akratus has his mic muted?
It's because it's getting late where he is, and he can't let out his Codexian rage anymore. He's got to be quiet.
Oh no, the horror.
Yeah.
Poor guys, it's 3:27 where I'm at.
Yeah, he's in the Netherlands, so this is why I started the podcast at 2 o'clock so we could get him in here. It's probably gonna crest midnight where he is right now.
Yeah, it's like 6
o'clock midnight right now.
Yeah. Well, thanks for starting us at 2, so it could start at 12 for me. So I had plenty of time to get in here.
No problem. I'll keep the next time we do this. I'll start us at 2, probably 1, or maybe sooner if I can.
I don't know. Maybe like have it start streaming at 2 like you did, but like have it open until like a few hours earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah, just wake us up at the ass crack of dawn or something. Just
I'm not much of a morning person though, so good
Yeah,
luck.
me neither.
Good luck getting me
It
out.
takes me forever to get up.
Oh,
I
man.
have to be.
I've had my parents literally drag me out of bed.
That's kind of like me, so I feel you there, man. Let's
Anyways,
see.
can we move on to the next question?
Yeah, Ranger, you got one?
Yeah. Next question.
Actually, I'd like to add something to the question of waste
go ahead.
potential. I mean, I think I wrote about it on the forum quite often, actually. The whole Raider theme was actually quite a lot of wasted potential. I mean, they obviously added so many cool locations for Raiders, like this Robot Derby, Libertalia, and a ton of named Raiders and stuff like that. And they just did nothing with it. I mean, they have a whole ring of basically a whole location that is all about placing bets on racing robots and stuff like that. And well, they're all aggressive and they all kill you immediately. The combat, though, just a giant fucking arena, and they just fucking wasted it just to give you Kate. I mean, which is cool. I mean, Kate is more or less the coolest companion just because he's Irish, but.
Well, even in Deus Ex Invisible War, we had pit fights in Lower Seattle. If you guys remember that bit, one of the fights of which you can influence by taking out the lead contender, and then just making bank on the final fight.
They even had it in Fallout 3 in the pit.
Yep.
They had it in fucking Stalker: Shadow of Chernobyl.
Mm-hmm. Pretty much any game that has a good amount of writing that goes into it is going to have something like these arena fights.
Yeah.
Oh, can I add the thing I was going to say about wasted potential first?
Sure, go ahead.
Coming out first. I think the whole thing with Blade Runner, the whole big influence they have with it, I kind of saddens me that they don't have Deckard's pistol. They don't have they don't have that gun.
Oh yeah, I didn't even notice that.
I mean, they even added the
Somebody's going to mod that. Somebody's going to mod that back in and watch.
That's definitely necessary. I mean, they even added the complete final scene between Roy and Deckard on the roof of Massachusetts fusion something, of the mass fusion dump site or something like that.
Don't worry, mods will fix it.
Yeah, but there's a small scene between, there's like a naked synth, Generation 2 synth, and basically Deckard, and they just put a boring-ass 10mm pistol in there. It's
yeah,
like,
the 10mm pistol doesn't even look like the... Yeah, but remember, it just works. Emphasis on the just.
Exactly.
That's another thing. I mean, they completely forgot about unique weapons. I mean, in Fallout 3 and New Vegas, unique weapons were usually just more or less reskins. But here there are just no unique weapons at all. They have unique enchantments. Like a fucking flamethrower that freezes you because,
here's the really sad thing about that. Not only is it just unique enchantments, you can take those unique enchantments, those weapons, and put them on ones you already use.
You can.
So those things are even less unique.
You can actually do that.
I like to think that the flamethrower that freezes people actually...
Really? You can actually take the enchantment off there?
If I remember correctly, yeah, because if I remember correctly, yes, the weapon that you get from from Paladin Dance for helping him set up the beacon.
Just turn on one of them.
I brought that thing right back to.
They're only different.
I brought that thing right back to a workbench and started picking it apart, and before I knew it, I'd actually removed the mod that had given it that buff.
Oh, okay.
I can't remember how I did it, but I'm pretty sure I know for a fact I did.
Well, you can
Unless
walk
I'm
out
remembering
those
things
weapons.
wrong.
So, yeah.
Well, as you know, speaking of weapons, Bethesda thinks that somehow changing the receiver automatically changes the caliber of the weapon. Because somehow you don't have to use the barrel and you don't have to bore the barrel for a different caliber. You just
change out the receiver.
If you try and shoot a 44 round in a revolver that's chambered for 357, it's going to blow up in your hand.
You can actually fire a
Yeah, Akratus is
5.5
saying it's
millimeter and a
science.
9mm.
Scientist did it.
No, it's not a scientist that does it. It's a magician that does it. There's a little magician. There's a little magician on your shoulder in Fallout 4 that just makes everything work without you seeing him. That's what's going on.
I imagine he's Irish.
I remember
or he's Scottish.
I mean, it's Boston. Obviously, he's Irish.
I don't know why I want to think he's Irish. Like,
you know, I remember some people over there on the Codex were talking about like the pipe weapons. How one of them were talking about it's probably if they're using pipes, they probably haven't given that the groove on the inside, the barreling.
Yeah, they probably haven't rifled. They haven't rifled.
Yeah, rifling. My bad. They were like, yeah, you know, that kind of helps with the velocity and everything. He's like, I'm surprised these weapons could even go past like 30 meters and shit.
Well,
I don't know how it works like that either.
And of course, the other thing to keep in mind, actually, quick correction there. I double-checked some of the video footage that I had on my Xbox One just now. It's not the weapon enhancement itself that you can take off. It's the weapon mods that are built into it that you can actually take out.
Really?
So yeah, my mistake. It'll still have the unique name. It'll still have the unique enchantment. But if it has, like, say, a special minigun with a high-powered motor, you can mod that out and move it to another gun that you already use, and just use that mod that you ripped
but
out.
it still won't catch people on fire, the new minigun.
Yeah. You can... That's the weird thing. For unique weapons, they sure give you the open ability to just mod them and make them weaker and weaker than stuff you already currently use. Makes no sense.
I don't know why they have, like, the weaker mods and then the stronger mods as you go up. It's useless to have the weaker mods there, because what they could have done is they could have gave different advantages and disadvantages depending on what kind of mod you use.
Yeah, it's just a linear progression. I mean, why even use anything less than the maximum you can do with your current code for that?
And then, of course, there's the other point of if you already have a weapon that's super powered, like a heavy shotgun, why bother picking up any other ones unless you're just going to rip them to pieces for parts?
Yeah, especially those fucking legendary weapons that you can't scrap. That's really
Yeah.
I've passed up so many legendary weapons. It's not even funny. Like hordes that I could have picked up, but I was like, why would I want to pick that up when I have something better?
Yeah.
I mean, in the end, the best weapon, that's also something I find very annoying. Basically, the best weapon you can find is Overseer's Guardian, which is just a combat rifle with a double damage enchantment. And when you put a top-tier automatic armor-piercing receiver on it, it's just a freaking beast. It destroys everything.
And we're not even getting into serious Sam levels of ridiculousness with that giant cannonball shooter that you can carry around.
Oh yeah, are you talking about the one from the SS Constitution?
Yeah, that giant cannon.
I don't know why I got that as a quest weapon. Like, you're gonna give me a weapon that I'm never gonna use. That's what I don't understand.
I think they're kind of capitalizing on Serious Sam there, which is an excellent game, by the way. I think everyone should play that one.
I love Serious Sam.
Yeah, Serious Sam, but that has a cannon in it. Not a hand cannon, a literal cannon.
Yep. It also has serious bombs in the second game. You light one of those puppies, everything within 100 yards of you gets blown to pieces.
I don't know.
That thing.
I don't know why they still do the way that the whole quest thing they do, like where you do something and then your reward is leveled. I remember somebody mentioned that. I'm pretty sure it was on NMA. Why they do that when they could simply just give you the money, because eventually you're just going to end up spending that and getting money from it instead.
Well, you'd think they'd do something on the level of Vampire the Masquerade as well, like when you're talking to the Tremere agent in the second place you go, Hollywood Hills. When he gives you the option of either hard currency or an item that he carries, which can be either one of three different fetish items, which will all help your character. And if you pick the thing that's not money, he says that true rewards are often found outside of base currency.
Well, Fallout 2 did that in a way. I mean, it didn't throw it out there. It did it subtly. It wasn't like, oh, here you go. depending on if you chose, am I going to get any payment out of it? I mean, it wasn't exactly like that, but, you still get different things out of it. I mean, instead of getting a particular weapon. That's what I hate with, okay, I don't know if I want to say hate, because honestly, I don't like the system, because I usually end up getting a weapon that is crappier than mine due to leveling. So I'm just like, oh, thank you for this, and I decided to dump it on the ground and just walk away from it.
Okay, I'm sorry, I got cut out there. Agent, what were you saying about what kind of items in Vampire?
The thing about Vampire the Masquerade is there's a couple of missions where, specifically the Tremere agent in Hollywood Hills, he gives you the option for, I believe it's for the Blood Plague quest. When you finish that and go back to him and tell him the results of your labor, he gives you two options. You can either get paid in cold hard cash, or you can get one of 3 different fetish items, which will all enhance your character. And taking the fetish item is always preferred over currency because it has a lasting effect for your character. I've actually played it both with the regular version and the user mod. The user mod one is kind of useful, but the original one, it's essentially called a blood vial. The more enemies that you strike, the more blood this fills up with, and you can just use it as a one-shot blood pack if you're in a pinch. It's pretty nifty.
I never played Vampire the Masquerade. The only experience I have with it is Linkara's review of it.
You're missing out on a lot if you haven't played Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines. A recommendation, if get the full version if you can, but get the user patches up to about version 9.3 or 5.7. Anyone that's past 3.4 is going to add character histories to the clan that you pick. So a Ventru, who is more inclined to doing things that are financial or speech-oriented in nature, you can switch up his character history to make him more of a brawler and less of a talker. If you're interested just in playing a Ventru for the bonuses, but not so much as a speech character.
So it's kind of like a Bethesda game.
Sort of. Here's the interesting thing, though. There's 2 clans that you have to be extremely careful while playing, the Malkavians and the Nosferatu. If you're playing as the Nosferatu, you can't be seen by any humans. It's a masquerade violation if you do, because they look like the vampires of old. Deformed faces, long fangs, claws, hunched over, those kind of people. The Malkavians, on the other hand, they always speak in a very distorted
way they talk. It's kind of hard to understand.
It's hard to understand what they're saying exactly. So where a Ventru or a Tremere would just straight up say, they would straight up ask a question, the Malkavians would say something like, "Oh, thus wants me to do this," or on other occasions they can even talk to inert objects, which I always found funny.
Like the whole clan, like even people who were born after that time period where they started talking like that?
Yep, because the Malkavian bloodline is one where every person who is bitten by who is embraced as a Malkavian becomes incurably insane. The lady that you work with early on, the one who runs the club, you eventually find out she has a split personality. And it's both her and her sister talking to the same person.
Oh yeah, that you're talking about that blonde woman.
Yep.
Blonde vampire.
Meet her first as Jeanette, and then you meet her and then you meet the actual sister.
So like it was the one with the glasses, and then the other one, right?
Yep. You have to get her to do something you want. You've got several missions for her. The first is getting a locket, and the second one is talking to Jeanette to ruin an art gallery. And here's the interesting thing. When the quest line gets close to an end, and I'm going to toss out a spoiler warning here just for anybody who doesn't want to hear this.
I already know.
At the end, there's 3 ways you can handle these characters. You can let Jeanette or her sister win and kill the other one off, Or if you do your cards right, you can have them work together and become just one person again. But
so it's dog/god.
It's not permanent, though. Malkavians are incurably insane. Even though you do end this quest line, you do find out later, or through hints and rumors, that they've gone back to their old ways.
Ah.
That's what I love about the Malkavians, them being the kind of people that they are.
Baby cuckoo.
Mm-hmm. A little cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. And
I just saw the Nostalgia Critic cereal mascot thing. Puffs is an addiction that is like, no, you shouldn't take that. They shouldn't take that in jest.
Yeah, well, they're not, and she's not the only one that you meet. There's another one you'll find later by Alistair Grout, and I won't mention anything about his place. But when you walk inside, it's quite a trip. If you've played the sword recovery mission from Thief, the original first game, the one where you had to go inside the weird mansion, think of that, but worse. It's pretty trippy.
Are you thinking about, you're talking about Steve Gold's mansion that you're going to go in?
Yeah, the mansion that you have just the outside map to, but nobody's gone inside to see the rest. And then when you get inside the core, it's like rooms are upside down, you find traps, all sorts of neat things.
Huh.
Yeah, there's a version of that
fun.
in Vampire the Masquerade. But I won't spoil it. You'll have to go inside the mansion to see for yourself.
Alright.
You can't do a spoiler warning, woot woot, turn it on mute.
I would, but I actually don't remember that quest very well. I'm going back through the game one more time with a Venture playthrough, and the last time I went in there, I made the mistake of listening to the audio file that's right at the end of the hallway. All of a sudden, had 3 guys jump me. So be extremely careful and load up on blood packs before you go in.
Okay, doke.
That's also where I recommend the user patch, because there's a mission that you have to do in Santa Monica where if you do anything wrong, you'll lose access to blood packs, and you'll know it when you see it. I won't spoil it for you, but honestly, it's fun.
Huh.
If you're playing as a Ventru or some other clan that has access to presence or dominate, it's pretty easy. Otherwise, it's going to cost you. But that's why I love Vampire the Masquerade as the last game made by the original guys from Fallout, Tim Kaine among them.
Anyway, should we get back to the next question?
Yeah, I think I derailed this a bit too long, didn't I?
Anyway, the parts of the game design that were taken from mods.
Oh, this one is going to be a joy.
Oh, I already got some.
Go ahead.
Notice how Kate or Kat or however the hell you say her name, the Irish pit fighter, your companion.
Kate.
Yeah, Kate. Her character kind of reminds me a little bit of Niner from the popular Niner companion mod from New Vegas.
Okay, I got cut out. What was it? What was it Chibi was saying about blood packs? You're playing as a I can't remember what.
Oh, he got cut off again. I'll make this quick then.
Huh.
There's a mission that you'll find in Santa Monica in Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, where the person who sells you blood packs, it's going to bring you in direct conflict with him. If you have access to a clan with presence or dominate, it's pretty easy to get what you need once the quest is done. What that is, though, you'll have to see for yourself. You'll like it, trust me. I won't spoil it.
If you do, you should be ashamed.
Well, spoiling Vampire the Masquerade is difficult because so many 7 different clans, many ways to play. It's hard to really spoil it unless you're talking story spoilers.
Yep.
But anyway, hey Ranger, you were saying?
Yeah, ideas taken from mods.
Oh boy.
And you mentioned Kate having a resemblance to Niner from New Vegas.
Yeah, and also. Also, Piper and Hell, even most of the companion, their romance quests reminds me a little bit of Willow from the popular Willow mod.
Willow.
Any of those.
I actually haven't tried any of the companion mods for New Vegas. I really need to at some point.
You know, I think they did take from, what was it? It was that one mod. It was kind of like, I can't think of the name.
They definitely borrowed something from weapon mod kits.
Wait. I'm thinking of Project Nevada, I think it is. It had the crosshairs just like the ones.
The dynamic crosshairs.
It also had the slow time, bullet time, which they put into their game as well, into the Jet.
It was activated through Turbo in New Vegas. No idea how you do it in 4 though.
I can't remember how.
I think it's Jet.
Oh no! Wait. Yeah, Jet.
Yeah. Jet is
Jet, because Psycho.
I'm back.
Damage.
Internet went off again. I don't like this stupid internet. I'm at an RV park, a government-funded RV park, by the way, and the internet is just awful here.
I think they took a lot from Project Nevada, to be honest.
I've noticed.
They forgot all about the different ammo types and all those good parts.
Yeah, that's a sore missed one there, especially for a shotgun lover like me. Not having access to flechette rounds, 3.0 buckshot, or even slugs.
Dragon's Breath, pulse rounds.
Oh yes.
I
love those.
Rounds. They kick butt.
Why did they take that out? And now instead of
ammo
switching
types,
ammo, you have to switch your gun.
Wait, are you talking about the different ammo types? Is that what we're talking about right now?
Yeah.
That is absolutely stupid. Like, okay, it doesn't make any sense how you change a part and all of a sudden you can shoot these different kinds of rounds, you know?
It makes no sense also from a real world perspective, because look at it this way: instead of getting armor-piercing rounds, now you've got to switch your gun completely to get that access to that.
That makes no sense. I remember I was told, oh, well, if you want to deal with those robots, you're gonna have to get a separate weapon.
That was actually me.
What is the point? What would be the point of armor piercing anyway when there's no damage threshold or anything? There's just damage resistance and.
I think it just does. I think it negates damage resistance.
It negates a chunk of damage resistance. Usually, armor piercing, it'll cut away about 50-70%.
So basically, it's like the anti-power armor stuff.
Pretty much, yeah.
Which is stupid, by the way. The anti-power armor stuff should be the pulse rounds, not the armor-piercing stuff.
Actually, here's another thing. Speaking of anti-power armor stuff, what about weapons you get that fire electrical charges?
Mm-hmm.
The only thing that really pierces armor consistently is the gamma gun, and even then, that's one of the stupidest things I've ever seen. It just shoots radiation.
Well, I kind of like the idea of the gamma gun. I like the idea of the gamma gun. The problem is it also affects ghouls for some reason.
Yeah, it heals them.
It heals them? No. I've seen people kill ghouls with the gamma gun.
Really?
Somehow. I don't know how. I think it might be a bug.
That's got to be a bug, because ghouls are not supposed to be killed by radiation. They're supposed to be healed.
But there is actually a legendary radiation gamma gun that does, I don't know, something damage to ghouls. So basically it heals them, but it also damages them. It's not really all that useful.
That would explain a lot.
Something damage to ghouls. Yes.
It was, I think, on the Rock, Paper, Scissors Permadeath Diary. Rock, Paper, Shotgun Permadeath Diary, I should say. Not shot. Scissors.
Let's see. I know a lot of us noticed the JIP Companion Commands and Control mod usage when it comes to commanding companions, but even then, it's just the surface idea of commanding your companion. It's not. It's nowhere near as involved as JIP's mod was.
Dungeon Siege had better.
It's not as involved as in New Vegas, where you can actually tell them to, just. Go up close to ranged weapons, stay close to me, all that stuff. It's just
even New Vegas actually did that much better.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying.
And even then, JIP, it's only really useful if you have a bunch of companions to control, and you just want to spread them out before a bunch of enemies come your way.
Yeah.
And you can.
But I do like how you actually treat your companions like dogs. I mean, you actually whistle at them. What the fuck?
I haven't been able to get my character to whistle. How do you do that?
You'll do it for dog meat, pretty much a guarantee.
Yeah, but I mean, you actually whistle at everyone.
So wait, does it work with Piper and all of them?
It probably does.
That's ridiculous.
That would be pretty funny if you did it to Piper and she had some sort of reaction to it, like.
Don't
No.
whistle at me.
Well,
Don't do that.
No, reactions, that would be too much. But
Yeah, reactions are too much.
Actually,
the only
noticed,
thing they react to is whenever you play with those locks, your fingers properly, and she likes it.
Yep.
I got
that I actually like.
all the way. I got her affection all the way up by simply picking locks.
Yeah, same
I
with
thought you
Kate.
didn't like lockpicking.
And then,
No, just the mayor's store, or when you're really actually breaking and entering. But you know, safes and strong boxes and stuff like that. Piper is all about that.
and I remember passing some charisma checks whenever she automatically initiates dialogue with you, and she's like, "Is it getting hot in here?"
Mm-hmm. Yeah, all of them are
Like,
very
wow.
terrible.
I was like,
What?
"What?" It was cringeworthy the way she said it. Like,
Yeah, I mean, all of the romance options are extremely cringeworthy.
Easy.
Although one thing I actually liked about the companions, or one more or less environmental thing, when you're actually really quite far away from your companions, like, I don't know, 50 meters or so, and you basically park them somewhere, and then you tell them to come back to you. So basically, when you're in their line of sight, you can actually, you will, or the player character will actually shout at them. That's actually quite cool.
really?
That's basically the coolest part of the game.
So it does take into account distance. Interesting.
Yeah.
Bethesda did a few good things, but I think it's kind of like
They're good with the
it's
tiny.
one step forward, 2 steps back. Like there's a lot of things I think they did right, but there's so much they did wrong too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, most of the time when they do something right, they half-ass it completely.
You know, honestly, to me, it seems more like they take, like, 4 steps forward, trip over a rock, land off a cliff, and into the ocean.
And then they explode in a big mushroom cloud because of that.
I mean, I know it sounds harsh, but just, you expect them by now, after over a decade, to do something at least remotely decent. Like, I didn't have any standards when this game was coming along, and I was still disappointed. It's just...
Yeah, when your standards are set with a bar that's so low it practically touches the ground and you're still disappointed, that's a bad sign right there.
Well, my standards aren't completely different. My standards are a completely different plane, really. Like I'm not going to be judging Fallout 4 as a Fallout. I'm going to be judging it as Borderlands 3.
You see, that's what I dislike. I don't like how people say, "Oh, we judge it on its own merits and stuff." I don't like that because it has the Fallout name. I will judge it by, a Fallout.
Well, it's the same reason. Like, I don't know if you've ever played Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts. It's just kind of a weird thing to bring up during talking about Fallout. It's actually a fairly decent game, but it's a horrible Banjo-Kazooie game.
Yeah, that's
And
the
biggest problem is
impression
its
that I always
name.
got from it.
Its biggest problem is the name.
You
If
see,
it was a new IP by Rare, just say Random Bear and Random Red-Crested Seagull or Breagle, it would have been a perfectly fun game. But it had Banjo-Kazooie name on it.
Yeah, still a fun game though.
Yeah. Combat was a bit of a chore until you got a homing weapon, but still.
I don't know. I don't try to be too harsh because, like, I'm being too harsh on the game because some of the things just don't make sense. And I look at it as another Fallout game. If they didn't want it to be judged as a Fallout game, they should have named it something else and should have created their own IP with it, or they should have turned it into the Elder Scrolls 6. I don't know, but
I would like to see Bethesda try and do their own IP with it.
I just find it really hard to look away, like to turn a blind eye. I mean, I could judge it based off of being a regular normal game without the Fallout name, and it's all right. But then after a while, you start to see that you lose. There's lots of things you can do that are just worthless, like settlement building. That leads to nowhere. There's no consequences. There's no nothing. You just get Marcy Long sitting there, bitching constantly. Never has anything good to say. Oh, for God's sakes!
Even though we have our opinions on what the Fallout franchise should be, I think that it would be rated lower by mainstream critics if it wasn't part of Fallout, because that's kind of a rose-tinted classes. People want to like it because it's Fallout.
If it was
want
by
to like
EA,
it because it's Bethesda.
if it was by EA, they would have downvoted it to hell and back and said, "You are trying to be like Borderlands. You're trying to be like this. This is all fetch quest."
Yeah,
But
you would
it's
think.
like-
You
but
would
you know,
think.
they're less critical about it. They're like, "Oh, well, it has fetch quests, but you can run around and look at the skeletons and environment storytelling."
And
Bleh.
thematic.
You can always count on the general gaming media to make to do mental gymnastics to justify what they say, even when they get caught with their pants down.
I don't even know. It's just it's funny, but at the same time, it's very sad that people resort to comparing it on its own and comparing it to other games. And then you look at all the features, you see all these features added in, but they're all half-baked. I mean, I'll admit, at least the shooting's alright, even though I still had to go through a shit ton of hoops in order to get it to work properly there. But
Yeah.
besides that, it has a lot of things that it half-asses because it tries to be a whole bunch of things that it's not. You can't stick to one focus.
Yeah, well, the settlement building itself was actually something taken from mods, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Hey, no masturbating on your mic there.
Huh? Oh, sorry, my bad. I'm holding my head up with my I'm holding my head up with my hand, and it's hitting my mic.
You know, I kind of imagine, hopefully, one day a side stream critic would just not review it and just say, "I'm sorry, I don't give credit to unfinished work."
You know, that would actually
We're not beat up.
that would be a really ballsy move, and I would love to see people do that.
Wow, they'd be getting it. They'd be getting it from Bethesda. Are you talking about just any reviewer that normally gets paid in order to do this
Total
stuff?
Biscuit or Angry Joe or
Well,
something.
reviewers.
I don't know if Angry Joe would do it. I mean, sometimes he'll go out and sometimes attempt to tear a game a new asshole, but he'll still rate it high despite the fact
Oh, I know.
flaws.
Yeah, Angry Joe's just really
I don't
inconsistent.
really care for him.
It
Thing
makes
is, I'm gonna say this right now that the critics don't like. I've noticed with what Logan was it, Army of Two, I think it was. That game got hyped to hell and back. Same thing with Doom Forever. They both got hyped to hell and back, and despite that, neither of them got good scores at all.
Yeah, Duke Nukem Forever was a bit of a disappointment there. Although going back to the Doom Kako Awards, there's a particular award that they give out every year called the Mordeth Award. It's rewarded to a mod that's been in development for many, many years, has been noted to have a lot of issues, and yet comes out. So it makes me wonder if some of these things just should never come out in the first place. Same thing with Duke Nukem Forever. There was no way it was going to live up to the hype it had built itself in the last 14 years to release.
They should just take the, I don't know, what was it, E3 version from 2001?
Yeah, what happened to that?
Yeah,
It
man,
got
that's
canceled. It got
awesome.
scrapped. It got thrown into a trash bin.
But come on, it has to be on some hard drive somewhere, and someone better than who did it, Gearbox.
Well, think about what happened to the Van Buren files.
How much you want to bet someone tries to make
We got
that
a
into a
technical
Doom
from
mod
that, and that's
someday?
it.
You know,
Someone's going to try and make that into a Doom mod one day, mark my words.
Total Biscuit was kind of putting on the point of the problem with YouTube reviewers and private reviewers actually being able to mark games low. You know, because if you have a history of being highly critical of these games, you actually get blacklisted by the company, and they won't send you review copies.
they'll also flag your videos and they'll take them down and.
Yeah,
Copyright.
A lot of these companies, they want the people like the Gaming Lemon or Dawko or people like that who are going to be enthusiastic but not critical. And even the Gaming Lemon, if you guys checked his channel, he's got access to an early. All right.
Good grief.
You
Yeah, I'm
okay?
fine. Got a cough.
Yeah, thanks about that.
Okay. But the Gaming Lemon, for an example, he's got one video up on his channel, a new one, which is early footage of Far Cry Primal. And
Crap.
Probably the worst perpetrator of this is probably Mr. Matt Plays.
Mr. Matt, oh my god.
Oh god, that guy is such a Bethesdrone. I don't like using the word Bethesdrone, but by God, he's the walking definition.
Well, he rated it as a near perfect game, and you can tell by his 700,000 views. He's pretty much just another extension of the advertising arm of Bethesda.
So basically,
I
like
wonder if he actually secretly works for them.
Yeah, that'd be actually, given the number of Fallout 4 videos that he's got, if not Skyrim videos, I wouldn't put it past him.
It's more along the lines of 10 out of 10 would circle jerk again. You know, speaking of, not to interrupt, but I'm at this part in Fallout 2, and I'm seeing this really funny dialogue, you know, from Quincy, you know, damn it, you know, Raul would lose his head if it weren't so placed so firmly up his ass. You know, I find you know, kind of chuckly things like that funny, but then I go to play Fallout 4 and I attempt to find something like that, and the most that you get that's funny is Piper waddling around and moving her hands around, waving in the air while her mouth's just uncanny valley. I mean, I'm sitting there, like the one video where it shows her talking in the intercom, and she's waving her hands around like noodles, and her mouth is just flopping around, and you know, it's so uncanny and weird. Like, I remember somebody was like, "Hey, Piper looks like my old ex-girlfriend." Okay, so your old ex-girlfriend had her mouth, had animations like that, and had her mouth flop around like that with some wild noodly arms. Like, seriously.
Your ex-girlfriend.
Facial animations are really quite weird at times. I recently had a bug where the companion just kind of looked to with her eyes to upper right, and it was really weird when you talk to the companion, and it's like weird look to the side. What was that?
Just the way her mouth moves. I mean, I think she looks, you know, all right, like kind of pretty when she's not moving anything, like standing still completely, doing nothing. But you know, I've looked at some like the Fallout Nexus. I looked at a couple of mods, and there's this one showing off these pictures for beauty mods, and the default woman survivor, she just looks so dead. Like it looks dead, dying, just no life in it, and she's just staring at your soul. Just
I think that's kind of a thing in general, you know. Like the screenshots and when nothing is moving, the game is actually quite good looking. I mean, I run it on Ultra, and even the texture quality is mostly not as bad as some people make it out to be.
I admit, some of the textures they do look alright in some places. But
yeah, some are really shoddy, but personally, I think most of the time the game is actually quite good looking. But
you know, if you look at it, if you look at a distance, some of them do actually look pretty nice. I mean, with a little bit of touch-up work, they could actually.
Well, that's the optimization at the level of detail, because some of the distant textures are actually more higher resolution than ones I'm staring at in front of my face.
Yeah, definitely some.
Yeah, that's
also
that's
like. Yeah, actually, like the lighting engine, you know, and the outside. There's, you know, when you just have one big light source, the sun, then it's actually quite good looking. There's the shadow quality is actually quite nice.
Well, you can tell they also did the arm, the hand, and the thumb stuff whenever you pop up.
All that stuff is
really nice.
quite nice.
Like if you look at when you first pick up when you pick it up from the skeleton arm, you can see little details of the little bits of rust coming on there. I like that.
And all that stuff like. But then the game starts to move, and then you just notice that the animation quality is
I'd say almost abysmal. I'd probably be
terrible most of the time.
I think the worst part of the optimization has to do with the shadows, because they actually use two processes to write the shadows, both the CPU and the GPU. So basically, the CPU has to send a signal to the GPU to draw the shadows. So every time you're trying to draw a shadow, it's actually bottlenecking just in the beginning.
That explains why the shadows are so limited. I mean, when you notice that when you go inside and have more than like 2 or 3 light sources, none of them draw any shadows or cast shadows, so to speak. It's really quite annoying when you have like I don't know, a few light bulbs, and there's just no shadows at all. Why?
Yeah, you actually, to get those shadows, you actually have to turn down your shadow settings, because the game goes, there's too many shadows going on in here, we're not going to draw them.
Actually, I would have been perfectly fine if they followed the style used in Xenoblade Chronicles X. Most of the shadows in there are pretty much static. The only thing that has dynamic shadows are the creatures, at least from what I've seen so far.
Okay.
And this,
I've seen that
although
some of the shadows kind of have what do you call it? Like they're kind of jaggedy. Like one picture I seen when I was looking through those Nexus mods is in the back there was like this billboard, and you seen these. It was like all jaggy. It was kind of like.
they were just using regular anti-aliasing.
I don't even think. No, they didn't even look like they were using anti-aliasing. The shadows were kind of pretty bad.
Well, I found that the shadows in general for me looked quite well. I mean, they were really smooth and stuff, but nothing casts shadows except the sun. It's really annoying. Also, another thing that I've noticed that was also quite noticeable in Skyrim and basically Oblivion. Why can't they do a sun that moves smoothly? I mean, especially when it's dawn and the shadow casting is the cast shadows are really long. So and then there's like every 2 or 3 seconds the shadows move for a bit, and why? Come on, even fucking Stalker Clear Sky could do it properly. It can't be that hard.
Actually, time progresses rather quickly in Skyrim and Fallout 4.
Yes, but
yeah,
still, but you can still have like 1 hour is like I don't know, a few minutes long. And you can still have the sun move in that in that speed, and not like in incremental steps.
Yeah, 1 second. 1 second of our time in Skyrim and Fallout 4, if I remember correctly, was 20 seconds in game time.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have like a certain time scale that you can change in the console commands if you want.
1 to 5 ratio is not the best.
Yeah, but it's like the sun just moves incrementally and not smoothly, and that just
it's ratcheting. The sun ratchets.
Yeah.
Actually,
Mm-hmm.
I think it's more likely the entire skybox ratchets.
Yeah, it's.
That's probably how they do things. Dynamic lighting? We just move the entire skybox.
Wow.
It takes much less work just to ray trace from one source than to bounce calculations off multiple objects. Makes you wonder why they don't just do that.
It's more along the lines of, hey, the skybox, who's going to actually look at that? Who's going to stare at that? Let's just...
I do. I stare at the sky. I just look up there like, is there going to be an alien now? I hope there's not going to be an alien now.
If you want to save your frame rate, you stare at the sky.
I try to look for one of those vertebrates that might income and crash out of nowhere with the Skyrim dragon AI that I keep hearing about. They actually have. They even turn like what? They have a dragon AI. Somebody pointed that out. Like, okay, that's wow.
Dragon helicopter. Dragon helicopter.
Like seriously, they reused that and put it for
just
the.
Works.
It's not. It's more.
Well, they should
like
have slipped that animation in with the Vault-Tec rep. When the door closes in his face.
Oh yeah, where he equips his board.
Yeah, he equips the clipboard like a shield.
Like it's from Skyrim. that is impressive. I even seen it on my. I looked.
Should add shouts to Fallout 4.
I thought it was funny. Yes, I shall equip it like a shield.
Actually, that brings up something I kind of think Fallout 4 should have had: dual wielding for one-handed weapons. That would have been nice, I think.
That would have been awesome.
I mean,
dual wielding for guns, for pistols, that would have been cool.
Yeah.
For pistols and SMGs, that would have been good. But for something like a rifle,
even assault rifles, come on, it was pretty cool in Wolfenstein.
Yeah, it was.
And you could do it in Brutal Doom too.
Yeah.
dual-wielded shotguns.
That would have been ID, so,
were you talking about Wolfenstein: The New Order? Whenever you were talking about.
Yeah.
I like that game. Somebody was talking about, I can't remember who it was. They said that even that has more detail and better story. Well, it's kind of like the whole, that's a better love story than Twilight. You can kind of just say that with Fallout 4. Well, it's a better story.
You can say that with a lot of things. You can say everything's a better love story than Twilight because
more work into the music from Wolfenstein New Order, like these alternate history versions of like the Beatles. and stuff. It was just a lot more, attention to detail.
Alternate history Beatles from
that was really creepy.
Yeah.
The new Beatles theme.
I think that the New Order is probably the best game that I've played recently that's come out. There's so much detail has been put into it, so much love and care.
Yeah.
I really should try that game out when I get a PS4.
You and me both.
Really good voice acting and all those. Usually when you have non-Germans, for example, or Americans doing a video game and then having different languages in it, it's usually very shoddy. But in Wolfenstein, they actually did it completely right. All the German people are actually German people. And that's really quite nice.
Yeah, I don't know if any of you guys... I know Chibi watches the Game Dungeon. If you guys saw the Wolfenstein episode he did a while back...
oh, yeah. Ross, for the Wolfenstein episode from Ross, yeah.
Yeah, I love the fact that there are pumpkins on the head, and how he just sort of, never mentions it. And then also...
That was actually a good cheat.
Yeah, and the other thing was he mentioned how the voice acting for the Germans in that version was just so shoddy. Why couldn't they hire actual Germans?
It makes you wonder, doesn't it?
Fun fact: the voice actress for Kate, Kate is actually Irish, but the voice actress for Kate is Scottish. So it's
oops.
Apparently, it's all the same to them. But,
Craig Ferguson would have a field day with that one.
Every single time I hear. And you guys are definitely going to laugh at this. Every time I hear somebody bring up the Irish-Scottish thing, most of you probably aren't going to get this. From the 17th season of Power Rangers RPM, there's one particular character who's fighting one of the main bad guys, and she says to him what the different colors are, what they all represent.
And his response is, "Who are you?" And his response is, "Who are
you?
I'm
Scottish." I'm Scottish because he's in blue. You'd have to see it for yourself to get the joke, but essentially she lists off all the stereotypes, and Blue breaks it by saying, "I may not be smart, but damn it, I'm Scottish."
I just love it. I saw
that sounds reasonable.
I saw RPM, and then I saw the
it's actually the best if you're going to get into Power Rangers at all, start with RPM. That's the highest and the best it's ever been, and that was actually a Disney season, believe it or not.
Good.
It wasn't a Saban one.
I think it's hilarious it was a Disney one. Well, Saban's really been screwing up lately. I mean, have you seen the new season of Digimon? It sucks.
Oh yeah, Cross Wars.
So
I
bad.
hate it.
What was it? What was it called in Japan?
It's called Cross Wars in Japan. It's called Fusion over here.
Yeah, because Cross Wars, the Japanese version, I hear was pretty good, but the American version just sucks.
Just wait until they get to Hunters Crossing Time, because the final episode is. Do you guys mind if I spoil this?
Go ahead.
All right, the final episode in Hunters. All right, the final episode in Hunters Across Time is bringing back Ty, Staccato, Marcus, and Staccato from the past seasons, and all having them fight a bunch of Malomyotismons. All the past protagonists.
A bunch of Malomyotismons? What happens to having just the one?
No. The Venom ones. The ones from Season 2.
Oh.
Those big guys. And every single one of them, with their partners, they're all massacring them. And we're talking about the ones from Frontier and Marcus from Tamers as well. It's a mess, but hopefully Try does better.
What about the one from Frontier? Is Frontier there?
Yep, he's there too.
Good. I actually liked Frontier.
You and me both.
Yeah. I know, I was a big Power Rangers fan when Frontier came out, and it sort of,
That actually was the inspiration, believe it or not. Toei had access to both IPs at the time. So their creative team for the 4th season of Digimon decided, you know what, let's just do a Sentai version of it. It can't hurt. Bit of a downgrade, though, because they can't talk to their partners. And that was a huge upset for all old-time fans like me. It wouldn't have been that hard, either. Just the same way it wouldn't have been that hard for Bethesda to keep role-playing elements in Fallout 4, but hey.
Ooh, wow.
Yeah, but that would have made the game hard.
I had to spin that around into a bit of a shot at them. There's just no way we could pass up on those.
Ding. Yep, had to do it.
Well, Toei was better about a lot of their creative IPs. Even though they took them in new directions, they stayed pretty faithful to the old stuff. Bethesda, on the other hand, not a chance.
Throw it out the window. Doesn't seem to matter. The masses.
Throw it out the window. If it doesn't appeal to a mass younger audience, just throw it out the window.
Those younger audience with those Doritos and with that Mountain Dew. You
Hello,
want to get more XP in Fallout 4?
Can you hear me?
Let's do it.
Yeah, I can still hear you.
Yeah, okay, what were you talking about Digimon Frontier?
Essentially, I said that was the way Toei got that idea was
They had both IPs.
because they owned both IPs. They own the Sentai and also Digimon. And if I remember correctly, Kamen Rider is also one of their IPs as well.
That's one of the Sentai things. It's part of Sentai, sorta.
Not really. Kamen Rider actually predates Sentai by 5 years, and it was about a lone superhero, not a team.
Well, yeah, but I mean, it takes place like in sort of like almost same universe, but not quite. It's hard to explain.
It crosses over in Kamen Rider Decade. You'll see 2 episodes based in the Sentai universe of Shinkenger, but that's about it.
Oh God, not Shinkenger.
And
I think Samurai was when everything in Power Rangers went downhill.
I was hoping it would be skipped, but it wasn't.
Well, I have no problem with the theme. I just have a problem with the idea that it's very like they're trying to incorporate all the Japanese themes from Shinkenger into an American thing, and that just doesn't work for an American adaptation. We have very different values than the Japanese. They're very dedication to family and jobs and work and all that stuff, whereas we're more individual wants and desires. So this doesn't really mesh well. Add to the fact no one on that show can act, and
no surprise there. I didn't even recognize a single actor on there until I looked up some of their past histories. None of them were any good. And going back to RPM for a second, have any of you guys seen Empire, the TV show?
Nope.
Does the name Ekadarville ring a bell?
No.
Nope.
Nope.
Ekadarville was on Empire for 4 individual episodes. I can't remember his character name, but he was...
Was he yeah, okay, I think I know who you're talking about. The Red Ranger?
Yeah, he was Scott, the Red Ranger.
Yeah. Who, oddly enough, was not the Scottish one. I find that weird.
Anyway, are we going...
Flynn? Yeah, let's...
Yeah, Flynn was the Scottish guy.
The Japanese definitely had Starfish Hitler, and that was very good.
I'm sorry, what, Starfish Hitler?
Starfish Hitler. You don't know Starfish Hitler?
I don't know Starfish Hitler.
Tell
Wait
us,
a
man.
second. Starfish Hitler.
I gotta Google that.
Feast upon your eyes.
This I gotta see. That is too funny to be believed.
That's pretty much awesome. Seriously.
What the heck?
It's Starfish Hitler.
Starfish Hitler. Yep, says right there, Kamen Rider.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah,
Looks
so-
hilarious.
That's old.
Starfish. Good grief.
Yeah, and apparently Ant Capone is another one. Ant Capone and Starfish Hitler.
Let me see here. Since you went ahead and linked that one, I'll go ahead and link the one that I was talking about, the one with Flynn. That's the bit that I was talking about. Yeah, I love that line.
Man, why did we have villains like this on Power Rangers?
It's
in Scotland.
It's like, and I've said this before. Hello, can anyone still hear me? I got cut off again.
Yeah, we heard you.
Yep, we can start.
This is annoying. I keep getting cut off at the most inopportune times.
Yeah, you and Catherine as well. It seems like a problem with both of you. No idea what's causing it.
Well, my problem is I have crappy internet, because when I get cut off, everything gets cut off. My entire internet. I can't load any web pages or anything. It's because the internet here is very unreliable.
Okay, I get you. What you were about to say, though?
What was I going to say? Are we still talking about Starfish Hitler?
No, I think we should jump off that. I think I've derailed this a little bit too long.
Okay, yeah, I'm just going to finish it off by saying, I said this before, but I'm going to say it again. Japan, why do we let you be a country? It's just such a weird place. They do so many weird and stupid things. Well, Starfish Hitler, why is that a thing?
There's no question. It has reasons.
I have no idea, man.
It just works. It just works.
Yeah.
Well, going back to Yahtzee. If you try and put a country in line by blowing up all their stuff, you've no one to blame if them seeing all their stuff get destroyed is the only way they can get hard.
Yep.
Oh man, maybe it's just them making a joke about the decisions they made in the past, but this is Japan we're talking about. Who knows?
I love Japan. Most of their poor gaming decisions come after the fact of trying to outdo our poor gaming business decisions.
Like Capcom and some of the stuff they've done.
Right, though. I hate JRPGs. Can't stand them.
Like turn-based, but let's just remove the the moving, the movement, because who needs it?
Oh, like Final Fantasy 13.
Yeah.
That was awful. I have no idea how that even got past basic ideas. But that's Square Enix for you.
Yeah, I mean, come on, it's Final Fantasy. It gets greenlighted as long as you have swords that are bigger than a house.
Okay, can we move on to another topic? I want to actually know what we think what's good with Fallout 4.
Okie doke. Hey, Ranger, you want to lead off, or do you want to pick someone else?
I'll lead off. The good things about Fallout 4. Oh man. Well, the gunplay's better.
Yeah, that's pretty much a given.
Yeah, that's.
Like the power armor, feels like a tank. I can see why people in Fallout 1 and 2 feared if you wear power armor.
For me, I've got the easiest answer, so I'm probably just going to get it right out of the way as quick as I can.
All right.
For me, when it comes to anything that's good about Fallout 4, the thing is when it comes to things that are good about a game that's a sequel, it has to not remind me of things that the past games did better. And the closest I came to saying what was good about Fallout 4 was the first few times I start crafting, and then all of a sudden I hear the background themes from Fallout 1 playing in the background. And I just stop and think about it, like, what are these doing here? This does not fit.
Another good thing about Fallout 4 is that it made me appreciate New Vegas a lot more.
I think the entire Fallout series should be New Vegas and games based on New Vegas. That would be because New Vegas, I think, was the high point of the series.
If they brought the guys from Troika back to Obsidian, or even some of the talent from In Exile, then Fallout would be something spectacular, even more so.
Akratus is saying that because I'm not a big fan of Fallout 1 and 2, I'm kind of, I gotta get out of here. Well, the thing is, I don't like turn-based games all that much. I'm not a big fan of turn-based games. I always prefer the real-time games, and I think New Vegas, it took everything Fallout 3 did right, which was very little, and made it into something that should have been the greatest Fallout game ever in terms of sales, in terms of reviews, and yet for some reason it wasn't, despite the fact it is the best Fallout game. It combines everything that made Fallout 1 and 2 good, everything that made Fallout 3 a game.
Yeah. What I love most about New Vegas is it makes playing as a sniper archetype very viable, especially when you get your hands on an anti-material rifle, which is my go-to weapon for New Vegas.
I never did sniping. I always used I used rifles, but I was also a big fan of shotguns.
Oh yeah.
and combat rifles. What are they called? Automatic weapons.
Yeah.
I think my favorite has got
Shotties are nice. Although you gotta wait until you can get your hands on the auto shotgun, the combat shotgun, to really start laying down some heat. And then arm it with flechette rounds. You'll be ripping through legionaries pretty easy.
Yeah. But I have to say, I think the game that did shotguns best, or at least the sound of shotguns, was Kingpin Life of Crime. The shotgun sound on that one blows just everything out of the water.
Yeah, there's very few games. There's very few games that do the sound of a shotgun very good. Even Brutal Doom, I feel, got that wrong, because when you're using the double barrel, the sawed-off shotgun in the 20th version, it just goes thum. And when an enemy that you were shooting at doesn't die, it sucks all the impact out of it. But then then you use the regular shotgun, and that thing's far more effective. So, slightly right, slightly wrong, but there's very few games I know of that do the sound of shotguns very good, or very well, that make it satisfying to use. Resident Evil 4, probably the best one.
So, some guy 37 just responded to Dr. Fallout saying that overall he enjoyed the factions in Fallout 4 better, and that he sympathizes with them more and their cause more than the ones in New Vegas. Though he said the ones in New Vegas did have a lot more fleshing out.
I sympathize with the factions in Fallout 4. I just don't sympathize them with as much as I do with Fallout New Vegas or even Fallout 1. Actually, come to think of it, Fallout 3 is the only game that I think that did factions worse. Maybe Fallout 1.
Did Fallout 3 even have factions to begin with, besides the Enclave and the Brotherhood?
3 had a few factions. They didn't have a faction system. They didn't have a faction system, but they did have, like, a lot of things. They had faction lights, essentially. That they had.
I sympathize with skeletons.
Because they're all just splayed out in the open. Nobody takes care of them after they're left.
They're so vulnerable and, yeah.
You'd think somebody would just pick them up and lay them in a chair and give them kind of a semi-burial there.
They're just all too busy, propping up mannequins and teddy bears and,
I think one could make the argument. That in Fallout 3, the Enclave, at least the ones under Autumn's command, can be kind of seen as the good guys. The whole racial genocide thing, that was Eden's plan. He was the one who wanted to poison the water. He was the one who wanted to do the whole racial genocide thing. Autumn, from what I can see, just wanted to bring back America.
In a sense,
so
but here's another
thing.
Really,
the whole battle for Project Purity is literally who gets to turn the thing on.
Yeah, the whole battle for Project Purity is: are we fighting a war really over who gets to push the button?
Wasn't it along the lines of your father kills himself to stop turning on the purifier, which is exactly what they were going to plan to do?
So he essentially killed himself for nothing. And Seamus from 20-Sided, he made that joke probably after somebody on 4chan did, but
it was on 4chan.
Okay, so I saw it from Seamus on the 20-Sided website. I had a feeling it was a 4chan thing for a while.
Yeah, obviously on that.
There's not much when it comes to gaming jokes that doesn't end up on 4chan somewhere, some way.
Pretty much.
So it's still useful somewhere. Let's see. Actually, hey Akratus, is there anything you wanted to add? I can just say it directly from the chat to the podcast if you want. And give him a second to respond.
Okay.
No way were the factions in Fallout 4 better than the ones in New Vegas. No fucking way.
What a load.
What kind of drugs is he taking? Because I would like to have some.
Well, that's the thing about New Vegas is there's plenty of minor factions that have intersections with the larger ones, like the Van Graffs, the weapon deal that they have with Caesar's Legion that they sabotage themselves.
Or the Powdergangers and everything.
The Powdergangers, even if you even if you go shooting them up in Good Springs, you can still encounter the one guy who will give you the rescue quest that kind of takes your standing back a little bit.
Yeah.
Does anyone actually have a favorite faction from Fallout New Vegas?
It's got to be the Brotherhood for me. It's hard for me not to love the Brotherhood from everything I've seen throughout the years, and Akratus just pitched in House for Life.
Yeah, the Brotherhood in New Vegas redeemed themselves from how they were in 3 to me. They're back to how they were supposed to be.
Even in Fallout 4, I think the Brotherhood are better than they were ever in Fallout 3 and Fallout 2. Fallout 2 Brotherhood wasn't very good.
Yeah, the Fallout 4 one.
They weren't really existent in there.
Actually, speaking of the Brotherhood of Steel, did you guys happen to see the news floating around the site and a few other places that there was actually a cut ending for the Brotherhood?
Yeah, I saw that.
I'm glad it was cut.
Oh,
yeah,
thank God.
Becoming the
Someone
Elder.
was like, please make this DLC, and I'm like, no. No.
Yeah,
Well,
or... oh, God.
If it's that easy to become the Elder of a Brotherhood of Steel chapter, then how come they don't have more of the damn things?
How come Veronica didn't become an elder? If that's so easy to do that, I'm sure she could become like some sort of,
high-ranking Brotherhood member.
It's possible, but I imagine it probably takes. I imagine they probably work on the same way that the military hands out ranks and promotions. That is, you do a deed of great notice, and they'll recognize it.
No. In the military, my dad was in the military, and he told me this. You don't get merit promotions. Like you don't get promoted based on merit.
Okay.
Like sorta. Like you don't get promoted based on like. I don't know how you get a medal for killing 100 terrorists. You get a promotion for consistently killing 100 terrorists over a period of a good period. Like
okay. So what I know about this whole thing was based on bad info. All right. I'll keep that in mind for future reference then.
Yeah, but Elder Macklemore just has the best haircut, so.
Elder Macklemore. Yep.
Yeah, Elder Macklemore and Pesto Gravy and all the other cool.
Halo the Huntress.
I wonder, now that I'm kind of curious. Speaking of haircuts, I wonder if anybody has a mullet in that game. I imagine someone does.
Mullet? I don't think so. At least I didn't see one.
Yeah. Everybody probably keeps their hair cut short. It is the apocalypse after all.
No longer.
Yeah, you definitely see how they were influenced by
radioactive
modern fashion.
Sorta.
Don't want no radiomolecules in the long hair.
Yeah. I mean, you definitely notice how they were really influenced by a modern fashion. Now suddenly, half of the Brotherhood just does the whole undercut thing.
Unless they took a little something from the old world, and they just keep it short because it's more practical.
Yeah, but they didn't have this kind of haircut in Fallout 3, and suddenly everyone looks like Macklemore. So it's just yeah, it's just modern times.
Oh. Does anyone notice that in Fallout 4, there's no, robes or anything? No one wears robes.
Yeah, where should they?
Robes are extinct.
I didn't even notice that.
Like the Brotherhood scribes and Maxon, they don't wear robes.
Oh yeah, you're right. They actually don't they wear? Did they just move to power armor frames or what? Or are they just sticking with regular street clothes? Because I barely remember.
They have jumpsuits. I think Maxon has a leather jacket and everyone else has jumpsuits.
Okay.
They have to standardize to the uniforms, more or less. Looks pretty much normal military, more or less.
If I ever play Fallout 4 again, I probably need to find Dance and take a good look at those outfits.
Dance usually he mostly wears power armor, but in the end, when you do basically the Brotherhood quest line where you have to
spoiler warning.
sorry. But then he doesn't wear his power armor, and then he just has some sort of under jumpsuit, a bit like a vault suit, or like the I think it was the recon suit in Fallout 3. But all the other people from the Brotherhood of Steel, they just wear. It looks like more or less standard military gear, a bit futuristic, a bit more cobbled together stuff. But what I really liked was Proctor Ingram. She doesn't. She lost her lower legs, and she wears a modified power armor frame to basically as a exoskeleton wheelchair kind of thing. That was actually pretty cool. Also, that I would have liked to see that a bit more in Fallout 4. You know, there are about 1 billion power armors around. I mean, there's a freaking gang about power armors that make power armor hot rods. You know, but
make power armor look like hot rods, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, no, come on, they're just using them as hot rods, and they're just basically post-apocalyptic power armor greasers, explicitly so. And I really like the Atom Cats. They're just so hilariously stupid, and just go on, Zeke is just so completely. Convinced that they're just the coolest motherfuckers on the world, but you know nobody knows them. But he's like, oh yeah,
it's like the orphans from the Warriors.
They kind of also remind me a little bit of Papyrus from Undertale. They think they're cool, and they're kind of not.
Yeah, but he's just really cool. I mean, you know, sometimes when you talk to him, he's just like, yeah, I thought about changing my hair, but you know, why mess with perfection? And you know, it's just awesome. But you know, completely underdeveloped. Well, it's not even perfection, but in general, completely underdeveloped. They could have done so much more with them, like more.
That reminds me. That reminds me. The thing about unarmed is when you're in power armor, it automatically buffs your strength to 10, if not higher than that, if you've already got a couple points in it. You'd think something like that would be pretty much the equivalent of having a berserker pack in Doom, just being able to punch people into red mist.
Rip and tear!
Yeah, the rip and tear your guts, if you guys remember that bit from the Doom comic.
If you remember from Shepherd's Mind, I don't know if any of you've seen Shepherd's Mind, it's what was it? It's you are moderate sized. That means you have moderate sized guts.
Yeah. It's a reference to that.
There's another variant of it for Gmoda, the Get Medieval on their ass Doom mod, where it just adds the thou in there. Thou art huge. Thou must have huge guts. That sort of thing. So many wonderful ways that joke can work, but they didn't use it when it comes to the power armor in Fallout 4, and that's a real shame. You'd think with something like that you could knock someone 10 feet back with one punch, but
yeah, I found one custom power armor arm that apparently increases damage, melee damage, but I'm kind of disappointed that there are no proper, power armor melee, like power fists for your power armor. You can't really use the normal power fist with that. But when you already go the full Warhammer type, then you can also add, like a huge ass power.
Yeah. Actually, speaking of silly changes there, did you guys happen to notice the difference between the Fallout 3 and New Vegas Super Sledge and the fourth one? Essentially, what the fourth one does, it's not a gigantic piece of metal. It's just a sledgehammer with a rocket booster on one side.
Oh my god.
Yeah. It's actually pretty cool when you think about it.
It looks pretty sweet.
Super Sledge?
Yeah. That's what.
I actually like the new design for it compared to the other ones. I like the new rocket booster.
I'll give it that.
It works because science.
Yeah.
I'll give it this. It looks like it would hurt. You wince just looking at that thing.
It has a bit of this, this anime kind of cyborg flair where people have rockets everywhere in their body and just punch harder. Like what was that Spectacle Fighter Metal Gear game?
It's better than their Power Fist design. The new one.
Oh
It
man,
was, you're probably thinking of Metal Gear Rising, the action game that
something like
Platinum made.
Anyways, the Power Fist is also pretty disappointing when it comes to mods. I mean, you have 2 mods, and all of them look completely shite. I mean, the puncturing mod for the Power Fist, it's just a block of concrete with rebars sticking out of it, attached to the front of it. It's just
Why not like some knives? Drop on some knives.
Yeah, it's no, it's terrible. Also, the complete lack of variety in weapons in general. I mean, just look at how many melee weapons there were in New Vegas. You had the Power Fist, you had the Displacer Glove, you had the Ballistic Fist, and that were just basically the glove type weapons.
Yeah,
and of course, the Ripper looks like it doesn't look good at all. It looks weird.
Yeah.
Like they screwed up the Ripper.
It's better when it looks like it's just a giant handheld buzzsaw, but even the chainsaw in New Vegas didn't look quite right. But then that was based off the auto axe from the pit. So I don't know. Will they ever actually do auto melee weapons right?
Probably not.
No.
Yeah, probably not.
Bethesda wants to focus on guns.
Although, one thing I think would be pretty damn funny, someone's probably going to mod this in at some point, where you can do, if you remember Cyber Sub-Zero's second fatality from Mortal Kombat 9, where he fires off a couple of shurikens, the third one ending up in somebody's brain, spinning in their head and essentially cutting all of the dendrites that separate that attach the left and the right lobe, and then they fall over in this weird crooked pose. Someone's probably going to do that, I'm sure, with the power armor.
That's interesting.
You'd have to. It's difficult for me to explain anything that comes out of Mortal Kombat after 9 because the fatalities are so involved. As unlike Brutal Doom, where it's just pretty much point, click, head goes away.
Press X to decapitate.
Yeah, Russian Overkill has more I win buttons than Brutal Doom does.
Well, that's not such a bad thing when you're playing Doom.
No, not at all. Let's see.
We're still talking about what Fallout 4 did right?
Yeah.
It's kind
Okay.
of.
In that case, I think the art direction is really good. I love how Fallout 4 looks.
No.
Facial animations and the
No.
face and the animations may be a bit crap, but I think the actual art design, maybe not the fidelity, but the design of everything looks really good.
I've seen the concept art and it just looks fugly.
Good lord, it's not good in the game.
Well, I mean, I have Power Armor concept art on my desktop. It kind of shows you how much I like the concept art for this game.
I've seen the concept art and I am not a big fan of it.
I was kind of when it comes to concept art for Fallout 4.
I like the concept art Pip-Boy more than I like the one they actually released. The concept art Pip-Boy, that was pretty cool looking. It looked pretty utilitarian and it looked very 50s, I think. Actually, not 50s, more like 60s and 70s.
You gotta enjoy how they keep changing all the whatever you want to call it, the Pip-Boy things every single time. It makes you wonder, if they keep doing this, how the hell are they getting a hold of this? Because magic.
That's the thing with Bethesda. Since every single game of theirs is pretty much a restart, almost from square one each time, all these designs are never consistent.
And Fallout
That's the worst part.
Yeah, by Fallout 5 or Fallout 6, we'll probably end up having the Pip-Boy 6000. Slightly better.
Don't give them any more ideas.
Slightly better.
I think they
slightly better with more
They
clunky.
hand waved it away by saying that the vaults up in Boston are more advanced than the vaults elsewhere. That's why they have the elevators and the big huge giant thingies and how their entrances don't look like utter bleh.
That's why I said the retcons with the fault experiments.
Well,
And
I think the retcon in terms of the design of the vaults is welcomed. I didn't look at the way the vaults looked before now, but now they actually look cool. They look interesting. They look like places you want to go to.
Mhm.
wait, what vaults look interesting?
Yeah,
The
what
old-
vaults are interesting?
Well, I
And-
mean the basic design of the vaults now, like the way the vault elevators, the vault doors, the way everything is constructed. It looks much better than it did in Fallout 3 New Vegas. Like, I even say the way the vaults looked in the original games. I was never a big fan. Like, I think the big thing, and my favorite change has to be the door, the way the door works. Because in previous games, it just seems so like kind of anticlimactic.
Well,
Well,
the door also opens from the outside in
Well-
Fallout 1 and 2. So if there's a cave in and that gets destroyed, the Vault Dwellers are stuck.
You know, are you talking about by anticlimactic? You mean like you don't see the animation of the doors opening?
No, I mean like it seems kind of, I don't know, like the way the vault doors look, and like, even the entranceway. You know, like if Fallout Vault 3, I think in particular, felt pretty bad to that. And even if you don't get to see the animation, just the way it looks, it's literally just a vault door plastered onto a concrete wall. It may as well be painted on. Whereas the vaults in Fallout 4, they had this sort of grandioseness, I guess. I don't know if that's a word. They had this sort of sense of they look cool when they open. I guess it's kind of sacrificing for rule of cool, but they look interesting. They look like, hey, look, a vault. I wonder what went horribly wrong with this one.
Yeah, I think the vaults are alright, but to be honest, they seem more so, I don't know, gamey. Like they were made based around it being a level, you know, just.
Or some kind of super dungeon.
Well, I mean,
When I walk into them, I don't know. I don't know how people would want to live in there.
well, I'm
I mean,
talking about like art design, not so much in terms of level design, but in terms of art design, the way they look.
They look alright. The couple that I've been in, like Vault 81, they're not bad. They're good, but I just wouldn't call them, you know, great.
I don't know. Some of the vaults in Fallout 3 and 4, they kind of felt more like Daedric ruins.
I don't know.
They felt
What
more
the
like
heck?
Fallout.
Sorry about the noise.
Someone just hear someone laughing.
I
Yeah.
don't.
No, that was my whiskey bottle.
Okay.
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 Yeah, no.
I
Well,
don't
anyway,
know.
the vaults in Fallout 3 and 4, they feel very much like the Daedric shrines of Morrowind and Oblivion.
Oh yeah.
They also, I don't know. They also feel like dungeons. If you think about it, they're just straight up dungeons that. I don't know. Whenever I went through the couple of vaults, like the first one I went into, I was like, oh yay, you know, and Fallout 4. So I ended up going through it. I think it was either 81 or the Gangsters, and I walk on in there, and it looks pretty nice. You know, I like the vault doors, but I mean, I walked in there, and it's just a whole bunch of series of tiny rooms, and I don't know. I'm getting kind of sick of seeing vaults constantly, like vault here, vault there, vault here, vault there. Just
Well, there's 128 of them, and you know you're probably going to be focused in an area that's going to have a lot of vaults, because that's kind of like.
I mean, I'm guessing that the main reason behind it is because there's just nothing interesting about it. Like, I want to go in there and I want to be intrigued. Like, you know, it gets boring after a while. I just want something great. I want
I
to
think my
refresh.
favorite vault.
That's why I love Vault 11 out of all the vaults that I've run into in any of the Fallout games.
Yeah, that's a really cool vault. I think it actually has like a few little bits of irony that you won't actually notice at first. Like, there's this one line where it goes, sacrificing yourself may not be as fun as being a race car driver, but it's every bit as important. And the thing is, I love how it's like, a race car driver isn't important, neither is sacrificing yourself. You don't have to. So.
And yet that's part of the design of the vault.
Yeah, I just love the way it's
Oh,
designed.
are you talking about Vault 11 being the sacrifice vault?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like
And
that
speaking
one,
of-
even though I died way too many times when I encountered all the
Oh,
robots. I was
yeah.
sitting there, I was sitting there, I'm like, I know it's going to happen. I don't know when it's going to happen, but I know it's going to happen. So I'm sitting there in the corner, and the robot just came out and just tore me. Like
that's why I went to Vault 34 first, so I could get the pulse gun.
I still got my ass kicked. I had power armor and everything, and I still got fucking murdered.
Got a bunch of what is it? Piercing rounds and just.
Yeah, if you have.
It's not going to happen in Fallout 4.
I got the pulse gun in Fallout New Vegas during Veronica's quest, and I also got a pulse round for my shotgun and armor-piercing rounds for my minigun, and I even had a few rockets left over from Lonesome Road, so I was just kind of like.
Yeah, I didn't bother using. I didn't really bother using laser weapons in Fallout New Vegas. I found them way too scarce. I couldn't really find anything else for regular.
Me being a big me being a big energy weapon nut. If you guys don't mind me boasting for a second, managed to get my hands with my latest character on the Tesla beaten prototype just by using a stealth boy and sneaking over, pick it off the ground, and run. Managed to get away with it. Although I can't shoot that. I can't shoot it for the life of me. It doesn't hit the broadside of a barn.
What is this?
The Tesla beaten prototype. It's essentially the beefed up Tesla cannon.
I didn't like that one. I don't like the Tesla cannon.
If you're interested in trying it, try Elijah's jury-rigged one from Old World Blues. It doesn't have any spread.
I've tried all the Tesla cannons I could find. I think I found a regular one, I found the Tesla beaten prototype, and I found the Elijah's. And I didn't like any of them for some reason. They ate up ECP ammo, which I'm kind of saving for my RCW.
Yeah. Recommended if you're going to be taking out crowds, because it does have a bit of splash damage, and you have to wait for the electricity to do its work.
So, yeah. Since we're done talking about the good of Fallout 4, can we skip the part where it says parts of game design were taken from mods? Considering we really already talked about that.
Well, let's be honest. I think that the majority. I think they took as much as they could. If they could have, they just would have the whole mod and just slapped it on there and called it there. So. Yeah.
So the one that we have left is our take on the response from the modding community. Essentially, what the modding community has been doing in response to this game coming out.
Oh boy.
Do it. I say, maybe.
They're in denial.
Yeah, and it goes all the way out to even Gopher, someone who I really like, and who actually got me back into modding for Skyrim after a while. But
I looked at this too. He's the one that got me into it as well. But
yeah, but it's pretty clear with him and others like him that they're only looking at this game not as a Fallout game, but just as a tool set.
Yep.
It's basically just
I think it's kind of the point. That's kind of the point of Bethesda game, you know. You get a tool, you get the game, you get to mod it. It's kind of like console versions always been looked at as inferior because you can't mod those. Now you're going to be able to, not as well as the PC version. You're not going to be able to do EMBs or graphical mods, stuff like that, but you will be able to mod them, and they will be pretty good, and I suppose, you know.
Which raises a question: exactly how can you mod a console game, especially when it's having problems running 30 frames per second in dense areas?
Well, I think they're trying to fix that at this point. They're kind of, because I think they've already tested the mods. I hope they tested the mods first, but I think it's gonna be like the same way you load a DLC. You know, it's gonna be basically DLC but unofficial.
Let's hope so.
Yeah, we'll probably do something like that.
How will they be able to make mods for consoles? I mean, they have to use many mods use script extenders, and I don't think a console is powerful enough to use script extenders.
Simple, they won't use the script extender.
Well,
that's not going to be possible.
That can be a bit of a problem because the script extender is needed for even stuff like Sky UI. You have to have it installed to change the user interface.
It's basically like a framework to work upon, and things like the one Skyrim animation, advanced animation thing. I can't remember the name because I haven't played that.
It's FNIS.
That requires a script extender.
Yep.
Yeah. All of that.
God.
Because you essentially have to break the game open to use this kind of stuff.
And you see, the thing is that they wouldn't allow stuff like that to happen is because if you do the wrong thing whenever you're trying to install that, I actually fucked that up, and my animations were like, okay, I fucked up the animations for riding the horse and stuff. So when I went to go and play the game, I went to go on the horse, and I was standing on top of the horse and standing there while riding around on it. Pretty hilarious. But
sounds reasonable.
You will
Call
break
it horse surfing.
if
Call
you
it
did
horse surfing and be happy.
It was. But just saying, I don't think these console users can handle it. Not to be an elitist, honestly, I wouldn't want to be. But let's just face it. They wouldn't be able to know what to do. They'll complain about it, and then Sony and Microsoft rip their hair out over it. One wrong thing, and you will break it.
And there's also another thing here when it comes to setting the system up to use mods like this. When it comes to setting the system up to use mods like this, what exactly would Bethesda even lead out of the gate with? Because there's nothing really groundbreaking or really good when it comes to mods besides the dialogue changer mod, and that's about it.
I think what Bethesda's gonna do out of the gate is probably release, like, remember the Skyrim Fall of the Space Corps? You guys remember that?
Yeah.
Probably gonna do like that with all the consoles. Like, they're gonna release Fall of the Space Corps thing, something with Sony and something with Microsoft, maybe the Master Chief Power Armor. But I hope they release them for all three systems at the same time too.
I don't know.
I would love to see there be a Master Chief Power Armor mod though. That would be pretty cool.
There's already a Boss Lightyear power armor.
Yeah, for Paladin.
Well, yeah, but that's
yes.
just a paint job. That's just a paint job. I want to see the actual model.
Oh, they'll do it. Just give them some time. When they finally get a hold of that, they will do it. The thing is, though, how they're going to mods, like, how they're going to handle that.
Ganondorf popped up. Oh, not Ganondorf. Gandalf. Why did I get those two confused?
It's easy to get the names mixed up. They're pretty similar.
I am Ganondorf.
I don't know. I find it hard to believe that the PlayStation. I find it hard to believe that the PS4 or the Xbox One could even use mods in the first place.
Well, same reason they're going to be doing the same thing as a DLC, like stuff like, like a quest mod or a what do you call it? What are those things called? Like vanity mods, weapons mods, armor mods, stuff like that. It's going to be the same thing as the DLC. They're going to load it the same way. They're going to use the same architecture. It's just going to be running like that.
And then we get another problem, which is what about patches and updates? How are they going to make that work?
Like with what do you call it? Like the unofficial patches?
Sort of. Not so much the unofficial patches, but fixing up the mods themselves. Like, say, somebody comes up with a weapon mod kit and they need one or two patches to fix a bug that was left over. Is that just going to be an update applied to the thing itself? Because with Nexus, it's pretty easy. Just re-upload the file or the parts you need, and done, just like that.
I thought the way it worked was like with Steam Workshop. Like, I know with Gmod, I don't know how it worked for Skyrim, but with Gmod, whenever the mod creator takes a new patch, it just gets automatically done with the Steam Workshop.
I tend to stick with Nexus, and with them, it's you can update at your leisure. Although I imagine for Xbox Live and PSN, it's going to be mandatory.
Well, yeah, they don't want people breaking their games, quote unquote.
You can't really break a single-player game if there's no multiplayer.
You've not tried bug exploitation and lots and lots of broken mods in Morrowind. Good grief.
Not by that means. I'm talking about breaking the game, quote unquote, in such a way that it affects other users.
Oh, no. They don't want you like breaking your game and then complaining about it like, my game doesn't work. This mod is buggy. And then, of course, mandatory updates are going to do the same thing, so what do I know?
Well, we shall see. If it takes Bethesda any longer than 6 months to come up with this, I imagine it's probably going to end up not going anywhere.
Well, put it simply, speaking as a console person, I've used consoles all my life. It's pretty. The console community is pretty toxic. We're pretty whiny.
Oh, believe me, I've seen plenty of that. I know we all have.
I mean, PC Master Race, they're no better. PC Master Race is no better, but console people are pretty toxic.
FPS.
What?
They have 60 FPS.
PS4 has 60 FPS most times, except for nowadays.
Depends on what you're playing.
Well, 4 doesn't have.
Oh,
Well,
you're probably going to want to strangle me across the internet for this one, but you know those PlayStation 2 games that Sony's getting ready to debut? The backwards compatible emulation ones, those ones.
Oh, yeah.
Caps at 30 frames a second. They won't run 60
anymore.
anymore.
It's more cinematic.
The PS2 ran at 30 frames last I checked.
It actually runs at 60 for many of the faster games like Bloody Roar. And I own Bloody Roar 3 and 4. They run 60 frames per second.
Sacre blue cheese.
Oh, I have no idea what's.
Ranger just dropped out.
Oh yeah.
How long have we gone on? It's like, holy crap, almost 5 hours.
It's 2 o'clock around here. Well, it's 2 in the morning.
It's 5.
Good morning.
7 o'clock for me.
Good morning.
8:03 over
That-
here.
Let's see.
No one's asked me any questions because I'm inappropriate.
Well, go ahead,
You're
man.
also probably high.
Probably.
I mean, I'm the one to talk. I mean, I just finished my whiskey. Well, not really. I still did that.
No Mutants Allowed after dark.
You know, that's not a bad idea.
That's kind of terrifying prospect.
Well, I'm gonna be giving a huge clap to everybody who's stuck around this long. Thank you so much for listening to us for 5 hours. Let's.
Can you see if people are watching?
Oh yeah,
download
we actually had a couple of viewers drop in and out. We'll have even more once this thing goes live. It's been broadcasting through my channel all day, so we'll see where it goes when it gets posted fully.
Do you know is there a number right now?
Let me see.
0.
Well, I'm seeing it right now, and it's one watching now. That could be me.
-8.
I'm just getting 2 thumbs up. That's about it.
Okay.
Just some guys chilling in the back drinking beer, like, whoa, yeah. You can say.
What else could we say about this game at this point? Until the DLCs come out.
That fabulous fat physics. I love the fat physics.
And fat physics.
I haven't got to see how are the fat physics.
They're pretty good. My obese character's fat. It just modeled perftly to every single
Is there jiggle physics?
No, but I don't think so. But they do have jiggle physics on the Nexus for boobs.
Good grief.
Of course they would.
Of course they would. It's the next.
I think it's called Busty or whatever. It's like one of the top mods on there.
I don't get that. I just don't get the whole, I just don't get that whole thing with the sexy armor and stuff. It's never appealed to me, really.
It's really, weird. I don't even know what I can think.
I don't know. I just never liked the whole attempts to make the weapons sexier in those games because it never turns out right.
Yeah, pretty much. I don't know what else we could possibly say about this game.
Let's see. In that case, let's.
Well, one thing we could say is basically what about the replayability? Basically, I played through the game once by now. Finished with the Minutemen by accident. I actually wanted to finish with basically everyone else, but I just followed them and suddenly.
Wait a minute, you finished it by accident? What do you mean by that?
Yeah, I mean, I was basically siding with the Brotherhood, basically eradicated the railroad and so on, and was just about to turn on the Liberty Reprime, that fucking thing. But then I thought, okay, I can do a few more Minutemen missions before that. And so I did a few more Minuteman missions, and suddenly it was like, okay, now let's go and fuck him up. And I was like, okay.
You know,
Didn't
it sounds
expect
like
it
the
to
railroad.
happen that fast.
You know, it sounds like the railroad's not getting much love from anybody. It seems like one of the unlikable factions. But I'm pretty sure you can say that any of the factions, they're just not likable enough. Maybe the Brotherhood of Steel. I don't know anything. I don't know anything about them from this game because I haven't really. All I know is that after I got done murdering Kellogg, spoilers up ahead, I went up to the elevator because that's the only way they'll allow you to go through because the door gets gated. So I went through there, unlocked the door, and out of nowhere, on that blimp, the Brotherhood of Steel just announced themselves. You know, announce yourselves to your enemies just in case. You know, so anybody might just pop your blimp. I don't know. It felt silly to me. And they're just, where did you get all the vertibirds? Like before, I'm pretty sure that Brotherhood would have just openly announced themselves to the world, and especially if they have enemies up above that want to take them down. But hey, what do I know?
That's Bethesda's take on it for you.
And the way they said it too, they were like, "This is the Brotherhood of Steel." You know, they had to put emphasis on the steel part.
God, you're reminding me of Michael Sheen in Twilight. You're reminding me of Michael Sheen in Twilight, and I'm going to bring that up again.
Yeah.
At the end of the fourth movie, he goes, "It's Carlisle with an S."
Like, I don't know. Who all has got past that part past the part with Kellogg where you just come out of there and then they're all announcing themselves. Yes, we're the Brotherhood of Steel. I was waiting for them to say that they were the White Knights to help the civilizations. We're the White Knights to help out the civilizations.
No.
You know what? They should have come out doing Monty Python. They should have been mimicking Monty Python.
We're the knights who say me.
Together.
And now we must destroy the technology that in the original games we totally would have decided to seek out and have, you know, somebody scavenge and process, get themselves killed, probably find more cannon fodder.
I kind of wish that they had coconut shells too. You know, just.
You know, I always kind of like Cabot in the Red of the Fallout. Just, I don't know. There's the talking head and the way he sounds, but it's like, well, you have to do a mission first. Oh, okay. Well, we're just gonna need that before we can let you in.
Yeah, and he just looks. When you actually bring that artifact back from the glow, he just starts stuttering like, "What? You actually did it?" And
I know.
you can tell the way he's talking that you caught him off guard because he never expects you to do it in the first place.
And I bet you what was I say? I was gonna say something. I completely forgot what it was. It was he would be like that one doctor from Novak. Stand still a little bit. I want to make some toast.
I need to try that. See if.
You're making me think of Dr. Henry.
So are there any other new games coming out that anybody's interested in that's on PC? That's an RPG?
An RPG is coming out.
Nothing
Unreal. That's really all I'm interested in right now.
Yeah, Akratus is looking forward to that.
I'm very intrigued in it. It kind of reminds me of like the screenshots. Give me that feeling like, you know, somewhat Fallout.
It reminds me more of Metro than Fallout, really, except for the gameplay. Like, the idea reminds me of Metro.
I want to get it, but I don't know. I'm conflicted with feelings right now. I don't know if I should kind of go out and get it, but I don't know. I gotta have some, you know, deciding factor. Like, I gotta have people let me know what they think about it before I go out and get it. But it does look good, and I've been hearing nothing but good things about it.
There's nothing really upcoming for me that gets my attention. I mean, the closest is probably the new Shadow Warrior, the sequel to the new one.
Oh, there's going to be one. That's nice.
I'm probably going to get a few Steam cards for Christmas, and then in February I'm going to get PlayStation so I can play Fallout 4 finally. But I'm probably going to get Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines at some point.
I'd recommend getting a box copy, man. To be honest.
I would, but
mention,
it just seems so prohibitively expensive for me. And I'm going to be moving soon, so if I make an order around Christmas time, we're going to be gone by by Christmas, around January-ish.
Okay.
So it's going to be like...
my recommendation, get it for about $10 if you can. Although, I got some good news for all of you concerning White Wolf. I don't know if you all heard, but Paradox Interactive now owns White Wolf Publishing. And I believe they also have the publishing rights to Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines. So they might, underline might, bring it over to Good Old Games at some point. They might open that possibility. And I hope they do. Because I would love to see something in the extras of a Good Old Games release of that, where they have Tim Kaine and everybody else who was on the development team giving their 2 cents about the game, or possibly some of the folks at White Wolf at the time giving an interview about how the game was going to play, old trailers, old beta footage, that sort of stuff.
Stuff that would have been like, lost in the archives forever.
Exactly. And
that's what I like about Good Old Games. They always have the best extras.
Yeah. Although when it comes to Vampire the Masquerade, the one thing I'll always be sad about is that we never saw a release of Werewolf Heart of Gaia. Never saw it back in 1999.
From what I've seen, I want to see Werewolf Wild West.
Oh yes, a friend of mine actually got me into the World of Darkness with that very game. I loved that one when I saw it, but the way the tribes work in the Wild West settings versus the modern setting is pretty nice. Although they do go back a little bit further with the Dark Ages one.
Because that one takes place in the Dark Ages?
Yep.
Never would have guessed.
Vampire, Werewolf, and Mage, all 3 core lines in the Dark Ages.
Did anybody mention Kingdom Come Deliverance?
Oh yeah.
I've seen that. That looks pretty awesome.
Has any of you guys played... Oh god, what was the name of it? It was... Dungeon Siege.
Yes. Yeah. Dungeon Siege 1, 2, Throne of Agony, and 3.
I'm just playing through 1 right now, and it is an amazing game.
Especially the size of the party that you can put together. And
it's 8.
Be able to, yeah,
it is amazing. I wish we could have that in Fallout.
And switching their priorities and skills around, that was awesome. The third game, from what I understand, it wasn't that great when it comes to basic combat, but it keeps the same Obsidian level writing, and that's what I loved about it. Although here's one thing I didn't like, and Akratus is pointing this out here: it was an Obsidian product, and it was disappointing that it was disappointing.
It was a mindless hack and slash, and that's why people loved it. You try to add a story to that, well,
it's because Obsidian does story so well that it clashes with any sort of game that is not made for story. And even then,
that's why they shouldn't have touched the property.
Possibly, but
Obsidian shouldn't have done it.
Think of it this way: Dungeon Siege 3 is essentially a better version of Diablo when it comes to story and lore. That's the way I've always seen it. Because the lore
no one plays Diablo for the lore.
Good.
No one plays Diablo for the lore. They play it for the gameplay.
True, they play it for the gameplay, but I've always enjoyed the lore that goes with it. Because if there's very little story behind a game, and you're trying to push that, then why'd you put a story in there in the first place?
I don't know. It's good if you have a good story, but it needs to. If you're playing a gameplay-based game like a hack and slash, you need to complement the gameplay, not be in place of.
Well, what I see with Obsidian is usually their publishers try to push really hard for them to release in a certain amount of time, and they like to move slowly and be very methodical and craft pretty intricate storylines.
Which is what I've noticed with Pillars of Eternity. A couple of folks were holding their feet to the fire, saying, "Well, your history of buggy games kind of precedes you, but all the same, when the game was released, the version that I've got right now, the current one, it doesn't have a whole lot of bugs. So them working on their own time, very much a problem solver when it comes to that history.
I think their biggest thing that gave them the idea of being a buggy developer was Knights of the Old Republic 2, which is probably one of my favorite RPGs of all time. But LucasArts, of course, tried to get them to release 8 months early to push for Christmas sales, of course.
Mm-hmm. And then, of course, we have the infamous restored content mod for PC owners, which not only fixes a lot of bugs, but it restores a planet that was completely lost because of the early release.
Obsidian have such good writers, they actually put ambiguity in the Star Wars universe, which is a hard thing to do.
Yeah, I've never really gotten an ambiguous feeling when it comes to Star Wars. There's a handful of times when it comes through, but it's never anything of substantial value. Although, to be quite fair, I believe Chris Avallone preceded the game's release by saying he was actually watching every single Star Wars, including the Christmas specials, to get an idea of... Yeah, I'm dead serious. He actually watched all that old stuff to get an idea of what sort of tone he needed to take for the game.
Mm-hmm. And then he did a darker tone, and he put it in.
Well, I liked how Kratos would sometimes question the decisions that you made.
She basically questioned anything that was too
straightforward,
too bipolar, I guess you could say.
Mm-hmm. Even something as simple as taking the plasma torch off the corpse in the medical bay. She gets up and the first thing she asks you is find what you were looking for amongst the dead.
Yeah. Ooh.
And then of course the infamous scene later on where you have a choice to give money to a bum or not. You choose to give it, he loses it a second later. You choose not to, she still criticizes you. So lose either way, but she'll point out the fallacies of it.
They also did South Park: The Stick of Truth, which I still haven't played yet. But
I don't like South Park. I don't like the humor South Park does. I don't like the way they're doing South Park. It just doesn't seem fun to me. It's not something I'd be interested in.
From what I've seen so far, it's kind of amazing that they actually made a pretty decent RPG out of that license.
Yeah, apparently the RPG part of it was pretty good. It was
we'll
just,
also keep in mind that along with Obsidian's writers, they also brought in the guys who made South Park were also on board, and they were pretty much involved with development from day one. So having them on board, it was pretty much a guarantee that it was going to be good.
Yeah.
Well, I think if it had been a Simpsons RPG, that would have been something more up my alley. But something like a South Park RPG, no.
The Simpsons RPG, that would have been pretty awesome to see. If there's any RPG that I would love to see from Obsidian, because they've already done Alpha Protocol, I would love to see them do 24, make that into an RPG.
Bum, bum.
Apparently, Obsidian's currently working on Skyforge right now, which I haven't seen very much about. But apparently, it's a free-to-play third-person action, massive multiplayer online role-playing game.
I'm keeping my eyes on Black Desert when it comes to MMOs. They just ended the Russian beta, so hopefully it comes down here soon.
What I'm looking forward to is Cyberpunk 2077. Now that The Witcher 3 is basically finally over, CD Projekt Red can finally focus on that one. And I heard there are some rumors that it might even be finished in 2016. And I'm definitely looking forward to that.
Well, speaking of Cyberpunk, have you tried any of the Shadowrun games, the ones from Harebrained Schemes?
Yeah, the first one. It was actually quite nice. Didn't get to play the second one, but I heard it's even better.
I'm so glad that they actually picked up that license. Shadowrun's got to be one of the few RPGs that I've played throughout my life that actually had a really good sense of wonder to it. I actually started with D&D 3.5, moved over to White Wolf, and then over to Shadowrun. It's got to be those last two universes that have to be my favorite.
Yeah, I really like that universe. I didn't really play pen and paper all too much in my life, but recently, or basically with my old flatmate, we started to play Pathfinder. And then sadly I moved away, but they just now apparently started to play Shadowrun, which I'm immensely cross about because I would have liked to play that too.
Pathfinder is a good place to start if you want to start with something on the level of Dungeons and Dragons. But for a little bit more...
D&D 3.5 system.
Oh, looking at Cyberpunk 2077 looks interesting. It says that lead writer Sebastian Stepan said the game will have non-player characters speaking in non-English languages.
Yes.
And if you don't speak the language, you'll have to buy a translator and plan to understand them.
It's pretty
That sounds neat.
But if you do understand the languages,
the archive in their trailer.
I'm reminded a little bit of Mercenaries since you brought that up.
It's bringing me back to Blade Runner, where the mix between German, Spanish.
City Speak, what they were doing there. Hey, warte, bis die Bullen weg sind.
Yeah, what that reminds me of is very much the original Mercenaries Playground of Destruction. Depending on which of the three that you pick, if you pick the Chinese mercenary, if you work for the Chinese, she'll recognize what they're saying without a translator. Same thing with the other guy who understands Russian, and the last one. Can't remember what the third faction was from Mercenaries, the old one. Can't remember what it was. It might have been German. No, it wasn't German. It was something else.
Dutch?
That's what it reminds me of. The NPCs that speak and that don't speak English. And Mercenaries actually did that the best, where your character can intrinsically understand the language, but if you're any of the other two, good luck. You'll have to play the other characters to find out what they said.
Yeah, or speak the languages.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I guess polyglot bonus. Does anyone know of a rules light RPG? Like, I'm not talking about I'm talking about like Risus. Does anyone know of Risus?
No.
Spell that.
Risus.
S-U-S. Hang on, let me look that up. It
It's basically like an RPG. It's an RPG that has 4 pages.
Oh, the Anything RPG.
Yeah, the Anything RPG. It has 4 pages. It has a very simple system and all that. But I want to find something that's a little bit meatier, has a little bit more stats and stuff, but at the same time won't go over 20 pages.
You're going to be hard pressed to find something like that. The thing about most role-playing games these days is you're looking at least 1 core book and probably 2 ancillary books. World of Darkness especially, because I've got every single werewolf tome sitting on my bookshelf right now. That's 18.
Oh, God.
The core book and 17 ancillary ones, including 2 that cover the pure, 3 tribes that you normally can't play as, but which are always detailed as the enemies of the Forsaken. So if you want to switch up and play as a pure character, you got to get those books as well as the core.
Yeah,
it's an
I might
expensive
just have to write
hobby.
up my own RPG.
It's an expensive hobby.
I might have to
no
write
question.
my own RPG.
Although here's one that I recommend: if you are just looking for basic role-playing stats, numbers, not a whole lot more, just look for BRP, basic role-playing. That's literally what it is. That's the core book, and you don't need anything else. It's pick and mix your systems, kind of like a buffet table for role-playing systems.
Call of Cthulhu is also based on BRP, right?
Yeah, Call of Cthulhu 5.0 or 6.0. Although the one preceding the latest version, which I believe is 6.0, I believe that one's the best. Good luck finding a 5.0 version of the game for less than $20, though.
Gotta find some people to play with first, anyways.
Yeah, I'm actually thinking of writing my own RPG system.
If that's the case,
that's not going to work out well. It's going to end up like Vakrikernas. What is it called? Milo something. Basically, Vakrikernas from Birdsong made his own fantasy role-playing game. it's hilariously racist. Who would have thought? And it's completely overcomplicated.
One thing, I just want something that's simple, easy for players to learn and understand, and can be applied to most any situation. Like if I want to make an Fallout RPG or a fantasy RPG or a modern RPG or an insurance company RPG, I can do it with a particular system.
You should probably just start, making some modification or alteration of either Dungeons and Dragons 3.5 or something like GURPS. I mean,
well, that's the thing. Both of those have really meaty rule books, and I'm not interested in meaty. I want something easy for people who aren't minded for RPGs to be able to pick up and play.
Yeah, you'd be looking for something like a pen and paper version of Special, more or less.
Yeah, but not Special.
Well, that would be GURPS, more or less, right?
Mm-hmm.
Fallout originally was based on GURPS, so I think that would be.
Yeah, I think everyone knows it was based on GURPS.
You'd be surprised. I've run into a couple people who still think that that Bethesda made New Vegas and not Obsidian.
God.
Yeah.
The horror.
Trust me, don't place all your faith in everybody knowing everything. Trust me, man, they won't. But
I thought it would be pretty common knowledge that it was based on GURPS.
Yeah, that's because Steve Jackson doesn't really talk about it anymore. I think some fans tried to bring it to his attention, but he never really acknowledged it. The reason why he didn't want the RPG system to be associated with this one is because he didn't like the violent content, the dismembered limbs, blown off heads, blown up bodies, that sort of thing. That he didn't like. And this is the guy who is famous for Munchkin, keep in mind.
Right.
If
you wanted to do a Fallout pen and paper, I think, I think you should just start writing a campaign. I mean, there's Fallout D20 out there. It's a big wiki-style thing where they basically the whole D20 modern basically to Fallout. Apparently, it works pretty well. If you want to be a bit more like just the battles, there's still Fallout Warfare that came with the Fallout Tactics disc. That's probably a good place to start. But I think if you wanted to do your own thing, then either do GURPS, basic role playing, or just D20. One of the D20 variants.
Yeah, there actually is a. It looks like his connection dropped again.
Yeah.
But there is a D20 system goes by the name of Exodus that's a little bit based around Fallout. They just couldn't get the IP rights to it.
Yeah, there's if you look at this a bit further down. No, not that one. Control C. There is this big wiki style where they basically made Fallout. No, it's not that one. Check. Fallout D20. No, wait. I'm mixing stuff up. There was. This one. Damn it! What is fucking wrong with my?
It's not copying the link.
Skills. Yeah. My copy-paste skills are going down. Anyways, this is the Fallout pen and paper. I think this one isn't exactly very noob-friendly because it's apparently really, really complicated and more or less a direct adaptation of Special, more or less.
Yeah, you're back,
Everyone hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, I cut out for a bit. What were we saying about Steve Jackson with GURPS?
Oh, what happened with Steve Jackson is he didn't want GURPS associated with Fallout because of the violent content, and that's why the licensing rights got pulled. And this is a guy whose company is responsible for Munchkin. Keep in mind.
I don't know what that is.
Munchkin, it's essentially a how can I put this? It's dungeon crawling in the most bare bones sense. You kick down a door. If there's a monster there, fight it. If you win, go up one level, take a treasure. You can't fight it, you got to run. You lose the dice roll, bad stuff happens. And you do have the ability to backstab your friends if you're playing this game. Sick more monsters on them and make them fight them. Or give them help in exchange for the loot, that sort of thing. So it's similar to Fallout in the way when it comes to party dynamics, but that's pretty much it. Otherwise, yeah, you can thank the violent content in Fallout for the reason why GURPS didn't go through.
I suppose it was for the best. I like Special. Special is good.
Special is pretty nice.
I don't like how there's a simplified version of Special that gets rid of luck. They call it, I think it was J. Sawyer who coined it. He called it simple. I think it should be called Specia.
I don't know. Special works pretty well. Most.
Yeah, but it's not exactly easy to use in a real pen and paper style because it does too many calculations in the background. If you were to use it really as in Fallout.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure if you had some way to automate the calculations, it'd be fine.
Yeah, it's called Fallout.
That's one of, and that's also one of the big reasons why. That's one of the big reasons why Baldur's Gate and Neverwinter Nights became so big. It's precisely because they did so good or did so well at mimicking a PnP campaign.
Yeah.
Let's see. So we're actually getting. We've had a couple guys leave within the last 30 minutes, so probably be a good idea to start wrapping this up.
Yes.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Any last comments about Fallout from anybody?
I guess that I'll be trying to play it around. When was it? I'll be trying to play it around February.
Avoid whenever I can.
You'll get back to it when you can.
Yeah. I think NMA should maybe try really get together and write a proper Fallout pen and paper source book at some point.
Yeah.
You know, there are a lot of people on NMA who are really interested and actually talented at writing, and a lot of people with pen and paper experience, and quite a lot of people I think would be interested in that.
Well, I'm actually working on a video game right now with a guy from Estonia and another guy from Reddit, and I'm working on both writing and a combat system.
Nice.
This is one of the reasons I was interested in creating my own RPG system to use in that. Like, you know, so if you guys need a writer for a pen and paper RPG thing, or also a guy to help you with combat stuff, then I could probably help out with that.
That's good. Although I'm more of an author, not much of a game creator.
Well, keep doing what you're doing. Those skills translate to later in life. So.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
If you want to go work at a big studio, best to start early. Start gaining those skills early. Me, I'm stuck with the Game Maker Studio if I want to make any stuff of my own. Kind of limiting, but you do what you can.
Yeah.
For me, it's way too late.
I'm more in the mind of running a Kickstarter and trying to steal all the other developers from other companies for some obscene project later in life.
Good luck with that, man. Kickstarter's not doing so hot these days, mostly because of big projects that have been falling through. But if you're interested in getting old blood from
MST3
studios, go for it.
Oh yeah.
MST3K just got refunded. Not refunded. Recreated through Kickstarter.
Really?
They just funded. I think their last stretch goal.
Yeah,
Nice.
I think. What did they get? 25.
I want to say they got 5.5.
Yeah, 5.5 million.
Wow.
Which is huge.
They broke the Torment record with that.
No, Shenmue got 6.
See, it depends on your marketing and who you're going after. I mean, depending on what type of investors you're getting.
MST3K's big audience was Linkar and Felicia Day.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and
And just-
Patton Oswalt is going to play one of the Mads on MST3K now.
Oh, really? One of the what?
The Mads, like the scientists from the older episodes.
Oh, yeah, that one. Didn't like her.
No, before that, but now.
Oh.
I need to start digging into that show again. I only saw one episode of theirs when it was still on the Sci-Fi Channel, and that was for the movie Werewolf. That was about it.
I saw 3 episodes, and the actual commentary they had was pretty good, but the little skits in between wasn't very, like, it was so cringeworthy.
The actual show is actually a bit too hard to understand for non-Americans. Like all those movies, all those references, it's just really hard to get for me.
You kooky Europeans.
Well, it's the references, the cultural references. But if you want one of the best episodes, I'll just link it on YouTube or here on the chat. It's
There's a lot of
Prince of Space, 1951 Japanese movie, so it's pretty easy to make fun of.
Okay.
That looks like something I'd have to look into. No real comments from me. I'm just glad that everybody made it in, that it went on as long as it did, and that you all made it here.
Next time I'll join earlier, hopefully.
No problem. The next time we do one of these, I think when there's a hint of DLC in the air, then we'll start doing another one of these. But for now, it feels kind of like we've tapped the well on the topics when it comes to this game.
Well, I think we should do another podcast around maybe the end of this month, but like not a Fallout podcast, something just like, you know, us talking about other stuff.
Just general gaming and such?
Yeah, general gaming, because I think I have a lot to say about NetHack. I think I could probably fill the podcast with that.
Yeah. There's also the idea of getting the Codex in on this, possibly. We'll see.
Which makes me wonder exactly what kind of stress level Google Hangouts has before it breaks completely. It is Google, and it does have some pretty good server side, and the last podcast that we didn't have any hiccups, so I don't know. Akratus would invite the Codex, he says.
I don't know. I don't think we should invite the Codex, really. I think it should be an NMA thing. Just sort of like, you know, just this community's thoughts. NMA. It's hard to say NMA.
Without saying anime.
No, I think MMA. I don't even know.
A purely anime podcast should definitely exist on its own, but I think it would be a good idea to do another thing with the Codex together, like
We'd have to look throughout the forums to find guys who are actually pretty articulate and not prone to trolling. Dopamine, you and Akratus would definitely know them better than I would. I only spent like a month on the Codex before I ended up leaving. So, exactly. I don't think it was a troll that got to me. I think it was just a bunch of guys being dicks, and I didn't use the mute button because I never believed in it back then.
Yeah, trolls suck. I think both sides of the community have them. Bethesdans have their trolls. I don't think all Bethesdans are bad. I just think they're kind of stupid. And NMA has its fair share of trolls.
Yeah. Although to be quite fair, there are a couple of them that come over from the Bethesda forums to try and goad our goats, so to speak.
Yeah, but I'm like saying the Black Isle fans, they have a lot of trolls, especially on YouTube. I've had death threats on YouTube because I didn't like Fallout 1 and 2.
What's funny is the troll conversion rate has been pretty high after Fallout 4.
Yeah, I think it's contagious. Troll flu.
Bad games spread red pill knowledge very easily, especially when it comes to video games.
I think it's funny that the modern times now created a new kind of forum troll, especially on anime, like these YouTubers that try to show their fucking channel. It's really getting annoying because, we don't really have a proper moderation on the Fallout 4 forum, so people can just get on there and spam their shit.
Although, I gotta wonder, how willing are people actually to report trolls on No Mutants Allowed? That's what makes me curious.
Well,
I think
can see Well, I can see the moderation forum and all the reported posts. I just can't do anything about them when it's not in my purview. But there are actually quite a lot of reports. I mean, for example, a few of the last reported posts were, yeah, well, there were stuff like flames, well, really hardcore flames, and but also like double pulse and stuff like that gets reported. But in general, it's well, for the more obvious flames and stuff, it gets reported. It's just a problem that there's not much moderation going on right now.
Yeah, I think people just sort of like point at the trolls and laugh.
I probably should take that. I probably should cultivate that response myself. I'm not that big into just pointing and laughing and ignoring.
Yeah, I think it's like watching monkeys at a zoo fling poop at each other. It's funny.
Oh, and speaking of such, if Ranger was still here, she actually had a really funny review that she brought up on the last podcast, where somebody gave one of the more devastating critiques of Fallout 4's writing, where it was essentially a letter that said, "Dear Bethesda, take your typewriters, go to the zoo, throw them in the monkey cage, and watch them work. Learn from them." All of us were busting over laughing when she read it off. That was so perfect.
I think
that sounds about right.
I think the funniest part of either of these podcasts was when MercenarySnake got the crash on Fallout 4.
Oh, it's
like,
tried to start it up and it's like, nope.
Oh, it's going. Nope, not there anymore. Sorry. Denied. It just works. Just barely works.
Mm-hmm. Actually, that would be kind of interesting if we got a developer from Bethesda on here.
Yeah, Pete Hines.
That wouldn't. I don't know if that'd be possible. Some of these people would probably consider that self-flagellation.
We got Pete Hines on here.
He won't talk to any of the fans.
I think
I'm not surprised.
I would love to hear Emil on this podcast just as saying, "No, that's not how that works. Do you not know how Fallout works? That is not how that works."
Well, I like how what these podcasts are capable of. Like, I see potential in it. Like, talking to Chris Avallone or something would be nice. I don't know. It's kind of one of the reasons I was
interested. That's definitely a good idea to get back to the Codex because, well, MCA and people are still more or less active on the Codex.
Yeah.
So.
You know, I think there are 3 people who have... Hello? Is everyone there?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Okay, sometimes it just goes off for some reason. I think the big 3 people who know how to write in the industry are J.E. Sawyer, Chris Avallone, and Hideo Kojima.
I don't know. Hideo doesn't really strike me as a writer on the level of Chris Avallone. He's okay. He's okay with adding a bunch of stuff in there, but stuff that's nuanced, no. He never struck me as a writer like that.
I think he did. Like, Metal Gear Solid is one of my favorite franchises in terms of story. Despite the fact that most of their games have, like, mostly story. They're entirely story, really. Someone called me Johnny. He just posted a review of Metal Gear Solid 2, and also 1. And he said that, basically, the game is 10 hours. Without story, it's 3 or 4, at most.
Yeah. When I was playing Metal Gear Solid 2, that's pretty much the impression that I got, because I get stuck in this really long codex thing, and at one point I'm just checking my watch, wondering how long is this going on, and like 15 minutes in, it's still going. So, I don't know, for a stealth game, for stealth gaming, I prefer Thief or Splinter Cell, not so much Metal Gear. When it's an action game like Metal Gear Solid 5, yeah, then the story starts to click a little bit better.
Well, you know, if I was going to make a movie...
I thought Metal Gear Solid 5 was also stealth.
It was very much stealth, but you can play it just as much as an action game, because you had more exploration than straight-up stealth, depending on how you play, anyway.
Yeah, if I was going to make a movie, I'd put Hideo Kojima in charge of probably cinematography, because he's really good at that. I like
Except
how
for
he's
killing
trying.
conversations.
I like how
Yeah.
he plans things out in that respect. I mean, I have a love-hate relationship with him because his games are harder to swallow nowadays. But I still remember when Metal Gear Solid came out on the PlayStation 1. That was completely new territory
Yeah.
for everybody.
I think I'm gonna say right now that well, first off, spoiler warning. Woot woot, turn it on mute. The worst thing Kojima ever did was the big reveal of the kernel as the, again, spoiler warning, computer AI. And that was done through a codec conversation. Codec conversations are not interesting. They're good for tutorials, and that's it.
Mm-hmm. That's what I hated most about Metal Gear Solid 2, was getting into one of those and have the red one pop up and then be stuck in there for about 15 minutes.
Also, Raiden has a horrible voice actor, I think.
Actually, isn't that the same guy who does the Vault-Tec rep? The Colonel?
Really?
Yeah,
Raiden?
he is.
That's the same dude.
Oh, I'm talking about Raiden.
Oh, him.
Raiden is a horrible voice actor. He's like, it's like, Raiden, you need to go turn on the node. Did you say nerd? No, node, not nerd, node. And that just sort of sums up Raiden's entire personality throughout the game.
I don't know. He seemed like an okay guy to me.
He made me miss Snake. That's the entire reason I think he was there. Just like, hey, you like Snake? Well, now you're gonna like him even more after you play as Raiden. Like, you don't know what you have until you've lost it. Except we did know what we had, and it was just kind of a douchey move on their part.
Well, you could fight alongside Snake a little bit later in the game, and that was
Well,
pretty
yeah, but
neat.
that's not the same as playing as Snake. Snake is a much better character than Raiden, put it simply.
I'm on the side of the development of Hideo Kojima. If I'm going to troll my audience, might as well troll them really well.
Yeah.
Oh man, I didn't consider it a troll. I was glad to see someone else's story instead of Snake's. David Hayter's all right for a voice actor, but I really like Kiefer Sutherland much better. I have ever since I first saw 24 and Lost Boys.
And Dark City.
Actually, I haven't seen that. I need to.
You should. It's it's not really one of the best movies, but it's definitely fun, and it definitely looks great.
Okay, I was thinking of Bill Hader, not David Hayter.
Yeah, David Hayter's got this really weird. I don't know what it is with his Snake voice. It sounds gravelly in the worst possible way.
Yeah.
No, it sounds like this. No, actually, I already sound like David Hayter.
Cool name. Metal Gear.
It's like it sounds like somebody who accidentally swallowed a whole bucket of sand. That's what it sounds like.
Colonel.
I'm in the Bronx.
Thanks. There's a crab battle going on down here. Much more interesting than what you're talking about.
I'm Batman. I mean, Solid Snake.
Comfortable in this
Yeah.
Bronx.
Next thing you know, there's gonna unless somebody's already done this, he's gonna be on a rooftop in a thunderstorm saying, "I'm Snake."
I'm Snake. It's just like. I think they should have the guy who played Batman. What the heck was his name in
From the animated series.
No, from Lego Movie.
Oh.
Will
yeah,
Arnett. They should have him.
That
Him and
sounded
Solid
kinda
Snake.
gargly.
Metal
Funny, but rather gargly.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, what was it? Metal Gear Solid, I think, has this weird, like, love-hate relationship with comedy. It's like, it tries to play it so seriously, but then you have it's lines like, take care of your cardboard box. Take care of your cardboard box, and it will take care of you.
Well, no, actually, I like that aspect because he tries to interweave a serious storyline on top of like breaking the fourth wall and being silly, which kind
I'm
of
not saying
works.
it's bad that he's trying to interweave. I'm saying it's just weird.
Well, it's
I think
weird.
it
but I like
helps. It helps with the story, I think.
Yeah, because I mean, if you're trying to give like a serious story into a video game, especially in the late 2000s, early 90s, people aren't going to take it seriously. So if you
Yeah.
try to add humor onto it, it kind of works better, I think.
Yeah.
Well, when it comes to funny moments, if any of you guys have Grand Theft Auto 5, you might have discovered this by accident or through a video. But if you're playing as Franklin or Trevor, go outside to Michael's house and shoot a couple rockets at it, and keep an ear open for your phone. Watch the message that pops up after.
I can just imagine him just going like, dude, knock it off. Okay?
No, it's not even that. It's not even that, but I won't spoil it.
Drat,
Trust me.
to YouTube, away!
All right, have fun with that, man. You'll love it, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
I might get Gear. Not what I was gonna say Gears of War, but I don't like Gears of War. I was gonna say Grand Theft Auto 5. I might get it, but it has some controversial content in it. You know, the whole torture thing. It's just I don't like that.
Yeah, that's mission 26, and actually, if you're looking for a fast way to get around that, you don't have to use all the tools. My recommendation: just stick with the gas canister with water in it, and use that for maybe a second, then let go. Wait a little bit, wait for his heart to drop back down, and then do it again for a second. It drags it out and makes it slow, but you won't feel as bad about it in the end. Let's put it that way.
Now, if
That's
it was
how
a Black Isle game or an Obsidian game, it'd be like, do you want to torture him, or do you want to pretend to torture him, or what?
Yeah, well, that's Rockstar for you. They put shocking moments like that in every one of their games from 3 onwards.
Meanwhile, something like Saints Row the Third, while a bit more vulgar, it doesn't have nearly that same amount. It actually has more choice, I think, than your average Rockstar game.
Yeah, it kind of feels that way. At least in some sense, it does. I didn't like that all the factions were pretty much just one thing, though, instead of the 3 individual factions from the first and second games.
All I gotta say is buy Age of Decadence.
Yeah, I know you've been pushing it all podcast. I will.
And again, you guys should play NetHack. It's like it doesn't have any story really, but the way it's played, it's just like this one. It's a game that's just super satisfying to play.
Isn't it a dungeon crawler? It's like a roguelike?
It's a roguelike, yeah.
Okay.
It's like the granddaddy of roguelikes. It's like it's like, what do you call it? Rogue was the common ancestor for all roguelikes. NetHack is the game that did it best.
And speaking of such, if you're into that kind of stuff, do you have a copy of Doom 2 floating around?
I do not have a copy of Doom. I have a copy of Doom 2, but my CD drive is broken, so I can't play it.
Ouch.
I would get the Steam version. It was on sale just a little bit ago, but
it's the censored one, in case you're wondering.
They have a censored version of Doom?
Yep. It was actually shoot.
Was it censored in Germany? They seem to censor a lot of games.
No, I was about to.
It's more or less outright banned.
No, I was about to mention this because I think Haas knew about this as well. It might have been censored for Germany, but it was actually censored because of the Red Cross. The Red Cross didn't want that Red Cross on the med kits and stim packs that you pick up. So those were all censored.
Despite the fact that every game has that.
Pretty much, yeah.
So wait, that's how it was censored?
Pretty much, yeah. The uncensored one is if you have like the collector's edition disc, like I do, it has the regular old cross on there. There is a version on Good Old Games, but I've got no idea if it's uncensored or not.
Oh wait! I think I have a copy of Doom too. I have the WAD for it at least.
Nice, that's what you'll need. In this case, go on.
Yep, I have the WAD, and I have Z-Doom.
Nice. Then look these up. Look up Doom Roguelike and the Doom RPG.
Oh yeah, I remember those.
The Doom Roguelike is the one that uses the first-person engine. There's also a Doom RL, which is a NetHack style of roguelike that's made with Doom sprites.
Huh, interesting.
Also, anyone heard of Teleglitch?
Say it again?
Teleglitch. Teleglitch, or whatever you want to pronounce it. Let me write it in the chat.
The teleporter glitch, I don't think it works in the roguelikes.
Yes, no, Teleglitch is a game. It's a roguelike or a roguelite itself. It's a bit like Doom. It has a bit of a same promise, but it's also more or less a roguelike. Or
Oh, it's a
roguelite.
starter then.
It's actually pretty good. Pretty good. Also has a really nice graphical style, but in more, it's more of a what you want to call it, like a real-time fluid top-down shooter gameplay. So it's a roguelite, not a roguelike. Well, it's actually pretty nice.
I'll have to look those up.
Again,
It's pretty awesome. The last one that I mentioned, the Doom RPG, it's very heavily Borderlands inspired, since all enemies drop stuff like ammo, stem vials, and things like that. Although, if you're going to play the Doom RPG, recommendation: pour as many points as you can into luck, because eventually they'll start dropping. Eventually, the enemies will start dropping stronger vials, and even things like upgrade chips, which you'll need to upgrade your stats. And the interesting bit, whatever map pack you're playing on, whenever you go into a new one after finishing a previous one, you can teleport back to the UAC Marine Outpost at any time to restock and try the level again. If you're in the middle of something nasty and about to die, just teleport yourself out, and you'll recover.
That kind of breaks the idea of a roguelike, though.
In some sense, yeah.
Of course,
but
I save scum, so what do I know?
There's also some other events in the game, such as a hell invasion. If you get one of those on a map, if you try and leave, it spawns in upwards of 400 to 500 monsters on the map at once, including cyber demons if you're not careful. 400 to 500 monsters on the map at once.
Is that
including cyber demons?
Is that 400 to 500 or 4 to 500?
4 to 500. The last time I got that with the Hellbound map, with the first map, it caused my frame rate to drop to like 2 and 3 frames per second.
Oh God!
And I got slaughtered.
Man, that's gotta suck.
Be very wary of those. If you go
it's
into
a permadeath game, right?
Yeah, it is permadeath. You die, your character doesn't get deleted. You have to go back to the same save, though. It is worth a shot. Getting it set up though is a pain in the butt. But I love that. It's a nice replacement to Borderlands.
Yeah, I like Borderlands, sorta.
It's not a bad take on it. You're just limited by whatever maps you currently have. So if you're playing, say, the Hellbound Megawad, and some of the maps that get really, really huge, you're going to have stuff dropping all over the place or off ravines where you're going to have to use the magnetized power to pick it up.
Yeah.
But
I
also,
actually have Strife on my computer for some reason. I don't know why.
There's actually a new release of that. It just came out.
On
Strife. Yeah, they fixed up the engine and made it work better on modern systems, including a different lighting engine.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
I can't remember what it's called. I can't remember what it's called, but it might be on Steam at the moment.
Yeah, it's on Steam. I know that. I used to have it on Steam. I don't know why I still have the WAD for it though.
If you can, I recommend the disc copy if you can find one. I think it's just $5 these days.
Copy of an old '90s game. That's like, bleh.
I've got mine.
I'd rather go digital for that sort of stuff. You know, if I can't find it in a store like in Goodwill or something, or secondhand, or in a modern store, you know.
Although one last thing to tell you about the RPG, there's missions that you can take before you go into any of the maps, which will range from very easy to suicide. And stuff like this is essentially kill a number of monsters that are appearing on the map, assassinate one specific type of monster, or my personal favorite, which actually doesn't end when you finish a level, find secrets, find items, and kill monsters. Whenever those are achieved, it's money, XP, and experience boosters to apply to your character.
Delicious
You can take anywhere from very easy to suicide right out of the gate.
Ouch.
Just be wary of the suicide ones, because those will have you running up against, I think, level 100 cyber demons if you're not careful.
Wow, level 100 Cyber Demon. That sounds bad.
I'd have to show you the. Let me bring up the Doom forums for this, because he actually has a picture of what these guys look like. They're essentially running an invisibility sphere, but they've also got a couple of effects swirling around them, so you'll know them when you're close. Ah, here it is. Look at the very first image on this.
Holy crap.
Yep. Everything maxed out. All of his stats at 1,000. Good luck beating him.
Crap. That just looks completely crazy.
I'll try open up the screenshots. It gets better.
Oh,
you not only have levels, you have military ranks as well. And if the graphics look nice, it's because the game runs with beautiful Doom in its DNA. So it looks prettier and it sounds prettier just because.
It says screenshots old.
There's a lot of stuff to see in it.
It says screenshots old. Where's the screenshots new?
It should be under the spoiler tag. Where it says spoiler hide, click that.
Okay, I have it. Yeah. There's only screenshots old, it looks like.
Yep, that's it. Click the hide spoiler tag.
Okay, and then I have nothing under that. I have the RPG launcher.
Yeah, just click on the... Hang on, let me show you my screen so you can see what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I was just about to think that.
All right.
Okay.
You see it?
No, I do not.
Do you see my screen, though?
No, I do not.
Okay, then this thing decided to muck up.
Yeah, you're telling me.
Let me see. All right, how about now?
It was there for a second.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. It says screenshots old.
All
Where's
right.
the new ones?
You see that spoiler tag that I'm circling right there?
Yeah.
Click that.
Okay, these are the old screenshots, it says.
Yeah, because there's a spoiler tag right there. When you click show and hide, it opens up those pictures.
Sorry, what? Let me see. Yeah, yeah, I clicked on the show button. And these are the screenshots it's showing me. I don't know, maybe it's just a thing. Wait. No, wait, never mind. I was gonna say, it looks like there's slopes in this game. I'm like, oh my god, they have slopes.
Yep, they do.
But I don't see any slopes.
Yeah, they're not. If you're running this in GZ Doom, where it's running off a 3D renderer, it will have slopes. But otherwise, it's just going to be the same height checks that you'll get with the regular Doom engines. Otherwise, it looks gorgeous. Fun little game, or fun little addition for this one.
Yeah. I'll have to find a good map pack to play with it, though.
I recommend Hellbound, to be quite honest, because a lot of the maps that come later on get pretty big.
I think the idea of a randomly generated Doom game would be pretty good, as long as it's not too mazy.
Alright.
Well, this podcast has been going on for roughly 6 hours.
Yeah, it's just about to cross into the 6-hour threshold, so I think we better wrap it up.
I'm Ben. I'm Ben Soto on the forums. Icarus Ben most everywhere else. And everyone else, want to give their names before we go?
I'm Agent BJ09, otherwise known as Chibi1986 on the channel. And before anybody gets it into their head, no, that is not a dirty connotation for that thing. It's based off the Wolfenstein 2009 game. That's where I got the name from.
Well, I'm Hassknecht on the forums, usually in real life called other names.
And I'm Miley Cyrus.
And we'll see you next time on the next Angry Joe Show.
And that was Akratus. And tonight, we are signing off. Good night.